bow our head and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear God, we offer everything to you during this seminar. May we ask for your blessing and divine providence that the activities set for this undertaking be successful and effective. May we also retain the invaluable knowledge and learning experiences that we derive from this activity. We pray that you bless all the committee in charge, that they fulfill tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. Your generous as blessing would mean success of this seminar. We know that without it we can do nothing. Maybe believing witnesses of your genuine love through the implementation of the knowledge acquired through this activity. Grant us your divine wisdom as we about our daily tasks after this seminar. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Akin na yung attendance. Yung face-to-face, wala pa, no? Ilan na yung nandito? 58? Kaya nga. Yung puti na yung mukha ko eh. Grabe, yung puti na mukha. Okay, good morning po. And today is our day 1 of this 2-day free bookkeeping seminar, no? Pang ilan na to sa mga na ano natin? Na-conduct? June. June tayo nag-umpisa. Sa online, no? Pero sa face-to-face, marami. Marami na. At saka, today, meron tayong face-to-face na participant, no? Pero na-traffic siguro, wala pa siya. From Cavite. No? At saka, nakaligaw-ligaw. Papunta rito. No, sandali lang. Okay. Well, okay, so before we start with our first topic, I would like to call on the participants, no? Para yung ibang mga participants natin, alam niyo kung sino yung mga kasama natin. No? And for the, dito kayo. And for our staff, dito Hari. Sige. Dito yung sa makikita kayo. Hari. Sige. Ito yung mga ano natin, assist ngayon, no? Mag-a-assist sa atin during the seminar. Kasama ka pala. Kasama mag-a-assist. Be? Sige. Yung mga assist natin ngayon, si ito. Sige. Sige, kita ka na. Dito ka lang. Oh. Si Evangeline Pidico. Sige, say hi. Ayun, nakikita ka. Yan. At saka si Jacob Bidico. Sila yung mga assist natin. At saka, usog ka. Banji. Yan, as usual, si Sir Harry, as always. No?
Morning po.
So, siya din yung nagpapadala sa atin ng mga, siya yung gumawa ng slides natin kahapon kasi binago po namin, no? gabi na namin natapos. Yung slides natin at saka yung mga magpapadala sa inyo ng certificate na attendance, Sir Harry po yan. No? So, say hi and good morning.
Morning po.
Okay. So, sila yung makasama natin dito for 2 days. Ngayon, yung mga kasama naman natin na mga participants, no? I would like to call on Abad Annabel Mulanda from San Antonio, Nueva Ecija. Good morning. No? Good morning sa lahat ng participants. Abad Ana Marie, dalawa siya.
Ano yan, ma'am? Kapatid yan. Yung isa, Annabelle, isa.
Oo pala. Kambal, no? Abad Ana Marie, no? Yung isa pala, Abad Annabel, no? From San Antonio, Nueva Ecija. Abela Claudine Maribe, Tanawan, Leyte. Advincula Kimberly, Barangay Olympia, Makati City. Barcelon Arnel, Las Villas de Manila, Binyan City, Laguna. We have also Bonsol Lerma, Buena Vista West, Candelaria, Quezon. Boray Elieno Ocampo Jr., Kamamanan, Cagayan de Oro City. We also have Kaisip Jamil Luzada from Concepcion, Tarlac. We have Kanyeda Jesap Patanaw from Tanawan, Leyte. Katudyo Jesslyn Okta from Basi, Samar. We have Kumilang Alain Camil from San Miguel, Pasig City. We have Quaison Bernadette from Barangay Picas, Tanawan, Leyte. Daming labok na naman, Hari. Dasmariñas, Mary Ann, Tagbilaran, Interior, Kuliat, Quezon City. Dizon, Princess May, Pinyahan, Quezon City. Lapit lang dito sa atin. No? We have Doki Windilin Castil, Barangay Arado, Palo, Leyte. Elizabeth Tano Guevara, Kawit, Cavite. Eroles Gian Christine, General Reyes, Cavite. Fitalco Lance Alexis, Maliliko Udyongan, Romblon. No? So ito yung kagandahan din ng online kasi wherever you are, no? You're able to participate. Flores Maria Evelyn, Tanawan, Leyte. Fresnido Lilibeth, Tracy Martires, Cavite. We have Garcia Jovelyn, San Carlos City, Pangasinan. We also have Guevara Joyce Ann, San Miguel, Concepcion, Tarlac. Himson Lovely Jane, Dagami, Leyte. Ignaco to o Ignacio? Kamali ka lang. Ignaco.
Sila mismo yung type na.
Michelle. Tres Cruces, Tanza, Cavite. We have La Cambra Jomar, Santa Rita, Samar. Lanza Jervi Selvano, Dulag, Leyte. Lilang Nancy, Imus, Cavite. Lutero Russell, Tanawan, Leyte. Makalinaw Kenneth, San Mateo, Rizal. Mapili Mariel, Balot, Tondo, Manila. We have Negre, Maria Nancy, Camilla Holmes, Bacoor, Cavite. Negre ba to o Yus Iclaret? Si Ma'am.
Basta yan, ma'am.
Oclaret, Amansueta, Cagayan de Oro City, no? Yun yung ating din sa YouTube viewers. Hortalis Lina, Bacoor, Cavite. Paragas, Rodelyn May, Concepcion, Tarlac. Pasagi, Anisita Rose, Dagami, Leyte. We have Peralta Chona, Lingayen, Pangasinan. Pulintan Rosa Amor, Litex, no? Commonwealth, Quezon City. Rial Danica, Santa Clara, Batangas City. Ridonia Nikki, Santo Niño, Tanawan, Leyte. Rubidillo Marife, Tolosa Leyte. Rondilla Cecil, Cainta Rizal. Rondina Jenelen, Barangay Tejeros, Makati City. Roth Marbella Cabahog, Kasuntingan, Mandawi City. Saklay Aika, Santa Fe, Leyte. Santos, Kaila, Tanawan, Leyte. Sarno Angela, Fortune, Marikina City. Sevilla Maria Cristi, Palo, Leyte. Soriano Hector, Ojongan, Romblon. Soba, Riquixalina, San Mateo, Rizal. Taberdo, Jacinta, Santa Maria, Bulacan. Itong mga iba, dagdag to sa baba.
Apo ma'am, yung may umaga lang.
So, present din sila.
Apo.
Tabliago, Visitasyon, Kawayan City, Isabela. Talisayon, Kayan, Bordeos, Quezon. Tan, Adelaida, Barangay Luciano lang, Indang, Tracy siguro to, Cavite. No? Tibayan, Joan, General Trias, Cavite. Tulibas, Melissa, San Isidro, Tanawan, Leyte. Oy, Charmaine, Bulan, Sorsogon. Varona, Villaraan, Tanawan, Leyte. Yepes, Limwell, Pasil, Tanawan, Leyte. Nabo, Marian, ito yung mga pahabol na lang, no? Ngayon lang to
May umaga lang.
okay. Nabo, Marian, we have Tanmaho, Rowena, Liano, Jenin, Matandak, Russell, Orel, Jinke, Fong, Joan, Dizon, Angelica, Eliza, Fresnido, Romeo, Flores, Glidel, Gamma of Faith, and Salentes, Jasmine. So, yan pa lang po yung mga nag-register natin. Out of, ilan yung participants natin?
190.
190, so 56.
Pero ngayon ma'am, may viewers na tayo, 72.
Hindi pa sila nag-attendance.
Nag-attendance na po.
Sino yung nadagdag na bago?
Ito ma'am,
Isabihin mo na lang dyan. O, kunin mo na tong attendance mo. No? We are monitoring your attendance po because we will be giving certificate of attendance, no? Yung mga yung time na nandiyan kayo na ma-attend, we see to it naman na kung sino yung bibigyan natin ng certificate of attendance, talagang umattend po talaga, no? Dito sa seminar natin. Anyway, let's go to our lecture proper. Binago namin tong aming slides as compared doon sa una. Kasi yung una, more on regulations, more on theory. No? So, ngayon, we go into the process. No? So, medyo nag-iba na tayo ng slides. Okay. So, for the program of activities, for the day one, for the first day, we have the acknowledgement of participants, and after that, yung first topic natin for discussion is the bookkeeping process. No? Kung may mga question kayo later on, no, para sa house rules natin, we will discuss it after the lecture. No? Kasi nandiyan lang naman kayo sa mga bahay nyo, I can stay even after 5 o'clock. No? I-discuss natin yung inyong mga questions. So our first topic is bookkeeping process, followed by the BRR bookkeeping regulations, which is the revenue regulations VIDAS 1. Ito yung pinaka-mother regulations, no, ng bookkeeping. Because bookkeeping is not just a standard, no? It is regulated. May batas po para sa bookkeeping na dapat nating malaman. No? And then yung hapon natin, yan yung preparation of financial statements na balance sheet and income statement, and also the cash flow and changes in equity. If you try to look at napaka-iksi lang ng bawat topic natin, no? So do not expect na we can discuss it thoroughly. Ang maibigay namin sa inyo is only the overview. Siguro may mga additional knowledge na lang kayo na i-fill in para matunan nyo talaga. Lalo na yung actual. Because ang ginagawa ko kasi usually pag face-to-face, at saka may time, i-prolong mo yung ano, um, seminar, no? Ang ginagawa ko palagi, may application. There is a case study o kaya workshop, no? So in this case, limited yung time natin kasi this is just a 2-day seminar. So, um, ano na lang, expect na overview yung maibigay natin sa inyo. So, once na you have the idea already, fill in yun na lang, dagdagan yun na lang, no? Research na lang kayo, you read accounting books or kaya sa internet, no? Marami din dyan. Okay, so objectives, excuse me Hari, palitan mo na yung aircon. No? Kasi mawalan tayo ng boses dyan. Okay, so objectives, to understand the bookkeeping rules and regulations. Tapos yung tubig na mainit, tugyan mo ako dito. No? So to understand the bookkeeping rules and regulations, to know the different books of accounts, no? Kasi sabi nga natin, the bookkeeping has its own rules and regulations. So why is it na there are so many um, accountants or taxpayers na mayroon naman silang books of accounts, pero bakit kinakabahan pa rin sila? Because hindi sila sure, they are not certain kung may makikita ba o, na mga mali yung examiner during the audit and investigation. Kasi ibig sabihin lang, hindi sigurado, no? So, pero kung you know the rules and you know the regulations ng bookkeeping, then kung ano yung ilalagay nyo dyan, i-record nyo sa libro, sigurado kayo, no? And we will discuss that, especially doon sa bookkeeping regulations. To know how to record in the books of accounts, yung proper recording, no? To prepare financial statement as required attachment to income tax return and to prepare compliance for tax audit. Yung prepare compliance for tax audit, ito yung bukas, no? Because we will be dealing also with the computerized accounting system. Why? Kasi ito na po yung kasama sa new normal natin. Hindi na nga new, no? Kasi matagal nang nire-require ng BIR ang computerized accounting system. 2009 pa. That's why we will discuss it tomorrow. And during the audit, if you are maintaining a computerized books of accounts, ano ba yung mga ibibigay ninyo o kaya isubmit ninyo. No? And then, aralin din natin yung record management. No? Okay. So, itong house rules natin, after ang discussion natin, siguro mga 4:30, umpisa natin yung answering questions. So, yung mga questions ninyo ngayon, naka-monitor naman po si Harry, ilagay nyo lang dyan sa comment portion po ng ating YouTube at sasagutin po natin yan lahat mamayang hapon. No? And I would like to say thank you also sa YouTube because napakalaki pong tulong or opportunity yung binibigay sa atin ng YouTube for having the facility, no? For free. Okay, let's now go to our first topic, which is the bookkeeping process. Process, ibig sabihin, yung step by step, no? Kaya nga, binago ko kasi yung unang introductions natin sa mga module natin about bookkeeping, about the history of bookkeeping. Napalagay ko, hindi naman siya masyadong kailangan. Kaya nga, parang sinundan natin yung mga suggestions ng mga unang participants natin. Ma'am, ganito. Kaya, na-align natin yung ating mga training doon sa mismong needs ng participants kasi nagbibigay sila ng suggestions, no? Kaya Hari, magbigay tayo ng evaluation form, isend natin sa kanila. Gawan mo ng evaluation form based on our topic and then i-send mo sa kanila para ibalik nila dito sa atin. And our aim for the evaluation is not to critic, no? Although part of it is for you to critic us, but the main purpose talaga po ng evaluation is for us to improve. No? Kasi, at saka, it's a communication between the participants and to us who provide the training so that alam namin kung ano talaga yung needs, no, na susundan natin and na-align natin yung ating mga module based on your needs. Kaya ito na nga, yung bookkeeping process, pinalitan natin yung history of bookkeeping. No? Okay, so, uh, accounting for transactions, no? Kasi ano ba yung bookkeeping? Ang bookkeeping is only part ng accounting, no? So, kung ano yung accounting process, nakapaloob doon yung bookkeeping, no? And bookkeeping is the day-to-day recording po ng business transactions. Paano mo i-record? Kaya nga, bookkeeping, the keeping of books, no? So, ano yung kinikip mo ng mga books? At para saan yung mga books? No? So, malalaman natin yan sa VIDAS 1 regulations. Kung ano yung purpose ng keeping of the books of accounts. At ang sabi doon, to ascertain the payment of taxes anytime. No? Kasi yun yung purpose. Kasi bakit ka nagre-record ng business transactions mo? Para alam ng gobyerno magkano yung share niya doon sa income mo at saka yung mga taxes na dapat yung bayaran. No? So accounting for the transactions, ang first is the recording process, no? Analyzing and recording process. Saan po nanggagaling yung i-analyze natin at i-record natin? We have our source documents, we have the account and its analysis, and the types of accounts. Isa-isahin natin yan, i-explain sa inyo. No? Ano yung mga types of accounts na gagamitin ninyo depending on your business, and then what are the accounts and its analysis. Yung mga accounts, ano ba yung laman ng bawat account? Just like cash, just like inventory, ano ba yung laman? And mind you, itong mga accounts na to, they are also regulated. Ha? May mga batas din para dyan, may mga guidelines din para dyan sa mga accounts na yan. No? And also the source documents. For BIR purposes, itong source documents, ito yung mga documentation natin, supporting documents for our expenses, for our income. At paano nakikita yun? Paano piniprepare? No? So, piniprepare yan. Halimbawa, resibo. Resibo, piniprepare mo in every sales transactions. And resibo is also regulated. Why? Because now, only accredited printers can print a receipt. And you cannot just print a receipt. It should have authority to print from the BAR. No? At saka pagka na-imprenta na yan, pati yung format niyan, pati yung papaano mo siya i-issue, meron kang dapat na sundin na step-by-step process. No? Hindi lang basta-basta na gagawa ka lang ng source documents mo, and then i-record mo, that's enough. No? Yun ang tinuturo ng basic na bookkeeping. Pero sa atin kasi, this is a bookkeeping na related to tax compliance. No? Kaya nagtataka din ako, bakit hanggang ngayon, sa tagal na natin ino-offer ito and then recorded naman, nandyan naman sa ano natin, YouTube, no? Which you can just rewind, no? And pwede nyo tingnan. Bakit hanggang ngayon, sabi ko, yung mga offer natin na free bookkeeping, may uma-attend pa rin, no? So, at least, na-align naman din namin because of the suggestions na update natin. No? Because, yung tinuturo natin dito are the rules and the regulations. No? So, let's now go to the second process, which is analyzing and processing the transactions. No? So, paano na-process yung transactions? Pupunta na siya sa general ledger, yun yung pag-post natin doon. And then we observe the double entry accounting. Ano yung double entry? Yun yung bawat account, bawat transactions mo, meron kang account na i-debit at meron kang i-credit. No? And then journalizing and posting. No? And meron tayong mga illustrations dyan. And then, after that, yung next step natin para sa transactions natin, we prepare already the trial balance. No? Kasi itong trial balance, kukunin na natin yung mga ending balance dun sa ledger natin, ipopost natin na ngayon sa trial balance. Kita natin if all the accounts are balance, no? Yung total ng debit and credit, no? Yun yung first na parang try natin na itong ginawa natin are tama, no? Tama in terms of total. But as to the terms of entries, hindi natin masabi because it might be na may mga correction dyan later on or may error as to the posting sa account. No? But as far as the debit and credit is concerned, malalaman natin yan kung yung balance ng debit and credit sa trial balance natin is equal. And then we have the search for and correction of errors. Yun na yung i-correct na natin yung trial balance and then we adjust the trial balance. And then the trial balance used, dito na manggagaling yung ating financial statement, yung mandatory that we are going to prepare for tax purposes natin, which is the balance sheet, the income statement, the statement of cash flows, at saka yung statement of changes in equity. No? So may mga samples tayo dyan. Yung mga preparation ng financial statements, mamayang hapon po natin i-discuss. Kasi bukas, we will be talking about the computerized accounting system. No? So bukas naman, in the morning, yung first session natin is we will be talking about the theory on computerized accounting system. And then followed by the video on how to use this accounting system, no, iba't ibang softwares. And then in the afternoon, yung how to apply for a permit on computerized accounting system. And then yung mga documents that you are going to submit to the BIR upon tax audit. And then we will also tackle the record management, how you manage your records, especially na electronic na ngayon, no? We cannot do away with electronic kasi dito na tayo nabubuhay. Yan na yung bago natin na mundo, no? Sa halos online na lahat, electronic na lahat. And we are mandated to update our skills. Why? Kasi we cannot align with what is the requirement of the new life that we have, no? Maiiwan tayo pag hindi tayo ng computer, no? Tsaka tayo rin ang mahirapan. Okay, so let's now go to analyzing and recording process. So the accounting process, tama lang yung sound natin, Hari?
Tama lang.
Okay, so the accounting process identifies business transactions and events, analyzes and records their effects, and summarizes and presents information in reports and financial statements. Dito sa reports and financial statements, we have there the format, no? Yung format na yan, saan yan nanggagaling? Sa International Accounting Standards na inadapt naman ng Philippine Accounting Standards. Yung mga standards natin in accounting, gagaling yan sa International Accounting Standards, ina-adapt natin, no? So the reports and statements are used for making investing, lending, and other business decisions depending on the need of the user, no? Kasi pwedeng bangko ang nangangailan because when you apply a loan in the bank, yung una-unang i-require sa inyo is the financial statements. Why? Because it will tell them kung paano na ba yung business nyo. May laman ba yan? May asset ba kayo? Kaya nyo bang magbayad? Solvent ba kayo? No? So makikita lahat yan doon sa financial statement, especially in your balance sheet. At sa income naman, kumikita ba yung company? No? Kasi baka mamaya marami siyang assets, marami siyang cash. Pero when it comes to operation, lugi naman. No? So, yan yung mga needs ng users na sinusupply nitong financial statements. Okay, what are the steps in the processing transactions? No, analyze its transactions and event from source document. Tapos, record relevant transactions and events in a journal. And then post journal information to ledger accounts. And then prepare and analyze the trial balance. So, yun yung apat na yan, no? If you try to look at it, napakasimple lang. Pero pala, pag ginawa mo na, mahirap din, no? So, in the first step, analyze its transaction and event from source document. So, how will you analyze the transactions? Ano bang klaseng transaction yan? Of course, manggagaling yan from your source document, no? At usually, if you are in business, no, we're talking of business kasi para sa mga tao na may business, mandatory talaga na magkaroon ng bookkeeping, no? So, if you are in business, as a business entity, meron ka mga transactions. Ano yung mga transactions na yan? That can be commercial or financial transactions. Bakit? Kasi doon nabubuhay ang business. Yun ang activity ng business, no? Doing transactions in order to earn profit from those transactions. No? So, ano naman ang require sa kanya ng gobyerno? To properly substantiate these transactions by means of source documents, no? And for the source documents that we have, especially, halimbawa, sale. For sale of goods, sabi ng Republic Act 9337, you have to issue sales invoice. And for sale of services, you have to issue official receipts. So wala na yung noon. Yung iba nakikitalo pa, no, na when you deliver the goods, sales invoice. When you collect the payment, issue official receipts. Yun pa yung dati na ah, sistema at ginagawa ng mga taxpayer, and those are allowable dati. Pero ngayon hindi na po 'yan, no? Yung sabi ko nga sa inyo, 2005 Republic Act 9337 binawal na po 'yan. Why is it, or ano po yung reason bakit binawal na yung ganyang sistema? Because of the adoption natin ng value added tax system of taxation that requires presentation of documents or uh, invoices at saka receipts, no, when you claim your input tax. So ano nangyayari? Apektado yung VAT, and sometimes apektado din yung income. Why? Kasi just imagine that yung isang customer, nag-purchase siya on account, o inutang niya yung kanyang um, sulat natin na, although tagal tayo ng konti, baka hindi tayo natin abutin yung ibang mga coverage ng topics natin, no? So, halimbawa na lang yung isang transaction, which is the sale of goods on account, no? So, ano mangyayari doon sa purchaser? Pag deliver sa kanya ng goods, nag-issue ng sales invoice at saka delivery receipt, no? Halimbawa, 90 days ang term. Pagdating ng 90 days, mag-i-issue na naman ngayon sa old system, mag-i-issue na naman ng official receipt itong collection, itong seller. So, ilang resibo na yung nandun sa kanya? Tatlo na. Yung delivery receipt, yung sales invoice, at saka yung official receipt. No, yung delivery receipt is not a valid claim for input. Ang sales invoice is a valid claim of input. So, nung nagbenta na yung seller, nag-purchase na yung purchaser, record na niya doon na purchases niya yung sales invoice. Pagdating naman ng payment, after 90 days, meron na naman siya yung official receipt, the same amount, kinlaim na naman niya ulit yung input doon. So, yun yung nangyayari na gustong i-correct ng BIR. No? Bakit? So, bawal na sa isang transaction that you issue sales invoice and also dalhin mo na sa iyo. You issue sales invoice and also official receipt. Why? Because of the purpose na nado-double claim po yung input tax, no? So hindi po 'yan na basta-basta na lang ginawa na binawal because there is a reason kung bakit, no? At yun nga po, nado-double claim yung input tax. Akin na. Hello? Yes po, good morning po. Dalhin mo na dyan. Sige. Okay. So, sorry po . confirmation ng bangko, no? Nag-withdraw tayo. Okay. So next is we have this source document. So what are the example of source documents that we have? Yung pinaka-importante sa lahat ng source documents. Ngayon, the sales invoice and the official receipts. No? Especially kung mga expenses yan, especially kung sales yan. So, yun talaga ang pinaka-importante. Although, in some cases, yung other expenses, just like salary, anong source document mo doon? Payroll. No? Source documents identify and describe transaction and events entering the accounting process. No? So, kung ano-ano yung mga transaction na yan na dapat mo ipasok, meron ka source document na titingnan. They are the sources of accounting information and can be in either hard copy or electronic form. Pag sinabi nating hard copy, ito yung papel, no? Mismo. Pag sinasabi naman natin na electronic form, yan yung nasa system na lang ng accounting system, no? Makikita mo siya, maboview mo siya on the electronic ledger, on the electronic journal, at kung gusto mo ng hard copy, ipiprint mo. But for purposes of keeping, pwede na yun nasa electronic format. No? Examples are the sales tickets, checks, purchase orders, bills from suppliers, employee earnings records, bank statements. These are the example. No? And yung pinaka-importante, the receipts. No? Kasi yun talaga yung proof ng transactions. Okay, so let's now go to the account and its analysis. The account is a record of increases and decreases in a specific asset, liability, equity, revenue, or expense item. So information from an account is analyzed, summarized, and presented in reports and financial statements. So pag nag-uumpisa pa lang kayo ng business nyo, itong account, mamili na kayo. Kaya nga, ini-install ka agad yan ng accountant ninyo, yung inyong chart of accounts. Why? Because yung chart of accounts nyo, yan na yung gagamitin nyo throughout the recording process. No? Yun yung babaguhin yun because may requirement tayo sa accounting na you should be consistent. No? Kaya nga, accounting. Bakit? May account, no? Accounting is from the word account, no? So, anong ginagawa mo sa accounts, no? Yung process is accounting, pero ano yung ina-account mo, no? Yung account mismo. At ano yung account na yan? Yan yung record mo, no? Kasi yung classification ng or klase ng account na doon mo i-record yung business transactions. No? So, general ledger or simple ledger is a record containing all accounts used by company. Akin na nga yung ledger at saka journal, Hari. So, pakiabot mo. Yun, no? Akin na. Shit. Okay. So, ito po yung ledger natin na sinasabi. Ano sabi dyan? Record containing all accounts. No? So, ito yung ledger natin. So, sabi niya, ito yung record containing all accounts. Kaya, meron siya dito na A, B, C. Dito mo ilagay kung anong klaseng mga accounts yung ginagamit mo. No? Kasi sabi nga natin, depende sa klase ng business mo, diyan nakasalalay yung classification ng accounts na gagamitin mo. Kasi kung service business ka, kung merchandising business ka, restaurant business, transportation, no? So, depende yan. Dito mo yan ilalagay, no? So, kagaya nito, yung A, accounts receivable, accounts payable, yung C, nandyan yung cash, kasi maliit lang yung company, kaya konti lang yung kanyang mga accounts. So, may yung inventory, no? So, depende. Kung malaki yung business, marami din siyang account, no? So, this is the ledger. No? So, anong function ng ledger? Contains all the accounts used by the company. No? So, pwede rin ang ledger is electronic form kung computerized kayo. But hindi kayo pwedeng basta na lang gumamit ng electronic books of accounts. Kailangan may permit yan sa BIR, no? And it should conform with the format na required ng BIR. No? So, okay. So, in posting in the account and also sa ledger, napaka-importante na alam natin yung accounting equation which is the assets equals liability plus equity. No? Kasi yun yung mga accounts, dyan iikot yung mga accounts na i-classify natin. No? Ano ba yung mga accounts na nasa assets? Ano ba yung accounts na sa liability at saka sa equity. Why? Kasi dyan na yung pag-record natin using the double entry, yung debit-credit. So magkaiba yan sila. Pagdating mo sa debit, iba yung effect sa assets ng debit, iba din yung effect ng debit sa liability at equity. No? So, very important that you know the uh, accounting equation. Assets equals liability plus equity. No? So, for the asset accounts, yun yung pinakauna na sabi natin, assets equals liability and equity. Yung mga accounts na yan, saan yan nakikita? Sa balance sheet. No? Kasi ito yung mga balance sheet, ito yung mga assets pa o property pa ng business na yun yung gustong-gustong makita din ng mga bangko. Why? Because it shows ano ba yung mga properties ng company, assets, no? But that assets, hindi yan puro assets lang, especially if you have liabilities. So, makita din yan sa balance sheet, no? So, for the assets are resources owned or controlled by the company. So, ang assets, ito yung pag-aari ng company, no? Na may expected future benefits. Pakikinabangan mo pa hanggang sa future kasi assets mo pa yan. Halimbawa, cash, may cash ka na 1 million. No? Until na ubusin mo yan, gastusin mo yung cash, assets mo pa siya, nandyan pa yan sa balance sheet mo. No? Okay. Cash account reflects a company's cash balance. Sa lahat ng account sa balance sheet natin, ang pinakamagalaw lahat is cash. That's why, pagka under audit na kayo ng examiner, nagkakaroon sila ng cash analysis. Why? Because pag hindi mo na-account yung cash mo, there are instances na may meron kang unaccounted cash. These unaccounted cash are treated as other income, no? Or unreported income. Kaya napaka importante na alam nyo yung cash. Kayo mismo nagka-cash analysis na kayo. At saka meron pa kayong cash flow, no, na mandatory. Okay. So ano yung composition ng cash natin? It includes money, coins, checks, money orders, checking account balances. No? At saka yung cash is the most liquid. Ibig sabihin, magagamit mo siya kaagad. No? Hindi kagaya ng assets na i-convert mo pa siya into cash para magagamit mo. Pero yung cash, talagang pambayad mo na whatever kind of obligations you have. No? So, an example pa rin po ng asset is the accounts receivable. Ano yung accounts receivable? Ito yung mga, halimbawa, nagbenta tayo, nag-sale tayo, tapos on credit, binenta na natin pero hindi pa binayaran. Ibig sabihin, receivable. Sa atin talaga yun, pero hindi pa natin natanggap. No? So, those are also part of assets. Okay. Note receivable. So, note receivable can be promissory note. No, it is a written promise of another entity to pay a definite sum of money or in short, utang. No? pautang, no? So dito sa note receivable, pautang. Merong notes, merong kang pinapirmahan doon sa umutang sa iyo, so receivable mo pa siya, asset mo pa, no? Kasi babayaran 'yan in the future. So habang hindi pa siya binabayaran, receivable mo pa siya hanggang sa pag halimbawa nabayaran na, yung receivable mo will be converted now into cash. Dadagdag mo siya doon sa cash. Bakit? Kasi yung receivable mo bayad na eh. At ano ba yung payment ng ah, receivable? Cash, no? So, kung babayaran na, ilipat mo na lang yung asset mo from the notes receivable, mapunta na siya sa cash. Pero, asset pa rin, no? Prepaid accounts. These prepaid accounts are assets that represent prepayment of future expenses. Bakit asset? Kasi sabi natin sa assets, future yung benefits. Ibig sabihin ng future, to come, no? Hindi pa siya natin ginamit. That's why assets pa siya. Magiging expense na lang siya pag ginamit na, no? So ano yung mga examples ng prepaid account? Ito yung insurance. Why? Because pag nagbayad ka ng insurance, that is good for 1 year. Babayaran mo halimbawa January. That is good for January to December. So, ang tawag sa kanya is prepaid insurance because hindi mo pa siya ginagamit, binayaran mo na, no? So prepaid insurance, hindi mo siya in that case. Hari, tingnan mo doon sa labas. Okay. Si okay. Sige. Yung participant natin na face to face wala pa ha. Sige po. Tuloy lang po tayo. So, when the expenses are later incurred, the amounts in prepaid accounts are transferred to expense accounts. So, kung yung expenses natin na incur na, halimbawa, yung prepaid natin nabawasan na, ilipat natin yun sa expense, no? So, paano natin siya ilipat sa expense? Ibawas natin doon sa prepaid na account. Bakit natin siya ilipat sa expense? Kasi ginamit na natin, no? At ang tama talaga na ilipat mo siya sa expense because ginamit na at meron tayong requirement sa accounting natin which is the what we call as the matching principle. Excuse me, Hari. Nagpapatugtog ng radyo doon sa... Sino yan? Excuse lang po ha, may maingay kasi. Diyan siguro, kay Jacob. I-mute mo na lang kasi naririnig. Sige, go po tayo ha. Pasensya na kayo, may mga obstructions. No? Mas lalong marami yung obstructions kung may mga face-to-face eh. No? Kaya I prefer sana kung online na lang lahat. Kasi kawawa yung nasa malayo na participants, makukulit yung nasa face-to-face. No? Kaya ayoko yung combine yung online at face-to-face. So prepaid account expire with the passage of time. No? Kagaya halimbawa ng prepaid rent. No? So nagbayad ka ng rent, good for 1 year. So every month, yung rent mo that pertains to that month ay mag-i-expire siya kasi i-apply mo, no? As a expense. Okay. So, ano pa? Yung mga prepaid expenses, yung mga prepaid services, no? Okay. Supplies, no? Ito other kind of assets din ito, asset account. Pero ano tong supplies na to? They are assets until they are used, no? So, yung supplies, pwede siyang office supplies, pwede din siyang store supplies pagka ginagamit mo naman sa store or sa business. So, ano yung mga example ng mga office supplies natin? Ito yung mga bond paper natin, mga ballpen, pencil, mga clips, no? Yun ang mga ginagamit talaga, parang consumable sa opisina, no? Sa store naman, ito yung mga plastic, no, mga wrapper, packaging natin, scotch tape, no? Ah, na nauubos 'yan kasi ginagamit natin na kasama doon sa pag nagbenta ka ng goods, no? So, cleaning materials, no, kasama pa din yan. Mga boxes, cartons, kasi linalagyan ng paninda. So, kasama po yan sa store supplies. No? Okay. Ito yung mga store supplies, pag hindi pa siya gamit, ay asset pa siya. Kasi papakinabangan mo pa. Pero kung in-expense mo na, tanggalin mo na siya doon sa assets, ilipat mo na siya sa expense, no? And sa paglipat po ng asset mo to expense, we also adhere to the matching principle, no? Recognition and matching principle. Ano yung recognition? I-recognize mo na yung asset at i-recognize mo na siya na expense kung na-expense mo na. And then ano pa yung matching? Ito yung tinatawag natin na matching principle. Ima-match mo yung income na na-earned doon sa expense mo na ginastos mo naman to earn that income. No? Kasi hindi pwedeng mismatch. Kaya if you try to look at sa mga tax audit or investigations, one of the findings are mismatching, no? Kaya kasi meron tayong tinatawag na matching principle. At pag nag-mismatch yung expenses mo against the revenue that it earned, pwede niya i-disallow ng examiner, no? Okay. Equipment. Equipment is also an asset. And there are businesses na asset intensive. Napakarami ng equipment na kailangan nila in order to operate their business. No? So, when equipment is used and gets worn down, its cost is gradually reported. Ano pa ang unique dito sa equipment? Because in this kind of asset, the government allows depreciation. Ano yun? Yung amount to cover for the wear and tear ng equipment. Halimbawa na lang, meron kang sasakyan na ginagamit mo sa business. Itong sasakyan na to is good for 5 years. Kailangan maghanap ka na ulit ng bago kasi iba na yung kanyang performance. So anong benefits na binibigay sa atin? I-depreciate mo siya for 5 years. Ibig sabihin, yung amount na pinagbilhan mo dun sa equipment, pwede mo siya i-claim na expenses for 5 years, no? In the form of depreciation. Ganon din sa mga leasehold improvement natin. Halimbawa, nag-rent tayo ng building for our business for 3 years, and then pinagawa natin, halimbawa 100,000. Usually, ang leasehold naman, i-amortize mo siya. Ang tawag doon, amortization. I-amortize mo siya according to the number of years under lease, no? So, halimbawa, yung lease contract mo is 3 years. So, yung leasehold improvement mo, yung mga pinagawa mo sa inuupahan mo na building, i-amortize mo naman siya, i-claim mo siya as an expense for 3 years, no? So, halimbawa, 100,000 yan, divided by 3 years, at yun yung yearly na magiging expense mo. No? May mga computation po yan lahat. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, lahat ng accounts sa income statement, sa balance sheet, may mga guidance yan. Hindi basta-basta ilagay mo lang yan dyan. No? You have to follow the standards and the guidance. No? Regulated yung mga yan. Especially pagdating na sa expenses na mahigpit. Lahat yan dapat supported, no? By a document. Okay. So, store equipment account includes cost of assets used in store, counters, showcases, ladders, hex, and cash registers. No? Ito yung mga kasama sa store equipment. Building, no? Such as stores, offices, warehouses, factories, assets din sila. Bakit? Kasi hindi sila nauubos, no? Nagpo-provide sila ng benefits, nagagamit sila ng business. Okay. So, paano sila ni-record? The costs are recorded in building. Bakit cost? Hindi tayo allow to depreciate the building based on fair value. Ano lang, based on cost. Ano yung cost? Magkano natin binili yung building? Magkano yung gastos natin sa building? The cost of land owned by business, pasensya na po kayo, nandito tayo sa EDSA, napakaingay. No? Naka-capture ng ating mic. Okay. The cost of land owned by business is recorded in a land account. No? So, nasa land. May depreciation ba yung land? Wala. Hindi ka allowed. Why? Kasi ang land hindi nagde-depreciate. Anong nangyayari sa land nag-a-appreciate pa? That's why a good investor, kung talaga nag-iisip kayo ng good investment, ang karamihan dyan na investor, saan siya ini-invest? Sa land. Why? Kasi ang land hindi na uubos, hindi na nanakaw, hindi na, kahit nakawin mo yung title, no? May nakaw but it's a very sophisticated na nanakaw. Kasi hindi siya basta-basta na nanakaw because it is a registrable property and the owner is also protected by law. No? So, the cost of the land owned by the business is recorded in a land account. The cost of buildings located on the land is separately recorded in one or more building accounts. No? Yun yung assets, no? So, tingnan natin yung balance sheet natin, di ba? Assets equals liabilities plus equity. Now, let's go to the liability accounts. Ano naman itong mga liability accounts? Liabilities are claims by creditors against assets, which means they are obligations to transfer assets or provide products or services to other entities. No? So, ito yung mga liabilities. Ano to? Utang. So, ano sila? Kabawasan sila dun sa asset natin. No? Bakit? Kasi ito lang yung assets natin, 1 million. Halimbawa, yung utang natin is 2 million. Ubos pala yung assets natin, hindi sa atin yun because it will answer in the payment of our liability. So, anong mukha mo? Zero. Pero kung halimbawa, yung assets mo is 1 million, wala ka liability. So, anong mukha mo? 1 million ka talaga. No? Yung worth mo. So, creditors are individuals and organizations that own the right to receive payments from a company. No? So, sino itong mga creditors? Sila yung may claim against the company or against the business. No? So, halimbawa, may pautang siya sa business na 1 million. No? So, ano yun? Kahit nasabihin mo na may assets yung company, itong creditor na to, may rights siya doon sa assets to apply it for the payment of pautang niya doon sa business. No? Kasi pagka yung mga nagpapautang, may mga collateral yan. No? May para assurance na talagang babayaran sila. May mga covenant, may mga agreements. Kasi ang creditors, hindi yan basta-basta magpautang lang na parang binigay mo lang yung pera. There are collaterals, there are securities, no? Para ma-assure mo na talagang babayaran ka. And usually, in the form of assets. Okay, so, halimbawa, yung isang company, meron tayong tinatawag na corporation code, no? May batas din tayo sa corporation. Halimbawa, nag-dissolve yung corporation. Sino yung unang babayaran? The creditors, no? Halimbawa naman, ang isang individual, di siya corporations, pero marami siyang utang. Pagka na-dissolve siya, stop na siya halimbawa ng business niya, sino yung una niyang bayaran? The creditors. Kasi meron po siyang lien over may right sila, no? Doon sa mga assets ng company na dapat silang bayaran. And those are obligations, no? And they are protected by law. No? Especially sa civil law natin, we have the law on obligations and contract. So, any remaining money, the residual, goes to the owners of the company. No? So creditors often use a balance sheet to help decide whether to loan money to a company. Yun na nga yung sabi ko, ano ba yung laman ng balance sheet? Doon sa balance sheet, binalance mo yung assets mo, yung ari-arian mo, at saka yung liability mo, at saka yung equity mo sa company. So yun yung hahanapin ng creditors. Okay. A loan is less risky if the borrower's liabilities are small in comparison to assets because there are more resources than claims on resources. The more common liability accounts are described here. Ano ba yung mga example ng liability account? Kanina, we discussed about the asset accounts. Yun yung cash, mga accounts receivable, equipment. This time, ano naman itong mga liabilities. No? So the liabilities are accounts payable. Ito yung oral or implied promises to pay later. Kasama dito minsan yung trade payables. Ano yung trade payables? Ito yung nangutang ka ng merchandise kasi ibebenta mo. No? So it's commonly arise from purchases of merchandise. Payables can also arise from purchases of supplies, equipment, and services. No? So, ano naman tong note payable? Aside from the accounts payable, we also have a notes payable. Ito naman yung counterpart kanina doon sa accounts receivable at saka notes receivable, no? Yung kanina, tayo yung nagpautang, ngayon tayo yung may utang. A note payable refers to formal promise, usually denoted by the signing of a promissory note to pay a future amount. No? So it is recorded in either a short-term note payable account or a long-term note payable account. Okay. So another na nasa liability is unearned revenue. Ano tong unearned revenue? Liability that is settled in the future when a company delivers its products or services. Halimbawa, itong unearned revenue, ito yung advance payment. No? Halimbawa, meron kang services. Halimbawa, kagaya ko, nagko-consultancy services ako. And usually, ang dami nga ngayon nang hihingi ng proposal on, ano yun, Hari? Transfer pricing documentation natin. Ang dami na natin pinadala, ang dami nang hihingi. No? O halimbawa na yung engagement proposal na yan, na-approve na. So, here we comes. Ano yung term? 50% down and then 50% delivery. So, no, the moment na binayaran ka ng 50% dun sa service engagement proposal mo na yon, ang tawag doon, unearned revenue pa. Why unearned revenue? Because, hindi mo pa siya na-earn dahil gagawin mo pa lang. No? So, advance payment yon, ang treatment doon, utang mo pa. Bakit utang mo? Because you have to satisfy it in the future. No? Hindi pa tapos. But the moment na tapos na yung transfer pricing analysis na ginawa mo, so earned na siya, ilipat mo na siya ngayon doon sa income, hindi na sa liabilities. No? Yun yung nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag natin na adjusting entries. Okay. Examples. Lika, sandali. Nangangati ako dito, kumuha ka ng basahan. Ito, magpunas ka. Okay. Examples of unearned revenue include magazine subscriptions collected in advance by publisher. Kasi yung mag-subscribe ka sa mga magazine, although because of the internet, nawalan ng business yung mga magazines, no? So, anong mangyayari? Magbayad ka ng, ang hilig-hilig kong mag-subscribe sa mga magazine noon, lalo na yung Reader's Digest, for how many years? Talagang continuous yan. But with the advent of the internet, na halos lahat ng information that you want, isang search mo lang, nandyan na. Halos itong mga print media, wala na, no? So, anong ginagawa nila? Lumilipat na rin sila sa e-books or sa internet. No? Ay, Ram, sandali. Lahat yan, lahat. Okay. So, anong tawag doon sa subscription na hindi pa tapos, no? Kaumpisa pa lang. Unearned, no? And then, when the products and services are later delivered, the earned portion of the unearned revenue is transferred to revenue accounts such as subscription fees, store sales, and ticket sales. Pag na-earn na natin, so ilipat na, no? Kasi, okay pa yung sound natin, Hari? Bagong battery na to.
Apo.
Ayaw na gumalaw tong ano, yung mouse. Ano yun mo nga, ayaw na lumabas yung mouse. Hmm. Ano to? Bakit na? Hindi naman yan. Ito, oh. Ayun. Sige. Okay. So let's now go to accrued liabilities, no? So accrued liabilities are amounts owed that are not yet paid. Examples are wages payable, taxes payable, and interest payable. So these are often recorded in separate liability accounts by the same title. So if they are not large in amount, one or more ledger accounts can be added and reported as a single amount on the balance sheet. So pwede din kasi na i-cluster mo or i-lump mo yung ibang klaseng account sa isang accounts lang. No? So these are what we called as accrued liabilities. No? Ito yung mga utang pero hindi pa nabayaran. Kaya nga accrued pa. Halimbawa, expenses, accrued expenses na dapat in-expense mo na pero payable pa, hindi pa nababayaran. Utang pa. No? So, equity accounts, ano itong tinatawag natin na equity accounts? The owner's claim on a corporation's asset is called equity. No? So, ano itong equity? Pwede din siyang tawag na stockholders' equity or shareholders' equity kung corporation. No? Equity or capital. Ito yun. No? So, equity is the owner's residual interest in the assets of a business after deducting liabilities. So, ano yung tinatawag natin na equity? Ito yung assets less liabilities. No? So, the four subcategories of equity, ito yung mga account na nasa equity. Ito yung common stock, dividends, revenue, and expenses. Makikita nyo yan sa financial statements. Actually, itong pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, lahat ng mga accounts na to, makikita nyo to sa financial statements, no? Sa balance sheet, yung mga assets, liabilities na sa balance sheet, yung mga income at saka yung expenses na sa income statement. Yung cash flow at saka stockholders equity, yun naman yung movement ng cash, saan ba yung galing ang cash, saan ginamit. At saka yung equity naman, ito yung mga account na nasa equity. So, diyan mo makita yung common stock, kung may preferred stocks, and then the dividend na binayad, kung halimbawa may retained earnings, regulated din yan, no? Kasi nandiyan yung tinatawag natin na improperly accumulated earnings tax. Pagka halimbawa, malaki na yung income mo, hindi ka nag-declare ng dividend. So, meron yan tayong batas dyan sa pag-declare ng dividend. No? So, common stocks, it's just one kind of stock. No? Meron mga preferred stocks, iba-ibang klaseng stocks yan. And then yung dividend, yung pagbabayad ng earnings to the investors galing sa income ng company, and then the revenues and expenses, no? Nandiyan yan sa equity. Bakit ang revenue at saka expenses accounts that affect the equity? Kasi pag sinabi mo na revenues and expenses, ito yung income less expenses. Ang matira doon, yan na yung papasok sa written earnings, and yung written earnings na yan, yan ang magiging source ng pagbabayad natin ng dividendo. No? Okay. So, expanding the accounting equation. We have the asset accounts equals the liability account, no? So, yung asset natin sa balance sheet, ah, ang total ng assets dapat pareho sa total ng liability plus equity, no? Dito sa equity accounts, ano naman yung laman ng equity accounts? The common stocks minus dividend plus revenue minus expenses, no? So, yan na yung makikita nyo na sabi dito, expanding the accounting equation. Kasi, pagdating na sa equity, ito na yung common stocks, nandiyan na yung dividend, nandiyan na yung revenues minus expenses. Word of caution also, itong dividend, hindi po ito kasama sa expense. Kasi ang expense dito, andyan, revenues at saka expenses, definitely hindi kasama yan dyan yung dividend. Why? Kasi yung dividend, ibabayad lang yan ng company after deducting now the income tax. So, ang dividend hindi siya kasama sa operating expenses na i-charge mo sa operation. Hindi siya. Saan siya sinacharge? Doon sa kita na. No? Kasi walang pakialam ang dividend sa taxable income. Okay. So when the owner invests in the company in exchange for common stock, the invested amount is recorded in an account titled common stock. No? So, depende kung anong klaseng stock siya na invest. No? Okay, so dividend account is used in recording assets distribution to stockholders. No? Kasi bayad nila para sa kita ng kanilang investment sa company. And mind you, dividend is also regulated. Especially pag sinabi mong dividend, ano yan? Distribution yan doon sa investor, no? At saka may board resolution yan, may mga format yan na requirement, at saka regulated yan ng corporation code. May mga batas dyan, no? So, hindi lang basta-basta na, gusto kong magbigay ng dividend, okay na yan. No, may batas pa na dapat sundin. Excuse me. And then we have the revenues and expenses, no? These are the two categories ng equity. Pero, saan yan siya nakikita? Sa income statement. No? So, ano yung mga example ng revenue na ma-earn natin? These are the sales, the commissions, yung mga professional fees natin, yung sa services natin, no, na bayad sa services natin, these are fees. Rent earned, yung nagpapa-list tayo ng property, and then the interest revenue, yung nagpapa-interest tayo sa financial, no? So revenues increase equity and result from products and service provided to customers. Bakit yung revenue nag-increase ng equity? Kasi nadadagdag siya doon sa equity ng may-ari, no? Pupunta siya doon sa equity, but of course, yung revenue na yan, meron pa tayong tawag na matching principle, ibawas mo pa doon yung mga gastos mo to earn that revenue. No? So, example of expense accounts, advertising, store supplies expense, office salaries expense, office supplies expense, rent expense, utilities expense, insurance expense, marami pa yan. No? Meron pa. Sa paggawa ninyo ng expense, wag ninyong kalimutan yung taxes and licenses. Why? You have to claim them as an expense. Bakit? Because ang ibig sabihin lang yan, legal yung business nyo. Bakit? Kasi nagbabayad kayo ng taxes and licenses. Why? Kasi pag hindi kayo nagbabayad ng taxes and licenses, dito sa account nyo pa lang, kitang-kita na wala kayong taxes and licenses, then i-assess kayo kaagad. No? Meron naman, iba, hindi mo inilagay dyan sa classification ng account mo, walang taxes and licenses. Kaya, ito na lang sa mga bago na accounting students at saka sa mga bookkeepers natin, wag na wag kalimutan yung account na taxes and licenses. Okay. So expenses decrease the equity and result from assets and services used in company's operations. And then let's now go to ledger and chart of accounts, no? Kasi we are ano na ating time. Okay. But these are very important kasi ito yung ito yung foundation talaga ng bookkeeping natin, no? So the ledger and the chart of accounts. Ano yung ledger? Ito na yung pinakita ko sa inyo na ledger, no? Be sure na ito yung ledger ninyo. Andito yung mga chart of accounts nyo. Nakalagay na dito, no? Depende sa kind of business na meron kayo. Okay. So, meron tayong chart of accounts. Ano yung sample natin ng mga chart of accounts? Meron tayong inassign na code or number, no? So, 101 to 199, ito yung asset accounts natin, no? 201 to 999, ito naman yung liability accounts. 301 to 399, this is our equity accounts. 401 to 499, the revenue accounts, and then 501 to 699, ito yung expense accounts, no? So, maximum lang po yan yung binigay sa atin. But, halimbawa, expense accounts, pwedeng 5 lang yan, 10 lang yan. For the revenue accounts, pwedeng 2 account lang yan. No? For the equity accounts, yun yung sample kanina sa atin, 4 lang. For the liability accounts, pwedeng 3 lang yan, 4. No? Ang asset accounts, yun ang marami. No? Okay. So, ito yung example ng chart of accounts ng services. No? So, halimbawa, account name mo is cash. Ano yung account number niya? 101. No? So, accounts receivable, no, sabi natin kanina, accounts receivable is also an asset. 106. Supplies hindi to expense. Supplies pa to na inventory pa. No, hindi pa gamit. Kaya nasa asset pa siya. So, supplies is account number 126. Prepaid insurance 128. Remember na yung ano natin is 1, no? 167 equipment. And then accounts payable na to. 201 unearned consulting revenue 236, no? So yun yung example. And then we have the common stock 307, dividends 319, consulting revenue 403, rental revenue 406. And then salaries expense 622, insurance expense, mga expenses na kaya yung number niya, account number niya nasa series na ng 6, no? 622, 637, 640, 652, 690. Yan yung mga expense naman. So these are the chart of accounts na sample po. Posibleng marami pa dyan ang actual. No? These are just samples. So, let's now go to the debits and credits kasi na-identify na natin yung account. Paano na tayo mag-record? No? So, the T account or yung ledger, no? Bakit tinawag siya na T account? Kasi, kung mapapansin ninyo, bakit T account siya? Kasi dito ka maglalagay sa gitna ng pangalan ng account. Tapos meron siyang hati dito sa gitna na meron siyang sa kabila debit, sa kabila credit, no? Kaya ang tawag sa kanya T account. Yan yung ledger account, no? So nakalagay sa gitna yung account title, and then dito sa left side at saka sa right side, iyan yung debit and credit, no? Ito yung example natin. Example natin is our account is cash, and then meron tayong debit dito, and then may credit dito. Para malaman natin yung ending balance ng cash natin, yung debit, ibawas mo yung credit, yan yung magiging ending balance mo. So, in every debit, there is a corresponding credit. Kaya nga ang account natin, ang debit at saka credit sa trial balance equal kasi bawat debit mo may credit. Okay. So, left side, the account is debit side, no? Na-explain ko na sa inyo. And then, we have the double entry accounting, no? So, ano yung double entry accounting? Yan naman yung gagamitin natin pagdating sa journal, no? Double entry accounting. Yung dalawang accounts na yan, sa iisang transaction, yung dalawang account, lagyan mo siya ng record, no? May debit ka at saka may credit. Okay. So, dapat equal yan, ha? Total amount equal the credit amount. Okay. So, the system for recording debits and credits follows from usual accounting equation. No? Ano yung usual accounting equation natin? Assets equals liabilities plus equity. So, debit for increases and then credit for decreases. Okay. Yan ang assets. Yung liabilities naman, opposite. Magdi-debit ka pag nag-decrease ka, credit ka naman pag nag-increase. Pareho sila ng equity. Pero yung assets, debit ka, pag nag-increase, credit ka naman pag nag-decrease. No? So, yung assets is opposite sa liabilities and equity pagdating na sa debit credit. Okay. Debit and credit effects for component accounts. So, ito yun na yung example. So, asset, ang normal balance niya talaga is debit. Ang liabilities naman, ang normal balance niya is credit. No? Bakit normal? Kasi pagka ang balance niya sa kabila, deficit na yun. No? Hindi siya normal, hindi siya favorable. Okay. So, equity naman, yung common stock, debit sa decrease, credit sa increase. Yung normal balance niya is credit. Pagdating naman sa dividend, ang normal balance niya is debit. So, increase siya ng debit and then credit mo naman is decrease siya. Mababawasan siya. So, sa revenue, ang normal balance niya is credit. No? So, nababawasan naman siya pag nag-debit ka. Sa expenses, opposite naman siya ng revenue. Yung increase niya is debit, which is the normal balance, and then yung credit niya or yung bawas niya is credit naman, mababawasan siya. Okay. So, computing the balance for T account. So, ito na yung laman ng pinakita ko sa inyo na ledger. No? Ito na yung sample niya. So, yung makikita ninyo sa slides, yun na yun lang yung nireproduce from the ledger. No? So, nasa gitna yung account na cash, and then sa left side, nandoon lahat yung mga, kasi sabi natin, normal balance ng asset is debit. So, lahat ng debit na yan yung mag-i-increase yung cash. Lahat naman ng credit, nandito yung mga expenses, saka yung mga payables. So, ito, magbabawas naman dun sa cash pagka nag-post ka dito. Bawas yan sa cash. No? So, ano yung balance dito sa cash? Pag itong debit balance, binawas mo yung credit balance, yung total ng cash is 4,800. No? Okay. So, journalizing and posting transactions. No? So, very important po yung journalizing at saka yung posting. Why? Because if you are under tax investigation at merong under audit ka na, may makita ngayon yung examiner na material na mga amount no, na hindi niya ma-explain. The examiner will always go back to your books of accounts and to your journal entries. Bakit? Sa journal entries, nandun yung explanation. Kaya wag na wag kayong mag-post sa libro nyo niya, hindi nyo alam yung explanations. Why? Because during the audit, ang possibility, ma-disallow pa. No? So, journal gives complete record of its transaction in one place. May ano pa nga siya eh, very specific ang journal entries at saka mayroon pa siyang explanation. No? So, it shows debit and credits for its transaction. No? So, the process of recording transactions in a journal is called journalizing. No? Okay. The process of transferring journal entry information to the ledger is called posting. Okay. So, journalizing transactions, ano yung mga required na information? The date of the transactions, the title of the affected accounts, the peso amount of its debit and credit, and the explanation of the transaction. No? So, yun yung information na makikita natin sa journal. Excuse me. The General Journal for Fast Forward. Ito na yon, no? So, date, nandyan na, kung anong year, at saka yung month. You debit cash ng 30,000 and you credit common stock 30,000. Ano yun? To record the investment of owner, no? Kasi anong ginawa nung owner? Nag-invest siya ng 30,000. So, since nag-invest siya ng 30,000, nadagdagan ng cash ang na 30,000, and then ano naman yung credit natin? Common stock, no? Kasi ano yung inisyo natin para magbigay siya ng 30,000? The shares of stocks for the common stocks, no? Kasi investment. And then we have the next na transaction, we have December 2, the supplies, no? So, debit supplies, 2,005, credit cash, kasi binili siya ng cash, 2,500, and the explanation is to record purchase supplies for cash. No? So, yun ang example natin. So, to record entries in general journal, ito yung mga steps. Date the transaction. So, lagyan mo talaga ng date yung transaction sa journal. And then, enter the year at the top of the first column. No? So, ito yun. Ito yun. Ito yung date. Ito yung year. No? 2019. Okay. Enter titles of accounts debited and then enter amounts in the debit column. No? So, pag nag-journalize ka, talagang may debit and credit yan na account. No? So, account title are taken from the chart of accounts and are aligned with the left margin of the account titles and explanation column. And then number 3 na steps, enter titles of accounts credited and then enter amounts in the credit column. No? So, ano ba yung kinredit mo? No? So, meron din tayong explanation column to distinguish them from debited accounts. Number 4 step is to enter a brief explanation of the transaction on the line below the entry. No? Ano yung mabaho? Sakit sa ulo. Tingnan mo doon, anong pinaglalagay-lagay nila? Excuse lang po ha, mga ka-YouTubers ha. Ano yun? Sabon o whatever? Sige. Enter a brief explanation of the transaction on the line below the entry. No? So, the explanation is intended about half as far as the credited account. Nasaan yung explanation? Andito, no? So, meron tayong date, tapos meron tayong dinebit na account, meron tayong credit account, and then meron tayong explanation. No? So, ganun yun. Ano yung baho?
Parang may nagsisiga doon.
Ha?
Nagsisiga doon
Sa baba?
Medyo sa likod. Kaya ako nalikod.
Natin?
Di ma'am, doon pa sa parang ano dito.
Huh? Sensya na po mga participants, no? Pagka matanda na, sensitive na sa mga amoy, no? Sasakit na agad ang ulo. My gosh. Kaya hindi pa uso yung pandemic. Ako talaga kahit saan pupunta nakamas na, no? Long time ago, nagmamas na talaga ako. Kaya hindi ako nanibago na may pandemic na lahat ng tao nagmamas kasi ako matagal nang nagmamas. No? Okay. So, a blank line is left between each journal entry for clarity. No? Bakit may clarity? Kasi lalagyan nyo ng posting reference na column. Nasaan yung posting reference na column? No? So, dito. Ito yung posting reference no? Sa gitna. Ano yan? No? Dito, ganun din. may posting reference na column dito. No, ito. Lagyan mo to kung saan yan galing o kaya ano yan, yung account na yan, lagyan mo dito, no? Ito ganun din. Yan, posting reference yan. Okay, so balance column account, no? So ito na, yung T accounts natin, simple, direct means to show how the accounting process works. Kaya nga yung T accounts natin, ito yung ledger eh. Napaka-importante po ng ledger sa bookkeeping, no? Although ang book of original entry natin talaga is journal, hindi tayo pwede mag-post sa ledger na walang journal, no? Kasi pagka nag-post ka, violation 'yan. Okay. So, T accounts are simple and direct means to show how the accounting process works. So, ito na. Yung sample natin. Date, December 1, 2, 3 to 10. No? So, anong transaction dyan? Meron tayong posting reference na general journal, yung first na general journal. And then, we debit ng 30,000 sa cash. And then, December 2, nag-credit naman tayo at sa December 3, no? Credit tayo. Noong December 10, nag-debit naman tayo ng cash, kaya magkano yung ending natin, no? So anong gagawin mo? 34,200 i-less mo yung 28,500. So ang magiging balance mo is 5,700, no? So in this example, may running balance, no? Meron siyang balance at end. Which is madali siyang intindihin kasi makita mo na yung balance ng cash mo every day. Okay. So, diretso lang po tayo. Yung mga explanation dyan, basahin nyo. Anyway, na-explain ko na sa inyo. If you want to be clarified, basahin nyo po. So, general journal, ito yung posting and entry to the ledger. The account, titles and explanation. No? So, noong December 1, you debit cash, ang yung account ng cash is 101. So, you debit cash na 30,000 and then you credit common stock na 30,000. No? Okay. And then, nung December 1 ulit, ano yun? Yung balance nun, yung cash na 30,000. No? Okay. So, sa ledger naman, yung isang account pa dyan is yung account ng common stock. Ano yung nakalagay naman? December 1, nag-credit din siya ng 30,000. No? So, anong pwede mong gawin? Identify the debit account in ledger. Enter date, journal page, amount, and balance. No? So, ito na po yung process. Kaya nga, sabi ko, pinalitan natin yung history ng bookkeeping process. And then, enter the debit account number from the ledger in the PR column of the journal. And then, identify credit account in ledger. Napaka-baho. Excuse me po. Malakas ba yung pagsiga nila? Ay, excuse me, Hari. Buksan mo yung bintana dyan kasi dyan walang, tanggalin mo yung blinds para pumasok yung masakit sa ulo eh. Okay. So, identify debit account in ledger. Enter the debit account number. Identify credit account in ledger. And then enter the credit account number from the ledger. And then, posting sa journal entries. No? Okay. So, basahin nyo po yan. And then, analyzing the transactions kasi doon na tayo sa actual na. No? So, For the investment by owner, paano siya i-post sa ledger natin, no? So, nandun siya sa account ng cash na 30,000 and na debit, and then nandun din siya sa account na common stock na 30,000, no? So, ano yung transaction? Yung investment ng cash, no? In exchange for common stock, no? So, ano yun? Yung asset is cash, nandoon yung 30,000, and then yung equity na common stock nandoon yung 30,000. So yun yung mga account na involved, no? So sa double entry, debit cash, credit, common stock. Ano yung mga statement na affected? The balance sheet and also the statement of cash flow. So remember na yung statement of cash flow, every time may dagdag bawas sa cash, nakaka-reflect po yan dyan, no? And then we have the purchase supplies for cash, no? So we have the ledger, no? So for the supplies, we debit the 2,500, and then we also credit, ano yung credit natin sa supplies? Cash, no? Debit ka. So anong nangyari sa uh, cash? Nabawasan siya ng 2,500 kasi binili mo na supplies, no? Okay. So, anong journal entries? Debit supplies, credit cash. O, ano yung affected na statement? The balance sheet and the statement of cash flow. So, ganun din sa purchase ng equipment. So, ano yung mga affected na account? The equipment and also the cash. And then we have the assets, costs, liabilities, and equity. We have debit equipment, credit cash. So, tingnan na lang po ninyo yung mga samples na binigay ko sa inyo. Because in every transactions, marami yan. But I think tatlo samples is enough. Sundan nyo na lang kasi nandyan na yung account na affected, and then paano siya nag-debit and credit, no? Okay. So, let's have, marami yung mga account na yan, susundan ninyo. Kasi hindi, sabi ko nga, overview lang maibigay natin sa inyo. But if you try to look at the mga slides na binigay namin, magiging aware kayo, no? Let's have 10 minutes break, no? Before I start with the accounting equation analysis, no? So, hari Let's now go to accounting equation analysis. Nandiyan na? Okay. So kung if you have found some difficulties sa audio po natin, yung mga observation nyo, please comment po para ma-answer natin kaagad. Now, for the accounting equation analysis, we have discussed that yung assets equals liabilities and equity, no? Ito na yung summary of debit and credit rules, no? For the accounts, yung assets, yung normal balance ng asset is debit, no? Yung decrease niya credit, so opposite. Yung liability, uh, normal balance niya is credit, the decrease is debit, no? So common stock, normal balance is credit, um, ang decrease naman niya is debit. Sa dividend, ganun din, debit and credit, no? Yung normal balance is debit, ang decrease niya is credit. Revenue, credit naman yung normal balance and then the decrease is debit. So expense is debit and then the decrease is credit, no? So yun yung mga summary of debit and credit rules. Okay. So ito yung mga example natin, no? For the assets, halimbawa yung cash, ano yung normal balance ng cash? Debit. So lahat ng debit niya, i-add mo, lahat ng credit, i-add mo rin. So debit minus credit equals the balance. No? Ganon din yung gagawin niyo sa ibang account. Yung halimbawa yung normal balance ng liabilities is credit. So total credit less total debit equals the account balance, no? So ganun na lang po. Sunod-sunod na yan. Just remember yung rules natin. And then we have to prepare now the trial balance, no? So ano ba yung trial balance? Sa trial balance, kukunin mo na ngayon yung balances bawat account, no? So kagaya dito sa ginawa natin sa T-accounts natin, nandiyan na yung mga balance lahat. Kukunin mo yan, dadalhin mo sa tinatawag na trial balance, no? Kasi ano ba ang ginagawa sa trial balance? Kukunin mo lahat ng debit, kukunin mo lahat ng credit. So, ito na yung hitsura niya. Lahat ng debit balance, ilagay mo siya sa debit balance. Lahat ng credit balance, ilagay mo siya sa credit balance. So, ano ba yung mga account na may debit balance? Ito yung cash, accounts receivable, supplies, prepaid insurance, equipment. Ano yung may credit balance? Ito yung accounts payable, unearned consulting revenue, common stock, no? And then the debit balance again, dividend, no? Salaries expense, rent expense. So kunin mo lahat 'yan and then kunin mo rin yung credit balance. Dapat 'yan tali sila. Why? Because yung ginawa natin na process is every debit may corresponding credit, no? So dapat balance sila. Okay, so preparing a trial balance. Paano ka mag-prepare ng trial balance? So list its account title and its amount from ledger in the trial balance, no? Yung mga may zero balance, wag mo nang isama kasi ibig sabihin zero yun, walang laman. Then compute the total of debit balances and the total credit, no? So dapat equal sila. Searching for and correcting errors. Kung may mga errors tayo, hanapin mo kung may mga error at iyan yung i-correct mo. Paano mo siya i-correct? I-offset mo lang. Halimbawa, may error ka. I-offset mo siya. I-reverse mo yung entries. No? Ano yung sample dito? If the trial balance does not balance, then may error must be found and corrected. No? So, paano siya makorek? Efficient way to search for an error is to check the journalizing, the posting, and trial balance preparation in reverse order. So, kung hindi yan balance, balikan mo lahat yung ginawa mo. Kaya, ito yung parang pahirap sa mga accountants, no? Pag hindi na nag-balance yung trial balance mo at napakaraming account, yan, walang tulugan ang accountant kasi hanapin mo yun. Kasi ibig sabihin, mali yung gawa mo. No? At pag pinabayaan mo yan na mali, affected yan kasi sanga-sanga yan. No? Ma-affected yung ibang accounts. Okay. So, papaano natin hanapin yung error, no? Halimbawa, yung 100 purchase ng supplies is journalized with an incorrect debit to equipment. So, anong gagawin mo? Na supplies ledger account balance is understated by 100, equipment ledger account balance overstated by 100. So, paano mo siya i-correct? I-reverse mo lang, no? So, ano yung correcting entry? Debit supplies, credit equipment, no? For 100. So, ganun po. I-reverse mo para bumalik siya sa dating balance. Okay, so after that, you have to use now the trial balance to prepare for your financial statements. No? So ano yung financial statements natin? Yun yung balance sheet, income statement, cash flow, at saka yung statement of written earnings or statement of equity. Okay. So, ano yung mangyayari dito? We have the beginning balance sheet, income statement, the statement of written earnings, the statement of cash flow, and the ending balance sheet, no? So, itong point in time, ito yung beginning balance. Tapos, itong period of time, ang one taxable period po natin is 12 months, no? So, mandatory na gagawa tayo ng financial statement after the end of the taxable year. Kasi magpa-file na tayo ng ating annual na income tax return. Doon po pinapa-attach yung ating financial statements, no? Which is a certain point in time. Kaya, pag tinitingnan ninyo, pag gumagawa tayo ng balance sheet, yung ang ating time doon is ABC Corporation balance sheet for the year in as of December. So, point of time. Sa income statement naman, ABC Company, income statement for the year ended. So, point in time. And usually, that point in time is the end of the 12-month period, which is one taxable year. No? Okay, so I have discussed to you the bookkeeping process. Ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, 1 hour lang natin yun na, 2 hours na-discuss. So, anong gagawin natin? I-enhance ninyo yung inyong knowledge in accounting and bookkeeping by trying to read articles more about bookkeeping and accounting, no? Kasi hindi mo pwedeng ihiwalay kasi ang bookkeeping sa accounting, no? Although yung core ng accounting is in bookkeeping, no? Or the heart of accounting is in bookkeeping. So, we will continue with our discussions on Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1, which is the compliance requirements, no? Tuloy-tuloy na lang po tayo because we marami tayong topics na i-discuss, no? So, this Revenue Regulations VIDAS 1, ito yung mother regulations ng bookkeeping. And for your information, since 1947 pa po ito ginawa, no? And this is patterned in the bookkeeping regulations of the United States. So, how do we keep our books of accounts and records? At ano yung purpose? Bakit we are required to keep the books of accounts and records? No? Ano yung mga traditional natin na manual na accounting books natin? Ito po yung ledger. We have the columnar book po natin. Ito yung cash receipts and saka disbursement. And then we have the journal. No? So, ito yung journal natin. Ito yung journal. No? Yan, mga traditional na books of accounts yan. At ano yung dapat yan? Pag ginamit mo yan, dapat registered yan. Meron yan tatak ng BIR. No? And every pages is accountable. No? Kaya yung mga ginawa ko mga samples na iba, nilagyan ko talaga siya ng paging. No, ang paging nito, 50 sheets ito. So, back to back, ang page niya. So, ang total pages po ng isang book is 100. So, accountable ka bawat page. No? So, for non-VAT, 4 na libro ang kailangan mo sa manual. For VAT registered taxpayer, 6. Bakit 6? Kasi nandoon na yung summary list of sales and purchases, no? Uh, Subsidiary purchase journal and subsidiary sales journal, no? For some companies, meron pa silang mga special books of accounts just like yung sale to senior citizen. Dapat naka-record yan na hiwalay. At saka yung mga sale to person with disability. No? So may mga special books of accounts pa tayo that we will discuss in this keeping of books of accounts and records. No? So we have to abide by this revenue regulations with this one. As I told you, this is the mother regulations. May mga na-amendment dito pero kakaunti lang as to the threshold amount, no? Pero yung uh, bookkeeping talaga na regulations, ito yung pinaka-mother, no? May mga amendments na dito, pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, mas marami pa yung hindi na-amend. And along the way, sasabihin ko rin sa inyo yung mga provisions dito that were already amended. No? So, keeping of the books of accounts, bakit po nire-require? Corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons required to keep books of accounts. So, lahat daw, all corporations, companies, partnerships, persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes shall keep a journal and a ledger or their equivalents. No? So, may mga reasons dito yung iba na non-stock, non-profit. We are not paying taxes, we are exempt. So, hindi na kami mag-keep ng books of accounts. Remember that as a taxpayer, even if may exemptions ka, remember na yung exemptions mo, if you try to look at the um, uh, Internal Revenue Code under Section 34H, ang exemptions mo is only for income tax, no? And if you have other tax liabilities, dapat magbayad ka. At ano pa ang requirement sa mga non-stock non-profit organizations? Meron silang mga empleyado, so definitely mawi-withhold ka, no? Meron silang mga purchases, so definitely may mga mandatory yan. Meron silang mga purchase ng goods and services na mandatory mag-withhold ka, kagaya ng halimbawa, rental. No? How much is the withholding for rental? 5%. How much is the withholding for utilities? 2%. No? So, mandatory yan. So, you cannot always say na exempt ako, hindi ko na kailangan ng books of accounts. That is not true. Why? Kasi yung compliance administrative requirements natin under the tax code, wala pong exemptions yun. Lahat. Pati yung issuance of receipts at saka keeping ng books of records. So, lahat, sinabi dito, all. Ha? Hindi sinasabi dito na exempt corporations. Wala pong exemptions dito. Provided that those whose quarterly sales, earnings, receipts, or output do not exceed 50,000 shall keep unused simplified set of bookkeeping records duly authorized by the Secretary. Ngayon, ang pinaka-simplified po natin, yun yung 4 na libro kasi yun yung non-VAT. At yan yung hindi umabot sa threshold level ng VAT na 3 million. So itong 50,000, imagine ha, yung 50,000, 3 million na yan ngayon. Kasi 1947 pa yan. In 2020 na ngayon. So ilang years na yan? Kung 1957, ako 63 to so 73 years na ito. No? 73 years na itong 50,000 na nagiging 3 million na ngayon. Yan na yung bagong threshold. No? So ano yung purpose? Shall keep unused simplified set of bookkeeping records duly authorized by the Secretary of Finance where in all transactions. So ito pala yung purpose. All transactions and results of operations are shown and from which all taxes due the government may readily and accurately be ascertained and determined any time of the year. So ano yung purpose? Lahat ng transactions mo doon mo ilalagay and the government i-ascertain niya yung taxes na dapat mong bayaran any time of the year. Kaya during the tax audit, ano yung hinihingi? Hinahanap sa inyo ng examiners the books of accounts. And not only books of accounts, and of course, kasama yung supporting documents or yung mga resibo natin at saka yung mga payroll natin na related doon sa expenses. Kasi hindi naman basta-basta record ka lang ng libro na walang supporting documents. Mind you, if you have the books of accounts but you have no supporting documents, your books of accounts are useless, no? They are just a mere scrap of paper. Wala silang value. Bakit? Kasi saan mo kinuha yung mga interest mo dyan? No? Should be supported by business documents. Subsidiary books. So lahat ng corporations, aside from the traditional na books of accounts natin, dapat mag-maintain pa sila ng special books of accounts depending on the peculiarities of their business, no? Kasi may mga unique tayo na mga businesses, industries. So iba-iba yung kailangan nila ng special books of accounts. Just like hotel, no? So yung hotel may mga guest register 'yan, no? So ibang books of accounts 'yan. Yung mga contractors may mga kontrata 'yan. So may special books of accounts din diyan, no? Yung mga repair shop, may mga job orders yan. So, ibang requirements din yung books of accounts nila that they should keep to record their job orders. So, yun yung mga special books of accounts. Language in which books are to be kept, tatlo. Spanish, native language, at saka English. Bakit Spanish? Kasi once upon a time, we are under the Spanish for the Spaniards for 400 years, no? Yung Philippines. That's why marami pa sa atin yung Spanish speaking, no? Because it was during those time na ang world power is the Spain. So ngayon nalipat na sa US, kaya English na naman tayo, no? Kasi every time na magbago, alam mo, sabi ko, ang isang strength ng Pilipinas is every time na magbago yung world power, nandun siya eh. So dapat, alam nyo, yung naka-attach ka sa world power, that's something na dapat nag-align tayo dun eh, no? Kasi naka-attach tayo sa world power, so dapat lahat ng technology, lahat ng advantages nagagrab natin. So, bakit ang layo pa rin natin, no? Hindi tayo nakakasabay. So, sa bagay, siguro ngayon, because of the technology, baka po pwede na tayo. Tsaka because of the, yung mga makabagong mga new-blooded, yung mga millennials, no? Mag-iiba na rin siguro. Dahil mag-iiba na rin yung mga ugali natin because of the pandemic. Sana it brings about the changes na baguhin din tayo, no? Para maging competitive tayo with the rest of the world. No? Kasi hindi pwede yung ginagawa natin na palipas oras lang, walang ginagawa, chismis, ano, no? Hindi ganoon. Because the world is napaka-productive. So kung ikaw wala kang production, what will happen to you? Magugutuman ka. No? So yung mga kumukuha ngayon ng bookkeeping, no? May mga estudyante, diverse, may mga CPAs, may mga government employees. Ito yung, meron na ba tayong database, Hari, dun sa mga participants natin?
Ako, meron po.
So mga ilan na kaya sila lahat? 1,000 na to eh.
Check ko nga mamaya.
No? So diverse po yung ating participants dito. That's why I appreciate na this is just your own initiative, no? Kasi free naman to eh, no? Pero because you attend, you want to increase your knowledge. Kaya ang dinadala ko naman sa inyo is kagaya bukas the accounting side, the computerized accounting system to make you globally competitive. Why? Kasi kung dito pa rin tayo sa mano-mano, manual, for a start, na you are just starting a business, okay, pa lang yung magmamanual ka. But as your business grow, dapat computerized accounting ka na. Why? Because there are so many processes, no? Pinakita natin sa inyo yung process sa bookkeeping. If you automate that, computerized accounting ka, yung posting sa ledger, yung pag-balance sa trial balance, may iwasan mo na yon. Why? Because ang computer na ang mag-record. No? Siya na. Mag-input ka lang ng transactions. Yung magpe-prepare ng journal entries, magpe-prepare ng posting sa general ledger, magpe-prepare ng financial statement system na. No? So wala ka ng problema na hindi nagbalanse, isang linggo, hindi pa mabalanse. Wala na yan. Sa computer, balansin niya kaagad yan, a matter of minutes. No? That's how computer work. So we have to use it. No? So why suffer na yung balance, hindi mo mabalance na trial balance, mapupuyat ka ng 1 linggo. When in fact, there is the computer, no? Na tutulong sa iyo. Accurate din yung trabaho. Okay. Anong nakalagay dito? Keeping of books and records in any language other than native language, English or Spanish is prohibited, no? So, ano pa yung mga language na gusto mo? Prohibited na yan. Only these 3 languages. Although for 31 years po ako nasa BR, wala akong nakita ang libro na Spanish. English lang, wala ring Tagalog. Okay. Preservation of books of accounts under Section 203 under the train law. Ano na to? 10 years na. Excuse me, Hari. Wala bang nakasalang doon? Mamaya may tingnan mo kasi parang nangangamoy na naman. No? Sige. Preservation ng books of accounts sa bago po is 10 years na that you have to prepare. That's why bukas ng hapon yung last session natin is about anong tawag dito? Is about the retention, no? Record retention, how you retain and manage your records. Kasi you have to keep it for 10 years. Okay. Anong sinasabi dito? The books and records shall be subject to examination. Nasaan ba yung books of accounts? Dapat nasa business establishment, wala sa accountant. No? So every time na may mapping, hahanapin yung books of accounts nyo, dapat nasa store nyo. No? Wala yan sa accountant. And pag halimbawa, meron na kayong letter of authority and you will be subjected to audit, hahanapin yung inyong books of accounts, hanapin yung mga supporting documents nyo, no? So, saan yan dapat nakalagay? Dapat nakalagay yan sa inyong opisina, no? Or sa place of business. And then, the examination or inspection ng books of accounts is done only once a year, no? So, minsan lang yan, 1 taon. Except in the following cases. Ano yung except? Ito yung mga may fraud, irregularity, or mistakes as determined by the commissioner. So, hindi sila kasama doon sa minsan lang ma-examine. Pwede silang ma-examine ulit pagka meron ng fraud or irregularity. And then, pwede din silang ma-examine ulit if the taxpayer requests re-investigation. No? Or verification of compliance with withholding tax laws and regulations, and verification of capital gains tax liabilities. No? So in the exercise of commissioner's power, under Section 5B, to obtain information from other person, in which case, ito yung lumang provision na, no? Pero pagka tinignan ninyo yung bagong provision under the train law, napakalawak na din ng power ng commissioner. No? Okay, so the revenue regulations B-1 as amended. No? So dito na. So what are the definition of terms? The persons, o sila itong persons, partnerships, associations, corporations. Books of accounts, ito yung journal, ledger, and subsidiaries. Ano yung subsidiaries ng journal at saka ledger? Ito yung cash receipts, cash disbursement book. Journal is the book of original entry. No? So, nandoon yung debit, credit, and then the explanations. Ledger is the book of final entry. Bakit final entry? Kasi nandoon na yung posting mo, lahat ng movement ng account, and then yung matira doon, yun na yung magiging ending balance ng account na dadalhin mo sa financial statement, sa balance sheet at sa income statement. No? Simplified set of bookkeeping to be determined by the commissioner, no? Or the regulations na gagawin ng uh, Secretary of Finance. No? So ito yung simplified set of bookkeeping records para sa ngayon na ito na yung apat na libro for the non-VAT. Kasi wala nang ibang libro na maintain ngayon. Books of accounts and audit by independent certified public accountants. So under the train law, yung mga books of accounts na kailangan i-record ng i-audit ng certified public accountants are uh, those businesses whose gross sales exceed 3 million. Pero yung 3 million below, pwedeng hindi na po siya ma-audit ng certified public accountants. Pero sa BAR na tax audit, pwede pa rin. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so sa train law, 3 million na yung ating threshold, no? Para maging audited na siya ng Certified Public Accountant o ng CPA, yung Books of Accounts and Records. And also, may audit report na doon sa financial statements, no? Required man na yung CPA certificate. Rule number 60, Rules and Regulations of the Board of Accountancy, no? No certified public accountant shall certify to the financial statement of any enterprise which during the period covered by the report is owned or controlled by him. No? So hindi pwede na ikaw din ang CPA, ikaw din ang ma-certify. Or in which he or his spouse is a partner, stockholder, promoter, voting trustee, transfer agent and registrar, officer, director, or salaried employee. No? So, hindi pwede pagka yung ikaw din yung may-ari and then ikaw din ang mag-certify as CPA. Bawal. Same prohibition applies to firm engaged in the practice of accountancy in the Philippines, if any. And then the relatives of certified public accountants, bawal din. No? So like parents. No? So yung parents, ang mag-audit is the child. No? Bawal yun. Also grandparents. No? Pagka lolo, lola ng isang CPA, bawal niyang examine. Great-grandparents, no? Lolo ng mother mo. No? So, great-grandparents, bawal pa rin. Uncle or aunts and their spouses, no? Bawal din. Bawal din na yung CPA ang mag-o-audit, no? Kasi wala siyang independence. Brothers or sisters and their spouses, nephews or nieces and their spouses, children and their spouses, no? Grandchildren and their spouses, great-grandchildren and their spouses. And then we have the parents-in-law, grandparents-in-law, uncle or aunt-in-law and their spouses, and then brothers or sisters-in-law and their spouses, nephews and nieces-in-law and their spouses. No? So, ito po yung mga bawal ang CPA to audit their books of accounts. No? So, persons required to keep books of accounts. So, sino itong mga required ng books of accounts, no? So, the persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes where gross sales or earnings, receipt, or output, whether subject to percentage tax or not, exceed 5,000 pesos, no? So, yung sabi ko sa inyo ngayon na 3 million na yan. Okay, so in accordance with the standard accounting system. The books of account shall consist of journal and a ledger or their equivalents and shall contain all information necessary for the accurate determination of the internal revenue taxes due on their business. Okay. Sino naman tong mga vendors inside public market? No? So they are required to keep books of accounts. Okay, so sino tong hindi required? Selling meat in public marketplaces exempt from the fixed and sales taxes. Okay. Vendors inside public market liable to keep books. So, yung mga nasa public market, no? Yung mga nagtitinda ng meat, poultry, fish, fruits, vegetables, and other food products, no? Wala tayong mga feedbacks. Ha? Ilan na?
Mga question lang ma'am, iniipon ko lang.
So meron na.
Ako.
Pero mamaya natin yan sagot eh.
Iniipon ko lang.
So ilan na?
Yung viewers natin po ay 75.
Okay.
Kaya na ma'am, 88.
Okay. So marami. Marami ngayon, no? Compared last time. Sige.
Mga bakasyon na siguro.
Yung iba, uwian na, hindi na bumabalik eh. Hmm? Pero more so, kasi nasa bahay na lang. And then you have your internet connections. Marami pa rin kayong magawa, no? Okay, let's now go to the gross income in relation to the use of books of accounts. Dati 5,000 ngayon, 3 million na yan, no? Books of accounts to be kept by branch establishment, no? So, pag branch ka, ano yung books na dapat mong i-keep, no? So, the owner of a store who maintains a branch establishment need not keep two sets of books of accounts. Bakit? Kasi ang mga expenses talaga, nire-record yan doon sa head office, no? So, yung branch, halimbawa, nag-buy and sale lang siya ng merchandise for the principal store and no sale is affected in the former. No? Provided that memoranda of transactions are kept and duly taken up in the books of accounts of the principal store. Okay. So, yun yung mga books of accounts na ay kept ng branch. Yung mga sales book na lang. Pero yung main na mga books talaga niya, income and expenses, nasa head office. No? Pero ano yung dapat na gawin ng branch para pag mapping hindi siya ma-penalize? Dapat meron siya doon na record doon sa branch niya. No? And then, halimbawa, may rental siya, withhold, no? Kasi yung iba, kahit na yung withholding, dapat nasa head office lang. Pag nasa district na sila at nagpa-register, pinapag-usapan sila na doon ibayad yung withholding. Kaya meron silang tax type na withholding. Okay. So, accrual and cash basis in keeping books of accounts. No? So, ano yung accrual? Ano yung cash basis? No? Taxpayer cannot be permitted to keep his books of accounts on both the accrual and cash basis. No? So, hindi pwedeng, kung accrual, accrual lang. Kung cash basis, cash basis. No? So, balikan natin, ano ba yung accrual, ano ba yung cash basis? Cash basis, pagka yung income and expenses mo, i-record mo lang siya pag nandyan na yung cash. No? Yung accrual naman, kahit wala pa yung cash, i-record mo na kung tapos na rin yung transaction. So, yung accrual, recognize liabilities, accounts payable, pero yung cash basis hindi. No? Journals, ledgers, and their equivalents. Dali lang po Another 5 minutes. Last topic naman na tayo dito sa ano natin. Another 5 minutes lang po. CCR lang. Huwag mo nang patayin, Hari, ha? Okay, so let's continue with our discussions. Journals, ledgers, and their equivalents. In the bookkeeping process, I have discussed to you what are the journals, what are the ledgers, and their equivalents are also special books, no? Um, okay, explain na natin yan eh. So, I just would like to highlight to you that no entry. This is a law, ha? Si bookkeeping ito. Rules and regulations to ng bookkeeping. So, nung sabi niya, no entry shall be made in the ledger or its equivalents unless said entry originates from the journal or its equivalent. No? So, ibig sabihin, yung process, you have to follow the process from the journal up to the ledger. The general ledger shall be in bound form. No? Bound form kasi manual eh. Pero bukas, you will know kung ano naman yung electronic. No? Where subsidiary ledgers are used, the same may be either in book forms or in loose leaf form. So there are three kind of books of accounts. We have the manual, the loose leaf, and the computerized books of accounts. Provided that the entries in the loose leaf subsidiary ledger are reflected in the general ledger by a controlling account. Procedure in the issuance of permit to use loose leaf books of accounts, no? Records, invoices, and receipts. No? Permit ang pinag-usapan dito. So, ibig sabihin, yung loose leaf, you cannot use loose leaf without first applying for a permit to use loose leaf. No? Ano naman to yung loose leaf? Itong books of accounts na to, this is bound, no? This is the manual. Pag ginawa mo loose leaf yan, pwede na i-produce mo isang page muna, tapos continuous, no? Uh, but you have the permit, no? So, anong gagawin mo dun sa loose leaf? Pwedeng gawin mo lang siya sa Excel or sa computer and then i-print mo every time na tapos na yung entries mo. Ang requirement po for the loose leaf books of accounts, you apply for a permit to use loose leaf books of accounts and then magbibigay ka ng sample, no? No sample ng journal mo, ng ledger. And then what are the reports that should be generated from your books of accounts? List of reports generated. Kailangan din po niyan i-submit together with the sample, yung actual na printout para kayo mabigyan ng permit to use loose leaf books of accounts. So, what are the procedures? Lahat ng request for permit to use loose leaf books of accounts, records, invoices, receipts should be filed in the office of the Chief Revenue Officer or yung RDO, no? Or the Regional Director. So, ang ngayon, you make a request to adopt a loose leaf books of accounts. Anong gagawin mo? Gawa ka ng request, pa-receive mo sa RDO where you are registered. Yung RDO, i-refer po niya yan sa examiner for evaluation. If there are legal issues, i-refer pa yan sa legal. Pag wala na, gagawa ng favorable na report yung examiner to approve the loose leaf books of accounts. Kasi kung hindi katanggap-tanggap yung mga samples na ginawa mo, ibalik yan, hindi ka bibigyan ng permit. No? And then, i-refer yan sa regional director. Ngayon, ang regional director na ang nagbibigay ng permit. Dati kasi, from the regional director, nire-refer pa sa national office and commissioner nag-i-issue ng permit. So, ngayon kasi, ang dami na ng taxpayer. Noong 1947, okay yan. Oo, okay pa. Kasi kakaunti pala yung taxpayer. Kaya, lahat ng permit to use loose leaf should be signed by the commissioner. Pero ngayon sa dami na ng taxpayers, hindi nakakayanin na commissioner pa ang pipirma. No? So the power to sign these loose leaf permits are delegated to the regional director. No? So doon naman gagaling po yung permit. Isang page lang naman yun, no? Na naka-coupon ban and then nakalagay doon na yung permit mo to use loose leaf books of accounts, no? So, investigation should be conducted. Necessity of the use of the loose leaf forms, Sino 'tong mga gumagamit ng loose leaf forms ng mga industry? Usually banks, no? Because banks, they are required to make a trial balance every day, no? Kaya voluminous yung kanilang mga records. Although yung ibang banks ngayon, especially banks under the large taxpayers, they are required to computerize, no? Full computerized accounting system po ang required sa kanila. From the issuance of the receipts up to the journalizing, the posting, preparation of FS, lahat yan, no manual intervention. Report should include statement of the privilege or fixed taxes, yung mga attachment, no, doon sa application for permit to use loose leaf. So nakalagay doon yung COR mo na Xerox, and then yung O605 na payment mo na Xerox din. And then yung mga sample mo ng loose leaf books of accounts. So pag sinabi mo sample, nandoon na yung sample mo ng journal entries, ng ledger, no? Tsaka yung mga reports generated na trial balance, nandiyan na. Okay. Taxpayer should be informed by investigating examiner yung kung approve ba o hindi yung kanyang application. No? Okay. So the bound book should show in detail and in column the serial numbers of the invoices or receipts. Sa bound yon, no? Pero sa loose leaf, although ganun din naman yung format, pero loose leaf na siya, hindi siya bound. No? So every additional printing should be recorded on the same side of the bounds book. On the right-hand side, the serial numbers of the invoices and the receipts used during the week together with the total amount involved should be entered. No? So, kasi kailangan yan, yung libro mo talagang may fill up yan, especially during the tax mapping. No? Outright yung kanilang visit, and then magpe-penalty kaagad sila for the non-compliance. So upon receipt by the Chief Revenue Officer of the report of investigating examiner, check with the list the delinquent accounts. Kaya nga, pag may request for this permit to use loose leaf, pinapaklear muna siya, no? May clearance pa siya doon, especially sa mga open cases. Revocation of authority to use loose leaf invoices pag may mga violations. Repetition of the failure by taxpayer to submit within the prescribed period sworn a certificate to use loose leaf books of accounts or invoices will constrain the office to revoke the authority granted to the taxpayer to use said loose leaf books of accounts. No? So, yung hindi nagsasubmit ng prescribed na report or sworn certificate. Persons operating home industries, ano itong mga home industries? Just like Marikina, no? Famous ang Marikina sa show industry. The show industry started in Marikina as a backyard industry. No? So home industry sa bahay lang. Pero ngayon, with the advent of this pandemic, balik na naman tayo, no? Sa mga home industries natin sa bahay lang. Okay. Certificate regarding the use of loose leaf books of accounts. No? Sinong magbibigay niyan? The regional director after complying with all the requirements. Binding of journal and ledger. So, kailan siya bound? The regulations merely requires the journal and ledger be in bound form without specifying the manner of the device to be used in binding. So any device may be used as long as said books of accounts are in book form. Book form talaga, kaya pinapa-bind, no? Binding of the books by the use of post binders and roundhead fasteners is sufficient compliance of the regulations. Pero doon sa bago, hindi na, no? Hindi na siya pwede yung binders lang at saka fasteners, hindi na. No? Dapat, ano siya talaga, book form, no? Para hindi iwahiwala yung mga files mo. Okay. Cash receipt book in loose leaf form. Ang cash receipt book is part of a journal and therefore the use thereof in loose leaf form is subject to the requirements of the use of loose leaf books of accounts. Accordingly, the certificate attesting to the number of sheets used in a loose leaf cash receipts book should be under oath. Kaya nga under oath yan may affidavit, no? Ano yung nakalagay? Halimbawa, ito yung records mo ng ledger mo, no? During the one taxable year. Lagay ka ngayon ng affidavit dun sa first page, signed by the president or authorized representative, that lahat ng records mo during the one taxable year, nandun na sunod-sunod. No? The number of pages, and then permahan po ng taxpayer. So, yun po yung sa cash receipts na both in loose leaf form. No transactions made in the main establishment. So what happened? Nasa branch lang. Since ang branch dapat mag-report sa parent, mag-report pa rin siya, no? So, where no sales are affected in the main establishment, no books of accounts and other accounting records needs be kept and used by said establishment. On the other hand, where sales are made in both the main and branch establishment, all should keep and use books of accounts and accounting records. Unauthorized use of the journal and ledger in loose leaf form. Unauthorized, ha? So, manual lang yung naka-register sa kanila, tapos na um, iba, no? So, unauthorized use of loose leaf general journal and ledger is violation of Section 4 of the Bookkeeping Regulations, which is punishable under Section 352 of the Tax Code. No? 252 lang siguro to kasi wala ng 3 sa actual. Authority to use loose leaf ledger. Granted to main establishment to use loose leaf ledgers does not include a branch establishment. No? So the latter cannot use loose leaf ledgers without specific authority, therefore. Okay. So let's now go to the use of the journal and ledger by the branch stores. No? So dapat daw bawat branch office or store must keep a journal and a ledger. No? Or their equivalent or a simplified set of bookkeeping records. No? So, branch office, branch ito. Pero ang filing talaga ng mga tax returns natin is in the head office. No? Certificate as to the use of loose leaf books of accounts. Ito yung certificate of the taxpayer as to the number of sheets of his loose leaf books of accounts used by him for the previous year must be under oath. No? And now, let's go to the other books and records. Sabi ko na sa inyo kanina, there are special books of accounts that are required also by the law. Okay. So all corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons keeping the books of accounts mentioned in the preceding section may, at their option, keep such subsidiary books as the needs of the business may require. Provided that where such subsidiaries are kept, they shall form part of the accounting system of the taxpayer and shall be subject to the same rules and regulations as to their keeping, translation, production, and inspection as are applicable to the journal and the ledger. Use of double entries bookkeeping. So we have the debit and credit, no? Sa isang account lang. So the use of the double entry bookkeeping system is permissible in any business transactions and therefrom said system may be used by retailers and wholesalers. So kasi you can just imagine na yung books natin dito, no? So you have to record using the double entry system. Subsidiary books. So what are the example of the subsidiary books? Itong subsidiary books natin, ito yung tinatawag natin na special books of accounts. No? So these are the persons required to keep the books and records in Section 34 of the National Internal Revenue Code. Uh, So at their option, the taxpayer can keep such subsidiary books as the needs of their business may require and such other books as may be required by this regulation. So, pwedeng mag-keep ng special books of accounts. Um, Such books shall be subject to the same rules and regulations applicable to journal and ledger. Okay, so what are the use of the subsidiary books? Hmm? Okay. Charge book, sales book, and charge purchase book. So lahat sila hari na email na yung ano,
Ma'am, na-email na po.
kahit yung hindi nang ka-attend.
Opo, ma'am. Kasi kahapon din ako na.
Okay, sige. So lahat ng mga nanonood po sa atin, you have already the soft copy of these regulations now. Okay. So charge sales book and charge purchase book correspond to customer's ledger and creditor's ledger respectively. So the entries in which are controlled by the general ledger and the corresponding controlled accounts, they are subsidiary books of accounts, and their use is optional only. Consequently, they may be used without the necessity of prior approval by and registration in the Bureau. Pero na-amend na to, no? So lahat ng mga books of accounts natin, and the special books of accounts natin should be um, registered, no? Para ma-register siya, idaan po natin sa BIR, patatakan natin yung ating mga libro. Okay, so delivery receipts part of accounting records. Excuse me, ha. So delivery receipts are just part of the accounting records. Hindi siya yung main, no? Kasi sa sales, kahit na walang delivery receipts, uh, pwede, no? So the delivery order receipts used by firm in accompanying the delivery of manufactured lead or on sales made by it in its Manila office are the regular invoice and receipts, no? Accounting records, subject to registration and approval by this office. So ngayon, itong delivery receipts under the new law, since this forms part of your accounting records, dapat din nakaregister, no? May authority to print receipts din siya pagka nagpagawa ka. Records of jobs received by contractors. Ito yung special books of accounts for the contractors. So ano yun? The road, the building, waterworks, other construction work contractors, other persons subject to tax under Section 191 of the National Internal Revenue Code. No? Bago na to ngayon. Yun, nung Section 191, dati pa yan. In addition to the books and other records required in Chapter 2 of these regulations, keep a register book for job orders received. So ano yung sabi dito sa mga uh, contractors, no? So they have to keep a register book for job orders received in which they shall enter immediately upon making a contract, no date. So name and address of the customer, description of the articles to be constructed or the services desired. Okay. The consideration and the amount of deposit or partial payment, if any, and upon completion and delivery of the subject matter of the contract, the date of completion of delivery and the amount paid therefore. Oh? So, yan po yung requirement na special books of accounts for contractors. Oh, i-record nila doon yung mga kontrata nila and then ipakita kung kumita ba o hindi, no? Okay. Sino pa? The keepers of hotels and lodging houses, no? Ano yung records nila doon? Records of job received, keep a guest register book, no? So, guest register book ang kailangan. So, they shall enter immediately upon accepting a guest, the date and time of his arrival, the name and address of the guest, the number of the room to be occupied. No? Ang dami na namang lamukhari. Ram. Dito maakyat eh. Minsan, excuse lang po ha mga participants. Tayo natin yung labo kasi minsan maakyat sa ano yun, sa ilong, pumapasok sa salita ka. No? Wala na oh. Okay. Anong requirement? Nandun naka-record no, sa hotels, no, lodging houses, then yung guest register book nila, the time of arrival ng guest, the name, address of the guest, number of the room to be occupied, no, at saka pag nag-check out naman sila, the date and time of his departure at the amount paid by him. Ano ba yung interested dito yung gobyerno? Interested siya na malaman magkano yung income or the gross receipts, no? Kasi dyan, binabase yung ating tax base. So, the interest shall be numbered consecutively for purposes of reference. And also, the books prescribed herein shall conform substantially with Form C of the appendix. So, may mga format ang ano natin, ang accounts natin, no? So the taxpayer enumerated in section 191 finds the use of register book for jobs received impracticable for his business. He may devise such system of keeping his books and other records as may be appropriate for his particular business. No? So pwedeng mag-revise ng procedure ang taxpayer. If his place of business in Manila, or to the provincial revenue agent if in the province. Okay. No such books and records may be used until they are duly approved in accordance with Section 19 of these regulations. Although sabi ko na sa inyo na amin na yung iba dito, pero hanggang ngayon, yung mga books and records na to ay required pa rin na isubmit natin sa BIR at patatakan. Register books for job orders. Ito naman yung job orders sa mga machine shop, sa mga service-oriented na mga businesses, no? So, kailangan nila ng register book for job orders. So, ano na ang nakalagay dito? Keep a register book for job orders received in which he shall enter immediately upon making a contract. The date, name, address of the customer, no? Description of the articles to be constructed or the services desired, and then the consideration therefore, no? Amount of deposit or partial payment. So, naka-record. Kaya nga special books of accounts ito. Kung makita daw niya na use of said register book is impracticable, then he may devise other system which is appropriate for the business. No? And he shall also present them for approval. Okay. So records to be kept, aside from the books and other records required, yung mga stockbrokers, dealers in securities, real estate brokers, real estate dealers, commercial, customs, and immigration brokers, ito yung para sa mga brokers, no? Shall use serially numbered contract forms, which shall be issued in chronological order for its agreement had with their customers, showing the date and other facts concerning the services rendered or to be rendered and the signature of the parties thereto. Okay, so yun yung requirement, ha? May mga signatures pa. Okay. So contracts shall be recorded every day in a register book, no? So ano yung requirement sa contracts? Every day yan kung meron i-record sa register book. Showing the date and number of the contract, the name of the customer, the services rendered, the subject matter, and the value thereof. No? So in case of properties, the compensation agreed upon and the duration of the contract. Upon termination of the contract, a remark as to the date and number of the receipt issued for the compensation received. So saan pinafile daw yung contracts? Office of the Brokers in General Order. Together with copies of all papers concerning the transactions. Okay. So commercial broker required to keep books of accounts. Yun yung sinabi na rin natin kanina. No? Since subject sila sa internal revenue tax, they have to keep books of accounts in accordance with section 334 of the tax code. Okay. Records of inventory. Ito na yung very strict na yun. Although meron tayong yung 15 dash 57-2015, no? Na RR. We have the requirements for inventories. But in this case, record of inventories, you should maintain special books of accounts for inventories. No? So persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes on business shall keep, in addition to the other books and records prescribed in these regulations, a book on inventories. No? Galing natin to. Okay. The book of inventories in which they shall record in detail. No? So ano yung naka-record doon? The quantity, description, unit, and total cost of every item of their stocks in trade, materials, supplies, and other goods found in the premises of their establishment at the time they start business and at the close of the calendar year or accounting period. No? So dapat may records din ng inventories. Inventory beginning shall be made and submitted to the Commissioner of Internal Revenue if the place of business is in Manila, or Deputy Provincial City Treasurer if in municipality or city, within 10 days after securing the privileged tax receipts or starting the business, and the subsequent inventories not later than 30 days after the close of the calendar year or accounting period. No? So mayroon ding inventories, no? Not later than 30 days. Okay. So, kailan po yung deadline ng inventory natin sa ngayon? January 31. No? So, yun na yung babayaran mo for the next 12 years. The period may, in meritorious cases, be extended by the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. Diyan na naman sila. Okay, so let's now go to invoices and receipts. No? So far, marami pa ba tayong questions?
Mga question naman.
Ilan na?
Nasa 15 na po.
13?
15,
15. So, anyway, kahit na mag-overspill tayo ng oras mamaya, sasagutin natin po yan mamayang hapon, no? Kasi mamayang hapon, expect na medyo marami-rami din tayo ng discussions because we have the financial statements, yung 4 na statements, cash flow, equity, no? Income statement. So, invoices or receipts. Lahat daw ng person subject to internal revenue tax shall for its sale or transfer of merchandise or for services rendered valued at 2 pesos or more, no? shall prepare and issue sales or commercial invoices or receipts serially numbered in duplicate. No? Pero ito na, bago na to, bakit? Lahat ng VAT registered taxpayers, regardless of the amount of their sales, dapat i-report nila. So for services rendered valued at 2 pesos or more, prepare and issue sales or commercial invoices or receipts serially numbered in duplicate, showing, among other things, their names or styles, if any, and business addresses. No? So provided that in case of sales, receipts, or transfers in the amount of 30 pesos or more, the invoices or receipts shall further show the name or style, if any, and business address of the purchaser, customer, or client. Okay, so paano yung original ng sales invoice or receipt shall be issued to the purchaser. So ito yung mga sample natin. Okay. So ito yung mga example po natin na ating resibo, no? So for the sales invoice, ito yon, no? Sales invoice, ito yung number niya, then sold to, sino yung pangalan, the date, and then the tin, no? And then the persons with disability ID number kasi kung magbibigay ka ng um, discount, no? So nakalagay dyan yung quantity, unit, the articles, the unit price, and then the amount, no? So, nakalagay yan dyan. Okay, so pagdating dito, ilipat mo pa rin siya kung saan siya na klase ng purchases mo. So total sales, VAT inclusive, less VAT, no? So add net of VAT, less senior citizen PWD discount, and then the amount due, and then the additional VAT. No? Okay, so yun po yung ating resibo. Sa paano natin to i-issue, lahat yan, i-fill up natin yung applicable na mabases dyan. And then, since itong resibo na to is triplicate, no? So, meron siyang 3 kopya. So, ito yung ibigay natin yung una sa taxpayer. And then, itong isa, i-retain natin, no? I-retain natin sa okay. Ito, i-retain natin yung isang kopya dito sa booklet. Yung isang kopya, pwede na ikalagay mo na doon sa accounting. So pwede yan. Okay. The original ng sales invoice or receipt shall be issued to purchaser. Customer or client who, if engaged in any taxable business, shall be kept and preserve the same in his place of business for a period of 5 years from the date of the invoice or receipt. No? So the duplicate to be kept and preserved by the person subject to tax, also in his place of business for a like period. Okay, so Commissioner of Internal Revenue may exempt any person subject to an internal revenue tax from compliance with the provision of this section. No? Sari-sari store, they are also required to submit an inventory of their books of accounts in trading, no? In trades. Submit an inventory of their stocks in trades, no? Pursuant to Section 13 of the Bookkeeping Regulations. So, kailangan nilang isubmit the annual inventory of the jewelry and other articles pledged to them as security. Okay, so we have the inventory of a branch and the main store. No? So, saan yan isasubmit? The branch store made in the name of the principal store should be treated by keeping a memorandum thereof and take up in the books of accounts of the principal store. So, dapat ang um, mag-comply dito is the uh, taxpayer, no? Or the principal, no? Kasi branch store, dapat meron kang sariling branch. Yun din yung pinag-aral natin doon sa segmented reporting. If you have the branch, be ready also the i-breakdown mo yung sales mo per branch at saka yung expenses, no? So it can also be. So, bawat branch may inventory. Pero anong gagawin mo dyan? I-consolidate mo yan doon sa principal store. No? Okay. Meat vendors inside public markets, they are not required to issue receipts. No? So, ano yung ginagawa ng mga restaurant owners? Gawa kayo ng sarili ninyong vouchers, and when you purchase from these meat vendors, papirmahan nyo sa kanila. No? Kasi wala kayong proof. Hindi sila issue. They are allowed to issue receipts. Form and manner of issuance of invoices and receipts. The invoice or receipt to comply with the requirement of regulations must be serial number and made at least in duplicate. So ito yung sample ko sa inyo, triplicate to. Kasi gusto ko siya triplicate, no? This is my sales invoice. Pero, ang sinasabi ng regulations, at least in duplicate. So, pwede na duplicate. Bakit? At least in duplicate. One for the customer, yung original, and then one for the seller na maiiwan dito sa resibo. And if you have this bound na receipts, hindi ho pwede na tanggalin mo to dito ha. Kasi pag tinanggal mo yan, loose leaf ka na. Kailangan kukuha ka ng permit. Pero kung bound lang ang permit mo, hindi loose leaf, kailangan yung maiwan dito na isa, hindi siya tatanggalin. May penalty kayo pagka tinanggal nyo. And also, the resibo shall be bound in the form of booklets or pads of 50 or 100 each. 50 or 100. So, ito, 50. No? 50 na resibo, ito, 50 na numbers. Isang booklet. No? Show, among other things, the name and address, the business style, the person issuing the same. Sa VAT, yung VAT receipts, meron siyang sarili din na requirements, no? Kung ano yung mga nakalagay dyan. For VAT receipts, we have the business name, and then the address, and then kagaya dito, proprietor, and then the VAT registered PIN. No? And then we have the sales invoice, we have the sequence na number niya, and then sold to na tin, no? So ito na yung required na format, no? So in a way, pag nagpagawa kayo, kumuha kayo ng permit sa BIR, ito na ang ibibigay sa inyo because the accredited printers will not print the receipt na violation sa prescribed format, no? Kasi only accredited printers can now print your receipts, no? Accredited printers will may duplicate copies as may be necessary. Yung iba, quintuplet, no? Triplicate, quadruplicate, depende kung sa pangangailangan mo. They are allowed. But sabi ng regulations, at least in duplicate. No? Admission tickets. Ito yung admission tickets natin. Other records to be issued or kept by person subject to amusement tax. So, kung mapapansin ninyo, pag nanood kayo ng sine, no? Pero ako, sa tanda ko to, hindi ako nanood ng sine. No? Ngayon, because of my work, at least nanonood-nood ako sa Facebook, sa internet, no? Pero hindi ko talaga inano yung manood ng sine. Kasi naiinis ako. Nanood ako ng sine and then corny. Hindi ko siya na-enjoy. No? Tsaka parang sayang yung oras ko. So, hindi ako nanonood. Kaya, yung alam ko lang, itong admission tickets, no? Kasi I was once head of the registration. Ang concurrent ako na supervisor sa assessment at the same time. chief ng registration sa RDO 39, no? So, itong mga admission tickets na to, dumadaan din sa BIR, may permit yan. Pagpasok mo sa cinema, bibigyan ka ng parang stamp, no? Doon sa ticket na yan, may amount na dyan kung magkano yung binili mo. So, that is tantamount to receipts. So, may permit din yan bago ibenta. Okay. Okay, so the ticket shall be serially numbered, indicate the name of the place of amusement or business, and the fees or cover charges. No? The serial number of each ticket and the admission fee or cover charge shall be printed on the ticket twice, that when the ticket is divided into two, upon being presented for admission, both the serial number and the price shall appear on both parts. Di ba may ano yan na hahatiin mo? So, ang requirement yan, kung ano information dito sa kalahati, ganon din dito sa kalahati. Para pag hinati siya, pareho silang may information. No? Kasi ang pag hinati mo yan, ibigay mo doon sa admission yung kalahati. Yung kalahati, maiwan sa customer. No? So, yun yung proof mo na nanood ka ng sine. No? Saan mo yan i-record? Doon sa entertainment or representation mo. Because you can claim that also as an expense. Okay, so that ended up our lecture on the bookkeeping regulations. Although, sabi ko nga sa inyo, hindi natin to na tapos lahat, natakil lahat. These are just an overview. Because we have a very limited time. And what we got this morning, we discussed about the bookkeeping process. No? So, ano yung bookkeeping process natin? Ito yung we analyze and record the process. We process the transactions, and then we prepare the trial balance. From the trial balance, we will prepare the financial statement. At yan po yung gagawin natin in the afternoon. Anong gagawin natin in the afternoon? We will prepare the hindi naman prepare, pero explain natin. Kasi yung preparation kasi matagal yon. So, hindi natin kakayanin ng half day. But anong gagawin natin in the afternoon? I will show to you what is the balance sheet or the statement of financial position. Paano yung mga accounts na nandoon, paano gagawin. And then also the income statement, the statement in equity, no? Changes in equity, and also the cash flow. No? So ito, apat, no, na account. So sabi ko sa inyo, since we are giving just the overview, at least may guide kayo. And I understand lahat ng soft copies na sa kanila nahahari. Okay. Pati yung para sa second day. No? So from there, yung mga binibigay namin sa inyo na handouts, basahin nyo, and then i-expound nyo na lang. Paano nyo i-expand? Halimbawa, sa recording, research kayo. Kasi ako, yun ang ginagawa ko Pag nag-attend ako ng seminar, ini-expound ko. No? So, based on the handouts, maghanap ka ngayon, mag-research ka pa sa internet, and then continue your study. No? Para mas napapakinabangan nyo. Kasi if you stop here, hindi nyo to na-digest No? Parang dadaan lang to sa memory natin. Kung hindi natin to dagdagan pa yung ating kaalaman, hindi natin masyado napapakinabangan. No? You already invested your time and then your effort. So, see to it na talagang pakinabangan natin yung ating pinag-aralan this morning. Ano pa yung ating isang pinag-aralan? Yung bookkeeping regulations. So, ano yung makita natin doon? The purpose why the government requires us to maintain our books of accounts. Bakit tayo pinapamaintain ng books of accounts? In order to ascertain, no? May basis ang gobyerno na may basis yung gobyerno natin para tingnan kung magkano to ascertain the liabilities of the taxpayer. So, paano niya i-ascertain based on your books of accounts? You are required to file a financial statements as an attachment to your income tax return every year in one taxable year, no? For the individual, ang year ending mo is December 31. For corporations, inaalaw nila na iba using the fiscal year. So you have to file your income tax return and then attach the financial statement. No? So based on that financial statements, prepare mo yung financial statement based on your records. No? So doon yan sa records natin nakikita. So during after na i-file mo na yung income tax returns mo, selective naman at random yung pagpili kung sino yung mas subject to investigation. Pag na-subject ka sa tax audit, i-require ka ngayon ng revenue examiner to present your books of accounts and accounting records. Ang sabi ko sa inyo, if your books of accounts contains only your record, wala kang supporting documents, then your books of accounts is just a mere scrap of paper. No? Wala siyang value. Why? Kasi pwedeng bias, pwedeng self-serving na yung nilagay mo dyan. So anong kailangan? To ascertain your tax liabilities, it should be, yung mga interest mo dyan should be recorded with receipts. Ilan yung klase ng books of accounts that we maintain? Pwede. The manual. Yung manual, ito yung traditional natin na ledger. Ito yung brown. Pwede rin tayo mag-loose leaf, but we have to ask for a permit to use loose leaf books of accounts. And then pwede rin po na computerized accounting system, which tomorrow we will be dealing with the computerized accounting system. And then, ano pa yung mga highlights natin this morning? We also have yung pagtatakbo ng libro. No? So, before you use yung manual na books of accounts natin, dapat may tatak yan sa BIR. Ang term dyan is registered yung books of accounts natin. Pagka walang tatak yan, unregistered, kahit nag-record pa tayo doon, meron pa rin tayong penalties. No? And then, on the issuance of receipts, paano ba tayo nag-issue ng receipts? At least in duplicate, no? And then it should bear the records, no? The information about the sales that we have, the amount, the date, the name of the customer, and then at least in duplicate, no? Pwedeng more than that na kopya, pero at least in duplicate ang requirement. So, ano pa yung na-discuss natin? No, yung mga meat vendors, mga fish, agricultural, hindi po sila, allowed po sila na hindi mag-issue na resibo. So kung kayo, kailangan nyo ng proof dahil ginamit mo sa negosyo yung mga na-purchase mo, then you have to make voucher o acknowledgement receipt na ito yung binili mo sa kanila and have them signed, no? Para meron kayong supporting documents for the purchases that you claim. No? So, ano pa, yung mga tickets or admission tickets natin sa mga cinema, no? They are also regulated at dumadaan din po sila sa BIR. Meron din silang mga permit to use. At makikita mo yon yung both information nasa both sides na pag hinati mo, maiwan sa customer yung kalahati, maiwan sa admission yung kalahati. They both show the same information, no? So yun po yung requirements sa mga tickets sa cinema. Sometimes yung mga tickets na ginagamit ng mga fundraising, ganun din, no? Dalawa yan, may stub, kompleto yung information doon, and then yung malaking ticket na mapupunta sa holder na yun yung ipipresent niya pag nanalo, no? Sa mga raffles, no? Dumadaan din po yan, may permit po yan sa BIR. Okay, so with that, I would like to say thank you, and we will have a 1 hour break for this session, and we will be back at 1 o'clock, no? Daming lamok. So let's have a 1 hour break. Okay, so good afternoon po and welcome to our afternoon session. No? So this afternoon, apat yung gagawin natin. The balance sheet or the statement of financial position. We have our income statement. We have the statement of changes in equity at saka yung cash flow. No? So, heavy. Pero sinasabi ko nga sa inyo, overview lang because of our very limited time. Okay. The statement of financial position or ito yung balance sheet natin. This is a formal statement showing the three elements comprising financial position, namely assets, liabilities, and equity. Kaya yung accounting equation na assets equals liabilities and equity, makikita mo yung application niyan sa balance sheet. Why? Kasi ang balance sheet is composed of the assets, and then liabilities, and then the equity. No? Okay. So the statement of financial position is analyzed by investors, creditors, and other statement users to evaluate such factors as liquidity, solvency, and the need of the entity for additional financing. Why? Kasi makikita mo doon sa liabilities niya, kung nadidrain na yung assets niya, wala na siyang working capital. So makikita ngayon ng yung ng users, which can either be investors, creditors, or other users, yung need ng company, yung kailangan ng company. So liquidity is the ability of the entity to meet currently maturing obligations. Yun yung mga obligasyon niya, utang, no? In short, utang. Solvency, availability of cash over the longer term to meet maturing obligations. Yan yung solvency naman. Marami siyang cash na anytime na mag-mature na yung kanyang liabilities, may pambayad siya. No? So, yun yung solvency. Current and non-current distinction. The entity shall present current and non-current assets. Yun yung nasa assets natin, no? Nasa assets. Mamaya meron naman tayong sample for this statement of financial position, no? So assets, since we're talking of assets, assets should be presented as current and non-current, no? Ang liabilities ganun din, should be presented as current and non-current liabilities. Okay. So when the entity supplies goods or services within a clearly identifiable operating cycle, the separate classification of current and non-current assets and liabilities is a useful information. Okay. So assets are expected to be realized within the current operating cycle and liabilities are due for settlement within the same period. No? So financial institutions, presentation of assets and liabilities in increasing or decreasing liability provides information that is faithfully represented and are more relevant. Kaya nga pag ikaw ay isang certified public accountant, kasama dun sa disclosure mo, kasama dun sa statement mo na na-ascertain mo talaga during your audit yung tama yung financial statements na pinipresent. Kasi ikaw yung magbibigay ng opinion eh. Kaya yung certified public accountant, hindi basta-basta nagbibigay ng opinion, especially if yung financial position na yan or balance sheet, lalo na yung assets, no? Very, very careful about assets. Lalo na kung yung assets wala, no? Kasi very important yan because yun ang nagpe-present ng assets ng company, kung ano yung value ng company, no? So, halimbawa, sinertify mo, meron siyang 3 million na assets, when in fact, wala naman pala. So, ginamit ngayon yan ng business taxpayer sa loan, no? So naniwala naman yung bangko dahil may um, CPA certificate. Sabi ng auditor, tama, existing yung assets when in fact wala naman pala. So because of that opinion, the banks suffer damages. Ano yun? Napautang siya, wala naman pala siyang makukuha, no? So walang pambayad. So, secondarily liable, itong CPA that renders opinion on the financial statements na fraudulent or hindi totoo, no? Kaya careful po tayo sa pagbigay, especially dito sa statement of financial position which is the balance sheet, no? Nandiyan yung assets, nandiyan yung liability. So, be sure na yung assets tama, nandiyan talaga existing. Kasi ang liabilities, hindi naman yan, no? So, karamihan, nadidisclose ng tama yung liabilities. Not unless na yung iba, walang liabilities, magbibigay lang ng liabilities for the sake of interest expense, to claim interest expense. No? So, assets, na-explain na natin kanina doon sa bookkeeping process kung ano yung assets. No? So these are resource controlled by the entity. Nasabi nga natin, result ng past event kasi nagkaroon siya ng mga activities to have that assets. And then merong future economic benefits. No? Pakikinabangan pa siya ng, kaya nga asset siya eh. Kaya nga sa analogy sa tao, sabi, asset siya ng organization. Ibig sabihin, pinapakinabangan niya ng organization. Ano naman yung opposite liabilities? Kasi sabi niya ng iba, pagkapasaway yung isang tao, liabilities lang yan dito. Ang ibig sabihin, walang pakinabang, walang benefits. No? So, yung assets are properties owned by the company. No? So, ano yung mga characteristics ng assets? They are controlled by the entity. They are a result of past event. They provide future economic benefits and the cost can be measured reliably. Ano yung cost? Usually, pag mga equipment yan, the cost of purchasing or buying that, excuse me, buksan mo muna yung ano doon. Excuse lang po ha, mga participants natin. Buksan mo muna yung pinto doon para makaano ng hangin kasi uubo ako. Sensya na kayo at iba na pag bumabata. No? Ang dami ng nararamdaman sa katawan. Tapos maselan na pati yung ilong. May na aamoy ka lang ng konti, uubuhin ka na. Si Banji na ano mo na?
Nag-okay. Nag-okay na siya.
Atid niya doon. Ha? Okay. So, sabi natin, when it comes to assets, dalawa ang classification ng assets, isang current assets at isang non-current assets. So, what are the current assets? These are the classification, no? The assets is cash or cash equivalent. So, ibig sabihin ng current assets, magagamit mo siya agad currently. Unless the asset is restricted to settle liability for more than 12 months after the reporting period. So, ang asset is cash. Kasi ang cash, current talaga yan. Kasi anytime gusto mong gamitin, magagamit mo. Except kung naka-time deposit yan. So, depending sa maturity ng time deposit mo, kung the time deposit will mature in 3 months, then considered current. But if it will mature beyond the 12-month period, then it is not current assets. No? The entity holds the assets primarily for the purpose of trading. So, current assets siya. No? The entity expects to realize the assets within 12 months after the reporting period. So, current pa rin siya. The entity expects to realize the assets or intends to sell or consume it within the entity's normal operating cycle. This normal operating cycle will depend. There are industries na ang normal operating cycle nila is beyond 12 months. Kagaya ng sugar cane, no? Yung mga farmers natin, na nagtatanim ng tubo. Sometimes, ang isang operating cycle nila is more than 12 months. No? Kaya if you try to look at their cost, nag-overlap yung accounting period. No? Cash and cash equivalents. No? So ano itong mga cash equivalents? They are short-term, highly liquidated investments, readily convertible into known amount of cash, and subject to insignificant risk of changes in value. No? So hindi sila nag-change in value kagaya ng cash. Pag sinabi mo 100,000, 100,000 talaga yan. Hindi mo masabi na magiging 50,000 na lang yan pag kinabukasan, no? So, insignificant risk of changes in value. Cash and cash equivalent shall be unrestricted in use. Kasi pag restricted na siya, halimbawa, hindi siya pwedeng i-declare na sa ano lang, appropriated na siya, halimbawa. So, hindi siya kasama sa cash and cash equivalent kasi restricted. So, include cash on hand, petty cash fund, cash in bank, and any cash equivalent. So, yun po yung cash. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, ang cash, yun ang ginagamit pambayad ng mga expenses. Kaya pagdating doon sa recording natin, pinakamagalaw talaga, pinakamaraming debits and credits ang cash. No? So, for investment to qualify as a cash equivalent, must be readily convertible into a known amount of cash and subject to insignificant risk of changes in value. Short maturity din siya na 3 months or less. No? Okay. Example of cash equivalent, 3-month BSP Treasury Bill, 3-year BSP Treasury Bill purchased 3 months before date of maturity, 3-month time deposit, 3-month money market instrument. Why is it that it's very important that we know how to classify this account? Kasi mayroon tayo pong tinatawag na standards, no? So, yung standards, bawat account yan, pagka hindi tayo na-conform with the standards, misrepresented yung ating financial statements. Halimbawa ng cash mo, sinabi mong cash yan, tapos hindi naman pala siya realizable in 3 months. So, dapat hindi siya current assets, no? So, it's very important that we know paano natin i-classify yung bawat account na nandyan sa balance sheet natin or statement in financial position. No? So the date of purchase, which should be 3 months or less before maturity, is important to classify it as current assets. Okay, so BSP Treasury Bill purchased 3 years ago cannot qualify as cash equivalent even if remaining maturity is 3 months or less. No? Equity securities cannot qualify as cash equivalent because shares do not have a date of maturity. Shares yan eh, shares of stocks yan eh. Nandun yan, invest yan sa company. No? And ano po yung role natin sa corporation code as to the shares of stocks, yung contribution or yung payment for the shares of stocks. They are held in trust for the payment of liabilities of the company. Kaya we follow the trust fund doctrine sa corporation. So, yung pera na yan, nandyan yan, naka-invest, nabayad yan sa shares of stocks. Hindi mo yan pwedeng galawin. No? Kaya, it cannot be qualified as current assets. Preference shares with specified redemption date can qualify as cash equivalents. Yung mga preferred shares, no? Kasi sa iba, ang mga preferred shares, they classify it as a liability. Kasi may redemption date na yan eh, no? So, ibig sabihin, pagka meron na yan redemption date, at malapit na yung redemption date, pag ikaw yung may-ari ng preferred share, pwede mo siya i-classify as current assets. Held for trading. No? Ito yung financial asset na binibenta natin. No? So, letter A, it is acquired principally for the purpose of selling it in the near term. So, buy and sell. Initial recognition, part of portfolio of identified financial instruments that are managed together and for which there is evidence of a recent actual pattern of short-term profit-taking. halimbawa, shares of stocks yung tinitrade mo. Bibili ka ng shares of stocks. Ang usual, yung ginagawa ng mga investor, bibilhin lang yan sandali, and then titingnan nila na tumaas na ba yung shares. Pag tumaas yan, benta na kaagad, no? At gain, no? Hindi na nila hihintayin pa na malugi, bababa yung um, value ng shares of stocks bago nila ibenta. No? Yun ang negosyo. Kaya nga it conforms with the economic entity. No? The business is an economic entity. Ano yung purpose niya? Profit making. Hindi yung loss. No? But for BIR purposes, puro loss. Okay. And another classification for asset held for trading is it is derivative, no? Nag-change. Except for a derivative that is a financial guarantee contract or a designated and an effective hedging instrument. Also, ito yung mga derivatives na sometimes binibenta din to, no, for investment purposes. So, example dito, yung exception dito is the derivative that is financial guarantee contract. No? O kaya yung hedging instrument, nag-hedge ka para mabawasan yung lugi mo. Okay, so these financial assets held for trading or trading securities are debt and equity securities purchased with the intent of selling them. Ito naman yung mga financial transactions, no, na nagbabuy and sell ka for the purpose of magkaroon ka ng kita, no? Gains. Okay. So ito yung expected to be realized within 12 months, consider siya as short-term non-trade receivables. No? So ito yung mga examples. Non-trade receivables represents claims arising from sources other than the sale of merchandise or services in the ordinary course of business. So non-trade, ibig sabihin hindi siya yung kasama dun sa regular mo na business activity. Non-trade receivables are classified as current assets if collectible within 1 year from the end of reporting period. So pwede siyang current assets basta collect mo siya within 1 year. The non-trade receivables are classified as non-current assets kung meron man yan ang company. Okay, so realized, sold, or consumed refers to trade receivables, inventories, and prepayments. These assets din hindi assets. Palitan mo hari. No, these assets are classified as current assets because they are expected to be realized, sold, or consumed within the normal operating cycle or 1 year, whichever is longer. So ito yung mga assets, no, na current assets kasi ma-realize siya, sold, consumed within 1 year, no? Or shorter sa normal operating cycle. Kasi yung iba, ang normal operating cycle nila is 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Ano yung operating cycle? Ito yung na-complete mo yung isang business transactions. Ano yun? Halimbawa, you are engaged in trading, merchandising business. So it's the one operating cycle is one that is when you convert your cash, you buy merchandise. And then itong merchandise na benta mo, how long it takes para mabenta mo itong merchandise na binili mo, and then babalik siya sa cash. So yan po yung one operating cycle. No? That's why when I do inventory analysis, gusto kong makita yung turnover ng inventory. Ano yung turnover ng inventory? Yung binili mo na yung inventory and then revert back mo siya sa cash. So, ilang months yun. So, yun yung dinatawag mo na inventory turnover in terms of months or in terms of period. Bakit? Kasi gusto kong i-justify bakit kailangan niya mangungutang at mag-maintain ng ganyan kalaking inventory na ito lang naman yung sales. No? So, itong mga figures dito, mga amounts that you presented in your statement of financial position, this is a reflection or result of your operations. No? Kaya based on the reports, na isushow nyo dito sa financial statements mo, na-analyze na kung ano yung nangyari sa operations mo during the year. Operating cycle, no, is the time between the acquisition of assets for processing and their realization in cash or cash equivalent. No? So normal operating cycle is not clearly identifiable. For tax purposes, one operating cycle is assumed to be 12 months. No? Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, there can be more sometimes, no? Yung actual na industry. So, operating cycle of a trading entity, average period of time that it takes to acquire the merchandise inventory, sell the inventory to customers, and collect cash from the sale. Yan yung operating cycle ng trading entity. How about manufacturing entity? It takes longer. Kasi itong trading entity, binili mo lang yung goods, then binenta mo. Samantalang itong manufacturing entity, bibili ka pa ng raw materials, lagyan mo pa siya ng direct labor, and then meron ka pang factory overhead, and then sa inventory, meron kang goods in process, meron kang raw materials, meron kang finished goods. So, mas complicated ang operation ng manufacturing company compared to that of the trading entity. Kaya in terms of operating cycle, mas matagal ang operating cycle ng manufacturing entity compared to trading entity. Why? Kasi mag-umpisa na mamili siya ng raw materials, tapos gagawin niya, karoon siya ng packaging, magkaroon siya ng distribution, hanggang sa babalik sa kanya yung pera, mas matagal compared to the trading entity. But of course, if you are manufacturing entity, mas mataas naman yung gross profit rate mo compared sa trading lang. No? Usually, ang manufacturing entity, 50%. Pero yung trading entity, pababaan niya ng presyo to make it sellable. Minsan, 5% lang yung markup mo. Minsan, 10%, 20%. No? Malaking-malaki na yan pag nagka 50% ka na markup. Samantalang ang manufacturing entity, ordinary yun lang sa kanila yung 15% na markup. Presentation ng current assets, no? It is a minimum line item under the current assets. Pag sinabi mong minimum na line item, may sarili talaga siyang account yan at saka amount, no? So, hindi mo pwedeng haluan ng iba. Kasi yung iba, posible na yung isang account, pinaghalo-halo na nila ang laman. No? Halimbawa, yung miscellaneous expense. Or nandoon na lahat ng mga expense na maliliit, no? So, halimbawa, 10 account yan. Doon na lahat sa miscellaneous. Pero sa cash, sarili niya talaga. Kaya pag tinignan nyo sa assets, sa balance sheet, nandun talaga number 1 yung cash. Okay. So, financial assets at fair value through profit or loss, such as trading securities and other investment in quoted entity. No? So, itong mga financial assets dapat naka-line item din siya. Ibig sabihin, nakalagay din siya doon sa balance sheet. No? Ano itong mga financial assets? Ito yung mga accounts receivable. No? Okay. So, what are the examples? Cash and cash equivalents, financial assets, trade and other receivables, inventories, prepaid expenses. So those are assets. Non-current assets is the residual definition. Bakit residual? Parang catch-all provision na siya na pag wala mo na, hindi mo na siya classify doon sa current assets, then non-current siya. Kasi parang wala ka ng ibang classification doon na siya sa non-current assets. No? So, entity shall classify all other assets not classified as current as non-current assets. No? So, what is not included in the definition of current assets is deemed excluded. So, hindi siya current assets. Nandun ang bagsak niya sa non-current. No? So, ano yung mga sample ng non-current assets? Property, plant, and equipment, long-term investments, intangible assets, other non-current assets. And we also have the deferred tax assets. classified as non-current asset. So property, plant, and equipment, tangible assets which are held by an entity for use in production or supply of goods and services for rental to others or for administrative purposes and are expected to be used during more than one period. Ito yung mga tangible assets. So, ito yung in contrast with the intangible assets. Ano sabi natin sa intangible assets? They are assets which have no physical attributes. Ang tangible assets naman, ito yung may physical attributes. So, nandyan siya sa property, plant, and equipment. No? So, they are used for production, supply of goods, services, rental, for administrative purposes. No? So, lahat yan ng property, plant, and equipment. Ginagamit yan ng business. So, property, plant, and equipment, ito yung tangible assets, meaning with physical substance. They are used in business, meaning used in production or supply of goods and services for rental purposes and for administrative purposes. Pag sinabi mong for rental purposes, pinapaupahan mo and then you earn income from that property. No? So, they are expected to be used over a period of more than 1 year. Okay. Assets that are held for sale, including land or held for investment, are not included in property, plant, and equipment. Bakit? Kasi yung held for sale, nandoon yun sa current assets. Okay. Examples of property, plant, and equipment are land, land improvement, building, machinery, ship, aircraft, motor vehicle, furniture and fixture, office equipment, patterns, molds and this, no? Tools, book plates. Bakit? Pag tiningnan nyo ito mga industrial assets, ito tools, no, ginagamit sila sa paggawa ng produkto. So, old term for property, plant, and equipment, fixed assets. Kaya yung mga old na mga accountant, fixed assets talaga yan, no? Nang kumuha kasi ako ng PPE na siya, property, plant, and equipment, no? So, after initial recognition, entity shall choose either the cost model or the revaluation model as accounting policy. O apply the policy to entire class, property, plant, and equipment. Pero ngayon, meron na tayo since we already adopted the IFRS, no? So, ilan yung accounting standards? We have the full IFRS, the IFRS for small medium enterprises at saka yung IFRS for small entities, no? So iba yung description mo doon sa properties. But for BAR purposes, ano lang ang allowed na value ng property, cost lang. Kung magkano mo siya binili o magkano yung ginastos mo to produce that property, no? Hindi na kasama yung mga appraisal increase. Although, sa financial reporting, requirement yun ng standards na, halimbawa IFRS ka, full IFRS, every 2 years, magpa-appraise ka ng property mo para alam mo kung magkano na yung valuation ng property mo from an independent appraiser. No? And then, i-disclose mo yan sa financial statement mo. Under the cost model, the property, plant, and equipment shall be carried at cost less any accumulated depreciation and any accumulated impairment losses. So this is the cost na allowed ng BAR for computing the depreciation of assets or PPE, no? Property, plant, and equipment. Sa revaluation model naman, the property, plant, and equipment shall be carried at revalued amount, no? Or fair value less subsequent accumulated depreciation and also subsequent accumulated impairment losses. Yan ang revaluation model. So, revalued amount, yun yung IFRS requirement sa valuation. Kaya revalued yan the market value. Pero sa BAR purposes, cost. No? So, property, plant, kaya nga pagdating sa paggawa natin ng financial statement, pagdating sa income tax return, meron po tayo doon na reconciliation na tinatawag, no? Ano yung taxable income and then the financial or accounting income. We have to reconcile. At ipakita natin dito kung what makes the difference between the taxable income and the financial income. Okay, so property, plant, and equipment are listed first under non-current assets because very often this represent a major portion of total assets. Karamihan, ang malaking assets talaga nasa property, plant, and equipment. Especially pag manufacturing ka kasi you have to use machineries or the nature of your company is such that it is asset intensive. No? So malaki talaga yung nandyan sa property, plant, and equipment. However, if you are engaged in resale business, no? Trading. Ano yung malaki mo? Nandoon sa inventory. Why? Because yun yung buhay ng business mo. Ano yung binibenta mo doon? The inventories. So you have to invest in your inventories para buhay yung iyong business, no? Nandun dun sa inventory. And inventory is current assets, hindi siya non-current. Long-term investment, the international accounting standards define investment as an asset held by entity for the accretion of wealth. Kaya ka nag-invest eh. Bakit? Accretion of wealth, gusto mong kumita. No? Yung investment na yan, ang purpose mo dyan, kikita. No? Accretion of wealth through capital distribution such as interest, royalties, dividends, rentals, for capital appreciation, or for other benefits to the investing entity. So, kaya yung iba, alam nyo, na accumulate sila ng pera and then in-invest nila para mas lalong dumami. Kaya anong nangyayari? Excuse me. Patayin mo muna yung aircon. Parang ano siya. Pero mag-ventilador ka na lang muna doon. Sandali lang, Hari, ha. Meron tayong ventilador na may stand. Nasaan na ba yun? Lagay mo lang dyan, huwag mo itutok sa akin. Excuse po, mga participants natin. Excuse lang po. Huwag mong itutok sa akin. Sige. Kaya pa ganun mo. Ikaw, kaya pa ng likod mo yan. Ako hindi na. Okay. Alam nyo, mga participants natin ngayon, there was a time na I was in Cebu, no, as a speaker. Talagang siguro 30 minutes akong inubo. Bakit? Ang baho-baho ng carpet, ng hotel, kung nasaan yung seminar, no? Hindi lang ako makareklamo dun sa hotel, ayoko sila mapahiya, pero hindi talaga kinaya. Tiniis ko lang eh. Pero yung hapon na, hindi na ako mapagkasalita kasi ubo na lang ako ng ubo. Na pumapasok sa ilong ko yung tawag dito, mga alikabok. So, inuubo ako. That's why, kahit wala pang pandemic, no, matagal na panahon na, since 2013, 14, nagmamas na ako. Hindi na talaga ako yung lumalabas na hindi nagmamas. Nasusuffocate ako, especially pag pumasok sa mga building na ang baho, sumasakit ka agad yung ulo ko. So, kaya pasensya na kayo if from time to time paubo-ubo tayo. No? So, yun yung long-term investments. And the purpose for long-term investment is to earn, no? So, anong nangyayari dito sa mga investor? Yung sabi ko sa inyo na, yung may pera, lalong dumadami yung pera. Bakit? Yung walang pera, wala talagang pera yan. No? Bakit? Kasi pag may pera ka and then in-invest mo, yung pera mo, kumikita pa yan eh. No? And then, ang nangyayari sa mga investor, kumikita na yung pera nila, may trabaho pa sila, kumikita rin sila. So, sabay-sabay yan na kumikita. That's why, yung sabi natin na yung mayayaman, lalong yung mayaman. No? Pero yung mahirap, lalo din humihirap. Kasi, di rin naman sila yung ganun ka, porsigido na kumita ng pera na paghiga mo sa gabi, isipin mo, paano ka kumita kinabukasan. Hindi. No? Para sa kanila, as they come, kung wala, di wala, magtiis. No? Yan yung mga mentality ng hindi talaga suntok sa buwan ang buhay. So, tiis lang. Kaya din naman magtiis. Okay? So, investment may be current or non-current. No? So, current investment, investment that is by nature readily realizable. Non-current or long-term investment, ito naman yung hindi siya current investment. So, more than 1 year po siya ma-realize. Okay? So, example ng long-term investment, investment in securities of other entities such as shares, bonds, and other debt instruments. So, ano yung mga investment natin sa shares of stocks? We buy stock certificate. So, pagka kumikita yung company, may dividend tayo, no? So, yun yung kita natin invest in shares. Investment in subsidiaries, ganun din. Investment in associates accounted for by the equity method. Ano yung equity method? Yung binibili mo yung shares of stocks, no? Nag-invest ka doon sa shares of stocks ng company. Investment in funds, no? Such as sinking fund, plant expansion fund, preference share redemption fund. No? Fund ito, hindi fund. No? Fund, may D yan. Okay. So, investment property, cash surrender value of life insurance policy, investment in joint venture. No? So, yun yung mga sample po ng investment. And then we have intangible assets. Ano to intangible assets? Also, nandyan po siya sa non-current assets natin. And intangible assets are very important kind of assets now. No? And they are also regulated now. Bakit sila regulated? Meron na tayong IPO or the Intellectual Property Office that regulates this intangible assets. No? So matagal ng panahon, the multinationals are already investing their money in intangible assets. Why? Because intangible assets, this is opposite of the tangible assets. Why? Because tangible assets has a physical attributes, samantalang itong intangible assets has no physical attributes. But they are certainly value drivers of the company. Basically, they give benefits to the company who owns it. No? Kaya protected ang intangible natin. There are intangibles that are registrable. No? So, nire-register yan locally sa IPO, the Intellectual Property Office, and internationally so that you can have worldwide protection. Then, you have to register your intangible assets with the WIPO or the World Intellectual Property Office based in Geneva, Switzerland. No? So, yun po yung intangible assets. At ito yung intangible assets, ito yung mga bagay na mas naglalast sila compared to the tangible assets. Mas matagal sila. No? It will take so many years bago sila mawala. Why? Because intangible assets are also developed through time. No? So, anong example ng mga intangible assets natin? Ito yung patent, trademark, mga trade names natin, software. No? So, those are example of intangibles. No? And they are controlled by the entity as a result of past event and from which future economic benefits are expected to flow to the entity. So, anong meaning ng intangible assets are also the meaning of assets. No? Meron siyang future economic benefits and also result of past events. Bakit result of past events yan? Because sometimes intangible assets are developed through research and development. No? Intangible assets is identifiable. Kaya mo siya i-recognize, ma-identify mo siya. Kasi siyempre, kung hindi mo siya ma-identify, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-recognize. So, it is identifiable when it is separable or capable of being sold, transferred, licensed, rented, or exchanged separate from the entity. So, yun po yung intangible assets, no? So, capable siya of being sold, transferred, licensed, rented. No? Letter B, when it arises from contractual or other legal rights. No? So, contractual, halimbawa, meron ka license to use the software. So, it emanates from the contract that you execute. Okay. Common examples of identifiable intangibles are patents, franchise, copyright, trademark, computer software. Okay, so unidentifiable intangible asset is goodwill, no? Yung goodwill kasi, pag hindi mo na usually, nire-recognize yung goodwill. Halimbawa, bumili ka ng company, and then that is in excess of the assets of the company. Those other things that cannot be identified, itambak mo na siya dun sa goodwill. So, other non-current assets, uh, those assets that do not fit into the definition of previously mentioned non-current assets. Kaya catch all. Hindi mo na siya maklasify. Lagay mo na sa other non-current assets. No? Ito yung mga long-term advances to officers. No? Red light yan ngayon, ang long-term advances to officers. Kaya ito in relation. Dito sa mga estudyante, hindi nyo masyado maintindihan, pero sa mga practitioner, no, I understand may mga CPAs tayo. Ito yung non-current assets, no, include long-term advances to officers. So, kasi other non-current assets ito. Pag nakita nyo kaagad itong long-term advances to officers, no, red light na kaagad to. Why? These are related parties transactions. Why related parties transactions? Because related ang officer at saka yung company. Imagine long-term advances ito sa mga officers. So, ibig sabihin, red light ka agad ito. Bakit? Bakit nandyan yung pera ng corporation sa officers? Bakit niya pinapautang ang officers ng ganun kalalaki? So, under Revenue Regulations 19-2020, magkaroon na ito ng transfer pricing documentation. Ano yung transfer pricing documentations? Ito yung documentation for the related parties. No? Kaya sabi natin, hindi ka lang basta-basta naglagay dyan ng account. Lahat yan na-analyze. Ang lahat yan may relations with the other accounts. No? So may requirement na ngayon ang BIR for related parties transactions. Ngayon meron kang long-term advances to officers, directors, shareholders, and employees. So lahat po yan, related party transactions yan. No? That's why meron ng sa amin ng engagement, no, for the 2020. Kasi ilang days na lang, no? 2021 na. So magdudyo na yung mga financial statement ng 2020. Noong nakita ko, sabi niya mag-bill na daw ako for the engagement, no? 7 companies. Yung makita ko na ang dami related parties at saka ang lalaki. My goodness, sabi ko, this requires disclosures and transfer pricing documentation. So, anong ginawa ko? Tinaasan ko yung singil. Bakit? Kasi kasama na yung documentation. Hindi pwedeng hindi. Why? Kasi kung kayo na mga practitioners, isama nyo na yung documentation sa engagement nyo. Bakit? Kasi magdoble-doble sila ngayon ng engagement ang company. At saka sisihin nila kayo na ginawa nyo to, bakit hindi nyo sinama dun sa attachment sa financial statements? Why? Because there is another requirement na attachment for the financial statements ng company with related party transactions. Ito nga yung BIR Form 1709 ng transfer pricing. No? So, requirement na po yan. That's why pag gumawa kayo ng engagement, isama nyo na. No? So, halimbawa, dun sa audit, yung singil nyo is 100,000. So, gawin nyo na 200,000 or 250,000. Kasi, isama nyo na yung documentation or transfer pricing analysis. Para hindi na sila kukuha pa ng ibang accountants and then magiging issue pa yon ng company. Bakit hindi nyo sinabi sa kanila na there is another requirement for the financial statement. No? Ngayon, kung hindi sila papayag na isama mo yung documentation ng transfer pricing, then be it. At least you inform them. No? Kasi ako, sinama ko na kaagad doon sa engagement, no? Yung fee for the related party transactions. Good enough, pumayag naman sila dun sa presyo ko, tumawad lang for the 3 companies. No? So, happy na kami ni Hari, kasi marami kaming gagawin. No? Yung hindi ka happy, paano ka maghanap doon ng mga comparables mo? Kaya umpisa na natin, Hari, email mo na manghingi tayo ng mga requirements para maumpisa na natin. No? Kasi maging comparables natin yan, yung 2019 pa na data, kasi wala namang available pa yung 2020. Okay, which is also allowed. No? Now let's come to liabilities, tapos na tayo sa assets. No? So it is essential that we know also what are liabilities. No? So ito yung characteristics ng liability, present obligation of a particular entity. Utang ang liabilities. No? So, the entity liable must be identified. Bakit? For BIR purposes, yung utang that you can claim interest should be coming from accredited financing institution. No? Pag sinabi mo lang, inutang ko lang yan sa kapatid ko, hindi yan i-allow ng BIR. No? So, interest expense should be coming from accredited financing institution. So it is not necessary that the payer or the entity to whom the obligation is owed be identified. Pero yung entity liable must be identified. Pero pagdating na sa audit, kailangan pag hiningi ng um, examiner, dapat meron kayong ready na documents to show na utang nyo talaga yan. At ano yan? In the form of promissory note. No? Liability arises from past event. This means that the liability is not recognized until it is incurred. No? Nautang mo na, saka mo pa lang siya i-recognize. Kasi kung hindi mo pa siya nautang, pinaplano mo pa lang, hindi mo pa siya pwedeng i-recognize as liability. Okay. So, why it is important that kailangan alam natin yung liability ng company? Because it requires outflow of resources, no? Na gagamitin mo pagka nagbayad ka na when the liabilities becomes due. So, anong gagamitin mo na pambayad? Cash. Eh, kung wala kang pambayad, foreclose na yung assets mo. No? So, that is very crucial for a company to recognize and to know its liability. Kasi obligations yan, legal obligations. So current liabilities, the entity expect to settle liability within the entity's normal operating cycle. So we have discussed kung ano ito normal operating cycle. Also, the entity holds the liability primarily for the purpose of trading. No? So, kaya nga current liability siya, o ang purpose niya, trading, purpose niya, business. Kasi if the purpose is not business, then it is personal, hindi mo pwedeng i-claim. Liability is due to be settled within 12 months after the reporting period. Within 12 months, so one taxable period. Entity does not have unconditional right to defer settlement of the liability for at least 12 months after the reporting period. No? Kasi kung pwede niya i-defer na more than 1 year, then it's not a current liabilities. It would be non-current. No? Example ng current liabilities, trade payables, accruals for employer, other operating costs, no? Part of the working capital used in the entity's normal operating cycle. No? Also, such operating items classified as current liabilities even if they are settled more than 12 months after the end of reporting period. No? So, other current liabilities not settled as part of the normal operating cycle but are due for settlement within 12 months. Example, financial liabilities held for trading, bank overdraft, dividends payable, income taxes, other non-trade payable and current portion of non-current financial liabilities. Okay. Sige. Marami na tayong examples. Basahin nyo na lang yung iba. Long-term debt currently maturing, no? So yung long-term na magmamature na siya, isama mo siya sa current assets kasi kailangan siya bayaran within the year, no? Original term was for a period longer than 12 months, no? Okay. discretion to refinance, no? So classified as non-current, even if it would otherwise be due within a shorter period. Refinancing or rolling over must be at the discretion of the entity. No? Refinancing or rolling over is not at the discretion of the entity. The obligation is classified as current liability. Okay. Covenants. Ano tong covenants? Ito yung mga obligations, no? Excuse me lang po. Okay, so under these covenants, certain conditions relating to borrower's financial situation are breached, liability becomes payable or on demand. Ito yung mga clause, no? Acceleration clause. Pag hindi ka nakabayad ng ilang installments, due and payable na yung ah, utang mo. Pero para sa akin, parang walang ano eh. Parang walang sense. Why? Kaya ka nga hindi nakabayad, wala kang pambayad. Tapos i-due unpayable mo pa lahat. No? Pero ang ibig sabihin lang doon, kung may collateral ka, foreclose na nila yung collateral mo. Okay. So, yun yung mga examples natin ng liability. How do we present current liabilities? Pwede siyang trade and other payables, current provisions, the short-term borrowing, current portion of long-term debt, and then the current tax liability. So, yun yung mga items na nandyan sa current liabilities. No? So, trade and other payable is line item for accounts payable, notes payable, accrued interest, or notes payable, dividends payable, accrued expenses. Okay. Non-current liabilities, no? So, also residual definition. Why residual definition? Because kung hindi siya current then, nandun siya sa non-current. No? Okay. Samples. Non-current portion of long-term debt. Ibig sabihin, mayroon kang long-term debt, pero yung part of that, magdudue pa sa ibang taon, hindi sa current. No? So, kaya yung hindi mag-due this year, next year pa or next how many years pa, considered sila as non-current portion. Pero yung magdudue na this year, considered naman siya as current portion. No? So, lease liability, no, especially kung long-term yan, then non-current liabilities. Deferred tax liability, also non-current. Long-term obligations to entity officers. No? So, dyan tayo nagkakaroon ng maraming issues sa transfer pricing. Yung mga, yun, yung mga long-term deferred obligations to entity officers. Bakit? Kasi minsan, instead na obligation siya ng company to the officers, ano pala ang ginagawa dyan? Parang distribution of dividend na, no? In the guise of obligation. Or nagwi-withdraw na sila ng kanilang capital in the guise of long-term obligations to officers, no? So, marami sila nagagawa because they own the entity. Okay. So, working capital. Working capital is assets minus current assets minus current liabilities equals working capital. No? So, entity liquidity is very important to statement users. Kasi, ito yung ability of the company to pay its current maturing obligations. No? So, working capital is the excess of current assets over current liabilities. No? Okay. So, estimated liabilities, no? Merong mga estimated liabilities pa exist at the end of reporting period na hindi pa definite yung amount, no? But they are surely liabilities. Okay. Estimated liabilities example, estimated liability for premiums, liability for warranties, hindi pa yan sure kung sa warranty, kung ilan yung masira na product, no? Na magkaroon ka ng warranty liability. Estimated liability under customer loyalty program. No? Pwede rin na yung liabilities can be current or non-current. Contingent liability, ito yung mga possible obligation. Ano yan? Arising from the past event and whose existence will be confirmed only by the occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events. Okay. So, present obligation ng contingent liability. Treatment of contingent assets. Ito kasi, ah, yung ginawa kong slides, ito na yung pinaka comprehensive para sa statement of financial position. And there are so many accounts here na didiscuss ko sa inyo na kung simple lang naman yung operations nyo ng business, hindi nyo na kailangan. No? That's why sa mga gusto pa doon who want further study on this statement of balance sheet. Kasi ang balance sheet lang naman dito ang pinakamaraming account. No? Pagdating na natin sa cash flow, sa income statement, konti na lang doon. Why? Kasi outright na mga expenses lang yun eh. Dito talaga ang pinakamarami kasi ito yung assets. No? Tsaka nandito rin yung liabilities. Kung bagay yung standing ng company nandito sa balance sheet or statement of financial position. Okay. Equity. Let's go to equity. Equity is the residual interest in the assets of the entity after deducting all of the liabilities. So equity means net assets or total assets minus liabilities. So yan po yung equity. Net assets mo minus liabilities equals equity. No? Equity is increased by profitable operations and contributions by owners. So nadadagdagan yan kung merong net income gaining ang company na dadagdagan ang equity. Kasi yung result ng operations, which is your net income or net loss, ang bagsak niyan sa equity. Equity is decreased by unprofitable operations and distributions to the owners. Terms used in reporting equity of an entity depending on the form of the entity are the owner's equity in proprietorship, partner's equity in partnership, stockholders' equity, or shareholders' equity in corporation. So, anong tawag ng capital sa proprietorship, single proprietor? Owner's equity. No? Anong tawag pagka-partner? Partner's equity. Anong tawag pagka-corporation? Stockholders' equity. No? Okay, so equity used for all business entities. So, yung holders of instrument classified as equity, they are known as owners. No? So, yung equity na yan, sino may-ari niyan? Yung owner ng company. Or yung individual owner ng business. Shareholders equity, okay, na-discuss na natin yan. Ito yung mga IAS term ng Philippine term at saka IAS term. Basahin nyo na lang yan. No? Saka itong mga description, the share capital, subscribed share capital. No? Pag nag-aral kayo ng corporation law, memorizein lahat ninyo to. Subscriptions receivable, receivable collectible within 1 year. Share premium. No? Okay. Written earnings. Mayroon tayong discussion mamaya on the written earnings dun sa statement of changes in equity. So, saan nanggagaling itong written earnings? Cumulative balance of periodic net income or loss. No? Kasi saan ang bagsak ng net income or loss? Sa written earnings. No? Meron pa siyang less dyan na dividend distributions, prior period errors, changes in accounting policy, other capital adjustments. Pagka nilagay mo itong mga changes in accounting policy, other capital adjustment, and then prior period errors, be sure na kaya mong explain lahat yan at may mga source documents. No? Unappropriated written earnings represent the portion which is free and can be declared as dividends to the shareholders. Okay, so appropriated written earnings, restricted. So, hindi siya pwedeng available for dividend. Usually, kailangan nangyayari yung restricted ang uh, written earnings. May mga requirements ang bank, parang covenant mo sa kanila, no? Parang obligation mo sa kanila na they will give you this much uh, loan, no? Pero ang kapalit noon, hindi ka pwedeng mag-declare ng dividend sa shareholders mo. Why? Kasi ang ginagawa naman ng ibang mga shareholders, mga fraudulent, uh, pag halimbawa may mga utang na sila, yung share nila sa company, kukunin na nila in the form of dividend, no? Kukunin na nila, i-drain na nila yung company. So that, pag nag-mature na yung utang, wala na ma-foreclose sa kanila, no? So that is a strategy. Deficit is debit balance in written earnings, no? It's not presented as an asset, but as deduction from shareholders' equity. Okay. So, revaluation surplus, excess of sound value over carrying amount of the revalued assets. So, ito yung binabayaran mo sa independent appraiser. Requirement ito sa mga full IFRS. No? So, sound value is equal to the fair value or depreciated replacement cost. Depreciated replacement cost is equal to replacement cost minus accumulated depreciation. Then carrying amount is computed by deducting accumulated depreciation on cost from historical cost. So yun yung sa evaluation, no? Sa property, plant and equipment natin, meron tayong tinatawag dyan na lapsing schedule, no? So nakalagay lahat dyan, depreciations, yung carrying amount, no? Nandoon yung additions during the year, and then total, yung mga kiniklaim na depreciation, and then ando doon yung carrying value at the end, no? So, treasury shares. Ito yung treasury shares, yung own shares mo to na binili mo ulit, no? But, ano requirements para pwede mong bilhin ulit yung shares of stocks mo? You have enough equity or retained earnings. Why? Kasi yung pangbili mo ng shares of stocks, saan yan manggagaling? Doon sa retained earnings mo. So kung wala kang retained earnings, hindi ka pwedeng recognize or bibili ng treasury shares. Reserve. Reserve is not officially defined in any accounting standard. Namatay yung TV, hari. Okay. So under international accounting standard, the use of equity reserves is based on whether a reserve is part of distributable equity or non-distributable equity. Okay. Distributable equity is the portion that can be distributed. No? Kaya nga distributable siya eh. No? To shareholders as dividends without impairing the legal capital of the entity. Oh, so yun. Squarely pertains to unappropriated retained earnings. Yan yung distributable equity. Okay. So, basahin nyo po yan, yung mga item natin dyan, because I see to it na pag gumawa ako ng slides, maintindihan nyo kahit kayo lang magbasa. No? So, what are the example of reserves? Share premium reserve, excess over the par or stated value, or polarly called additional paid in capital. No? So, yan. Share premium. Appropriation reserve is the earmarking of retained earnings for a certain purpose which may be required by law, contract, or the result of voluntary action of management. Technically known as retained earnings appropriated. Okay. Samples. Include retained earnings appropriated for treasury shares, for bond redemption, for reference shares. So, yan yung mga reserves, no? Plant expansion. Okay, asset revaluation arise from revaluation of property, plant, and equipment. No? So, nakalagay sila doon sa caption na revaluation surplus. Hindi nyo po pwede magamit yung revaluation surplus niyan. Nandiyan lang nakadisclose sa financial statement. Other comprehensive income reserve. No? So ano pa yung mga comprehensive income? Excuse me. So what are the line item ng statement of financial position? Malapit na tayo sa ating example. No? So, iniisa-isa lang natin yung bawat account so that alam nyo. No? So, cash and cash equivalents, ito yung mga line items sa financial position. Financial assets, trade and other receivables, inventories, property, plant and equipment, investment and associates using the equity method, and intangible assets. Okay. Sama pa rin yung investment property, biological assets, total of assets classified as held for sale and assets included in disposal group. Trade and other payables. No? Current tax assets and liabilities. Ano to? Line item in the statement of financial position. Okay, so total of assets classified as held for sale and assets included in disposal group. No? Trade and other payables, current tax assets and liability, deferred tax assets and deferred tax liability, and provisions. No? So kasama pa rin. Financial liabilities, liabilities included in disposal group, non-controlling interest, share capital, and reserves. Okay. So, forms of statement of financial position. No? So, what are the two customary forms in presenting statement of financial position? We have the report form and we have the account form. No? So, ito yung sample ng statement of financial position. No? So, we have the assets, the current assets, and then the non-current assets, no? So, ganyan yung pag-present. The assets and then the non-current assets and then you have the total assets. No? Okay. So, note 1, cash and cash equivalent. Cash on hand can is cash in bank, petty cash fund, BSP treasurer, total cash and cash equivalent. So, yan. I-total na lang natin yan and then we have now the total. Okay. Accounts receivable, allowance for doubtful accounts, notes receivable, accrued interest, on notes receivable, advances to employees, collectible, currently and trade, total trade and other receivables. No? Inventories. So, yan yung mga disclosures na inventories. Prepaid expenses. No? Okay. Okay. So, ito yun ang note 5 na property, plant, and equipment. No? So, you have there the accounts na dapat kasama siya sa property, plant, and equipment. Okay. So, long-term investment, we have plant expansion fund. We have financial assets, amortized cost, current surrender value. No? So, it's total long-term investments. Ilan pa yung nanonood natin?
Nag-viewer naman na 67.
Okay.
Bumaba.
So, we have intangible assets. No? So, yun yung patent, trademark, and then the total. No? Other non-current assets, trade and other payables, reserves, No, ito naman yung statement of financial position as of December 31, no? So we have cash and cash equivalent, financial assets, trade and other receivables, inventories, prepaid expenses equals total current assets, no? So for the non-current assets, we have property, plant and equipment, investment in associated equity, long-term investment, intangible assets, other non-current assets, no? So yung mga number na yan na makikita nyo that represents the uh, reference, no? Or the notes sa financial statement. Disclosure. Okay. Liabilities and shareholders' equity, we have the current liabilities and non-current liabilities. No? And ito na yung kanyang shareholders' equity. No? So this is the example ng ABC Company Statement of Financial Position. So we have the assets, and under assets we have current assets. We have total current assets, and then we also have non-current assets. We have the total non-current assets. So you add the non-current assets and current assets, we have total assets of 15,550,000. Liabilities and equity, we have the current liabilities and non-current liabilities. No? So, equity, share capital mo is 100, reserves is 3 million, written earnings 3,650,000, total equity mo is 11,650. Total liabilities and equity is 15,550. 15,550,000. No? So, more or less, yan po yung statement of financial position natin. No? So, let's pause for a while. Let's have a break for 15 minutes. No? Bago tayo mag-proceed doon sa tatlo pa na financial statement. Yun yung statement of income, cash flow, at saka yung statement of changes in equity. No? Sabi ko na sa inyo, ang pinakamatagal yung balance sheet, no? Or statement of financial position. Okay. Sige, Hari. Break muna tayo ng 15 minutes, ha? Balik tayo ng Okay. Okay, so good afternoon po ulit and welcome ulit sa ating second na statement, no? This time, this is the statement of comprehensive income or ito yung ating income statement. Okay? So, comprehensive ito because kasama na yung ibang source of income na hindi siya routine or hindi on the regular na operations, no? So, anong definition natin ng comprehensive income? That is the change in equity during a period resulting from transactions and other event. No? So, other than changes resulting from transactions with owner in their capacity. So, ito business, no? Hindi sa owner lang. No? So, the comprehensive income includes components of profit and loss. Ang profit and loss, yun yung income statement, no? So, yun yung sales, less cost of sales, gross profit, less operating expenses equals net income. It also includes component of other comprehensive income. Ano yung components of other comprehensive income? Ito yung income na hindi doon sa ordinary na operations. Halimbawa, nandyan yung other income mo na interest income. Hindi naman siya ordinary or regular mo na business, pero since meron kang pera sa bangko, meron kang interest income na dapat i-include mo rin sa income statement. No? Kaya comprehensive income siya. Profit or loss is the total of income less expenses, no? Excluding the components of other comprehensive income. No? So in other words, bottom line, no, ng traditional income statement. Okay. Other comprehensive income, ito yung items of income and expenses na hindi siya recognized in the profit or loss as required by the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards or the PFRS. No? So ano tong mga examples ng other comprehensive income? Ito yung unrealized gain or loss on equity investment measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. So yung investment, no? Investment gain or loss on equity investment. Ano yung equity investment natin? Yung mga investment natin sa shares of stocks. Unrealized gain or loss on debt investment, yung pautang. Measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. Gain or loss from translating the financial statement of a foreign corporation. Ano yung translating? Ito yung use of other currency. Halimbawa, ang ginamit ng financial statement ng isang company na foreign operation is yen, no? So i-translate mo yan ngayon sa peso. Oh, there can be gain or loss. Revaluation surplus during the year. No? Ano yung revaluation surplus? Yun yung halimbawa, meron kang fixed assets, plant property and equipment. Ito yung non-current assets. And then you hire an appraiser, no? So pina-revalue mo siya, pina-appraise mo ulit yung property. So yun yung result niya yan, yun yung surplus. Unrealized gain or loss from derivative contracts designated as cash flow heads. No? Ano itong mga derivatives? Ito yung mga transactions na ginawa mo para hindi ka malulugi. No? Kaya nga cash flow heads to ensure na meron ka pa rin cash flow. No? Kasi yung mga iba nag-i-invest sa derivatives so that risk management nila to lessen their loss, no? And in this case naman, to have an available cash flow. Remeasurement of defined benefit plan. No? So, ano itong defined benefit plan? Ito yung actual gain and loss on projected benefit obligation. Usually, ano to yung mga employees' benefits, no? So, nagkakaroon ng trust fund o kaya yung pension trust, no? So, kinocompute yan ng actuarian, no? So, in this case, nagkaroon ng income because of the gain, no? Kung yung opposite naman, loss. The difference between actual return on planned assets and interest income on fair value of planned assets, no? So, yun yung difference, no? So, yung actual return. Change in the effect of asset selling minus interest on the beginning effect of asset selling. So, mga ano na yan, kaya nga comprehensive income ito, hindi mga ordinary na income. Change in fair value attributable to credit risk of financial liability designated at fair value, profit or loss. No? Yung mga credit risk, you have to recognize them kasi especially kung meron kang mga malalaking accounts receivable. No? The line items for amount of other comprehensive income shall be grouped as follows. Ito yung uh, other comprehensive income that will be reclassified subsequently to profit or loss, no? When conditions are met. So, contingent. Reclassified subsequently to profit and loss. Okay. Gain or loss from translating financial statement of foreign corporations, unrealized gain or loss on derivatives, contracts, cash flow hedge, unrealized gain or loss on debt investment, no? So yun yung mga example, no? Hindi natin yan maisa-isa dito, pero you already have the idea. Kaya ipindutin nyo na lang sa internet, i-google nyo yung sinasabi dito na gain or loss from translating financial statements of foreign operation. At lalabas na yan, ang dami-dami ng study dyan, no? Kasi ang pag-aaral po, it's an effort, it's an individual, personal effort. Para matuto ka talagang gawa ka ng extra effort to learn. No? Alam nyo ako, nasanay na ako na gabi-gabi talagang may binabasa, may lahat na lang. No? Kaso lang ang problema, sa dami na ng inaral ko, parang wala na lahat ng kwenta dahil nagbago na ngayon. No? Asan na yung trend ngayon? Nasa intangibles na, nasa new normal na. Kaya yung mga modules ko na ginawa sa continuing program in education for CPAs because I am a CPD provider, wala na. Oh, kaya nahihirapan ako kasi babaguhin ulit. Oh, wala ang anticipation na maging ganyan. So, hindi bale. But we have to try it again. But ang constraint ko ngayon, hindi na ganun kalakas yung katawan ko, no? Marami nang nararamdaman. Hindi kagaya nung bata-bata pa na kahit ano yung gusto mong gawin, physically, you have the physical strength. Ngayon, wala na. Kaya yung iba kailangan mag-retire, no? Mag-iiba ng activity. Okay? So, ano tong other comprehensive income that will not be classified to profit or loss, no? Ito yung unrealized gain and loss on equity investment measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. Change in revaluation surplus, no? Remeasurement of a defined benefit plan, gain or loss attributable to credit risk. No? Kasi ito, mga hindi siya i-reclassify sa profit or loss, no? Yan ang role, kaya dapat nating sundin, no? Yan yung sabi ng standards. So, income statement is the formal statement showing the financial performance. Ito na yung financial performance ng entity. No? So, financial performance is also known as result of operation. Kaya sinasabi natin na income statement. And sino yung very much interested on the income statement? Sino? The BAR. Why? Kasi yung income statement mo, dyan talaga yung basis ng tax. Pagka naghanap kami noon ng ma-examine, no? Daming lamok hari ng ma-examine na taxpayer, no? Titingnan namin kaagad ang hinahanap yung income statement at titingnan mo yung amount of sales na magkano ba yung sales nila during the year. No? Palakihan ng sales. Daming lamok hari. And then, we have the usefulness of income statement. No? So, information about financial performance of an entity, profitability, no? Yan yung useful in predicting capacity of entity to generate cash. Kasi kung palagi siyang loss, ano yung ibig sabihin niyan? Wala siyang capacity or di niya kaya. Di niya kaya na mag-generate ng income or cash, no? So sa income statement yan mo makita gaano ba kalaki o ano yung operation ng company. Okay, so ano yung way of preparing the financial statement? Can be transaction approach, no? So for the transaction approach, conventional or traditional preparation of income statement in conformity with PFRS, no? It computes income or loss, no? Determines how much income was earned during the year and how much expenses were incurred. So transaction approach siya. Magkano ba yung income na earn niya? Magkano ba yung expenses niya? But of course, if you try to look at the accounting standards, you also have to follow the matching principle, no? So you match the expenses incurred in producing that income. No? Kaya yung sabi natin na matching principle. No? So the difference between the net income and the expenses is the net income or loss. Okay. So transaction approach is the direct result of the application of the principle of matching cost with revenue. No? Pag nagkaroon ng investigation ang BAR, anong minamatch ng examiner? Kung tama ba na ito yung income mo at ito yung expenses mo, match ba sila? Bakit? Kasi baka malaki yung income mo, mas malaki yung expenses mo. Kaya in some fraudulent transactions, when it comes to the filing of income tax return, ano yung fraud doon? At saka ano yung sa Section 50 na fraud na giving the commissioner the power to allocate and apportion income and deductions. Because ang nangyayari, overstated ang expenses, overclaim ang expenses, underdeclared naman ang income. No? So anong nangyari? Wala nang income subject to tax. Ubos. Bakit naubos? Kasi pag linilakihan ang deductions, niliitan yung income. O, pag nagpagtagpo yung dalawa na yon, maliit na income, malaking expenses, wala na. So, puro net loss na lang yung company, wala nang tax na babayaran. No? Okay. So, income, increase in economic benefit or flow of wealth yan, no? Flow or increase in assets. Hindi yan may return of capital. No? So, income is flow of future economic benefit that increase equity other than contribution by owners. Ano yun? Dagdagan niya yung equity kasi nagkaroon ng income. And this income is a result of operation. Kaya may economic benefit na nagdagdag siya sa equity. No? Saan niya nanggagaling yung dagdag sa equity na yan? Yung income earned by the company during the year. No? So, dagdag niyan, ang bagsak niyan doon sa equity. Pero, hindi siya contribution ng owners. Why? Hindi contribution ng owners kasi galing siya sa operation. Kita siya nung negosyo. No? The sources of income can be sales, no? Of merchandise to customers. Can be rendering of service, use of entity resources. Ano yung use of entity resources? Ito yung nagpaparenta ka, no? Ginagamit yung building mo to earn income. Disposal of resources, binenta mo yung assets mo, kaya nagkaroon ka ng income. Okay. Sale or merchandise to customers include sales to customers during the period, less sales returns, allowances, and discounts. No? Rendering of services, ito yung mga professional fees, media advertising commissions, insurance agency commission, admission fees for artistic performance, and tuition fees. No? So yun yung mga example ng payment for the services. No? Yan ang income. No? Yun yung income. Classified yan as income. And then we have the use of entity resources. Ano yun? Yung income mo dyan is interest from the use of your money, rent for the use of your property, royalty for the use of your intangibles, and dividend income for the return of your investment in equity or sa mga shares of stocks mo. Disposal of resources other than products. No? So, meron kang property, plant, and equipment, binenta mo. Or, meron kang intangible assets, binenta mo. Paano binibenta intangible assets? Sabi natin, wala siyang physical attributes. But, how do you dispose intangible assets? Paano mo siya binibenta? At ano yung intangible assets that can be sold? Ito yung software. No? Pero karamihan hindi nagbebenta ng software. License to use software lang. Ito yung brand. You develop a brand. Kilala na siya. Sikat na. Because you advertise at saka ginandahan mo yung product. So kilala na siya. Ibenta mo siya ngayon sa other manufacturing company. At a higher price. No? So kumita ka. Distinction between income and revenue. Sometimes, ang income and revenue, interchange lang yan. Pag sinabi mo income, kita din yan. Pag sinabi mo revenue, kita din yan. No? So, pareho sila eh. The income encompasses both revenue and gains. No? Revenue arises in the course of ordinary regular activities of the entity, referred to by variety of different names, including sales, fees, interest, dividends, royalties, and rent. No? So, gains represent other items that meets the definition of income. Okay. Sales of merchandise to customers, revenue from rendering of services, principal income of entity. Okay. So, pareho lang yan sila. Expense, ano naman yung expense? Ito yung mga amount that we spend in order to earn that income or ito yung sa operations. No? Decrease in economic benefit, na bawasan yung economic benefit mo kasi parang na consume mo siya no, during the accounting period in the form of outflow or decrease in assets and increase in liability. Results in decrease in equity other than distribution to equity participants. Kaya nga in-expense mo siya. No? So, expense is outflow of future economic benefit. Pero yung income, inflow of future, papasok. No? Kaya yung income, papasok, yung expense, yung gastos, palabas. No? So, outflow of future economic benefit that decrease equity other than distribution or dividend paid to owners. So, yun po yung expense. No? Ano yung example ng expense natin? Cost of goods sold or cost of sales, distribution cost or selling expenses, administrative expenses, other expenses, income tax expense. These are example of expenses. Pero sa totoong buhay, marami pa yan. Hindi lang yan ang expenses na po pwedeng i-claim. No? So this is an example of the cost of goods sold of a merchandising entity. No? Beginning inventory, net purchases. This is the format. No? Goods available for sale, ending inventory, cost of goods sold, gross purchases, freight in, total, purchase returns, allowances, and discount. So, equals net purchases. So, yan ang cost of goods sold mo as a merchandising entity. No? You can use this format already, no? Pag gumagawa kayo ng financial statements nyo. Ito naman, manufacturing entity. No? Yung kanina, merchandising. Ito naman, manufacturing. Ang sabi ko nga sa inyo, mas complicated ang manufacturing. That's why when it comes to operating cycle, mas mahaba ang manufacturing entity compared to the merchandising. Why? Kasi develop pa niya yung products, gagawin pa niya yung products. Samantalang yung merchandising, bilhin lang niya yung product and then sold na. No? So, mas maraming risk ang manufacturing entity. Kaya mas malaki yun, din yung kanyang markup. So, cost of goods sold of a manufacturing entity is beginning inventory, net purchases, equals raw materials available for use. And then, i-deduct mo yung ending raw materials, equals raw materials used. Dagdagan mo siya ng direct labor or factory overhead. Ito yung, kung sa mga pagkain pa, ito yung ingredients no, ng manufacturing cost. Total manufacturing cost, beginning goods in process, total cost of goods in process, ending goods in process equals cost of goods manufactured. No? Add mo yung beginning na finished goods equals goods available for sale. So, ending finished goods, i-less mo, equals cost of goods sold. No? So, meron ka na ngayon ng cost of goods sold ng manufacturing entity. No? So, you can use this format. when you prepare yung manufacturing uh, entity na cost of goods sold. Other expenses, distribution cost or selling expenses. Ito yung related to selling, advertising, delivery of goods to customers. In short, ito na yung sa uh, cost in bringing the product to the consumer. Distribution cost include salesmen salaries, sales commissions, traveling and marketing expenses, advertising, freight out, depreciation of delivery equipment and store equipment. Bakit nandito yung depreciation, hindi ba dapat sa operating expenses? Because in this case, the delivery equipment and store equipment are used in marketing. No? Kaya dito siya sa distribution cost sinama. Okay. Administrative expenses, cost of administering the business. No? So, makikita mo yan sa classification accounts niya, na admin expenses niya. So, this ordinary include all operating expenses not related to selling and cost of goods sold. Administrative expenses include doubtful accounts, office salaries and expenses of general executives, office supplies expense, contributions to charity, professional fees, depreciation, office building and office equipment, amortization of intangible assets. No? Other expenses. Okay. Kung meron pa, no? Sa dami na nung expenses na na-claim, other expenses pa. Kaya ako, during my time na ako yung nag-o-audit, bakit may other expenses pa at saka ang laki pa? Lahat ng expenses na claim mo na. No? So, be careful na pag naglagay pa kayo ng other expenses tapos pagkalaki-laki pa. No? Sometimes hindi naman na-support o kaya kahit ma-support mo pa, hindi na ordinary and necessary for the business. Kaya careful about these other expenses or sometimes you classify this as miscellaneous expenses. No? Diyan talaga, favorite ko yan na i-disallow nung ako yung nag-audit pa sa BAR. Bakit? Kasi, tingnan mo, lahat ng expenses na claim na niya. And then, pagkalaki pa ng miscellaneous expenses. Other expenses include loss on sale of trading investment, loss on sale of property, plant, and equipment, loss on sale of non-current investment, loss on sale of intangible asset. No? Then casualty loss from earthquake, typhoon, hurricane, tsunami, flood, fire, storm surge, and other natural disaster. Meron po yang requirement. No? Under revenue regulations, 12-77. No, you have to report that to the BAR. That will be assigned to an examiner, and then the examiner will. Pero alam ko may bago na, no, na regulations on the casualty loss na 2015, no. Pati yung valuation, pati yung payment ng insurance, compute na para malaman kung magkano talaga yung casualty loss na pwedeng i-claim for income tax purposes. No? Hindi ibig sabihin na you have a casualty loss ng 10 million right away, ano mo yan, i-claim. No? It has to go through a process sa BIR. I-declare mo muna yan ng loss and then magkano ba yung cost nung nawala mo na yan and then titingnan niya ng examiner. Titingnan kung may insurance yan o kaya may salvage value. No? So, hindi lahat ng 10 million na yan i-allow sa iyo as expense. Excuse me. So, other expenses and losses from peripheral or incidental transactions of the entity. No? So, may mga incidental transactions, loss or income yung entity, pasok pa rin yan sa other comprehensive income and expenses. No? Okay, so, not directly related to primary or principal operations, pero part ng operating activities of the entity. Kaya ito yung pinresent ko sa inyo na other comprehensive income kasi pagka doon lang tayo sa ordinary na income, hindi na cover yung mga other comprehensive income and expenses, no? So kulang. Items of income and expense requiring disclosure. Ano yung disclosure? Explanation. At saan mo yun makita ang disclosures? Doon sa notes to financial statement, no? So, these are the income an expense that requires disclosure. Now, letter A, write down of inventory to net realizable value and reversal of such write down. Okay. For financial reporting purposes, the value, no, the method of how to value inventory is net realizable value uh, or fair market value, whichever is lower, no, or higher ba? So, net, ito yung method of valuing inventory, no? Fair value or net realizable value. No? So, but for BIR purposes, wala yan. Bakit? For BIR purposes, ano lang yung allowed cost. No? Kung magkano binili yung inventory, yan lang yung i-claim mo. No? So, how are you going to disclose that in the financial statement? Siyempre, ipapakita mo yung inventory mo the net realizable value or i-net mo doon yung mga obsolescence, no? Yun yung allowed sa accounting. But for BIR purposes, sabi ko nga sa inyo, so cost lang. So for BIR purposes, for the payment of taxes, yung gamitin ninyo, inventory is cost, no? Ito pala ang sa inventory. Lower of cost or net realizable value. Yun yung evaluation ng inventory. As against the cost lang for BIR purposes. No? So write down of property, plant, and equipment to recoverable amount and reversal of such write down. Hari, buksan mo na yung yung aircon dito lang, oh. Doon lang. Tsaka isara mo na. Ilock mo yung pinto doon. Oh. Kasi mainit na. Okay. We also have disposal of an item of property, plant, and equipment, disposal of investment, discontinued operation, litigation settlement, other reversal of provision. So these items requires disclosure in the financial statement. And how are we going to disclose? Lagyan mo siya ng extra na disclosure like magkano ba yung amount, and then ano yung mga explanations, at least 3 explanation bawat account. So, provides the line item in the statement of comprehensive income are revenue, gain or loss from the recognition of financial assets, finance cost, share of income or loss of associate, income tax expense, single amount comprising discontinued operations. Alam niyo itong mga discontinued operations, ito yung mga business restructuring, no? Which are very hot issues now, especially sa economic taxation. Profit or loss for the period, other comprehensive income and comprehensive income for the period. And then we have the profit or loss attributable to non-controlling interest and owners of the parent. No? So, ito yung mga related parties. Actually, ngayon, dapat umpisa na yung mga may related parties transactions kasi matagal din magpa-document, maggawa ng transfer pricing analysis. Dami mong research. Total comprehensive income attributable to non-controlling interest and owners of parent. Okay. Anong additional line item? Ito yung mga comprehensive income or separate income statement when such presentation is relevant to understanding of financial performance. So, simplihan na lang natin, income statement na lang. So, income statement may be presented in 2 ways, functional and natural. No? So, ano yung transaction approach yung kanina natin, yung presentation. Ngayon, functional and natural. Ito yung according to functions. No? So, functional classifies expenses according to their function as part of the cost of goods sold. Distribution cost, admin activities, and other activities. No? So, disclose additional information. Sa natural naman, expenses are aggregated, total, according to their nature and not allocated among the various functions within the entity. So, ano yung ginagamit natin na functional? Okay. Okay. Example na natural expenses, purchases, employees' benefits, advertising costs, transport costs, supplies, depreciation, other expenses. Ito yung functional income statement, no? Ito yung ABC Company income statement year ended December 31, 2019. So net sales, no, yan yung amount, 9 million. Cost of goods sold, ito yung note, ito yung explanation, ito na yung disclosures, no? So other income, investment income, and then distribution cost, admin expenses, no, other expenses, finance cost, no, income before tax, then income tax expense, and the net income. So itong net income, ito yung malinis na income kasi binawas na dyan pati yung income tax expense. So ito yung malinis na income na dadalhin na ngayon doon sa equity para doon na ma-determine kung magbigay ba ng dividend ang company. Ano yung dividend? Kita niya doon sa mga investors. No? So ito yung mga example sa note 1. Gross sales, sales return and allowances, sales discounted sales. No? Example yan. Ito naman, cost of goods sold, other income, investment income, pero kulang to, no? Dapat tatlong explanation pa. No? Distribution cost, admin expenses, no? Other expenses, finance cost. Okay, so ito yung natural na income statement. We have the company and then income statement year ended December 31. So net sales, other income, investment income, total income, expenses, no? So yun. And then we deduct the expenses, no? The cost. So we have total of 8 million to 17,000. Income tax expense is to 1,130,000. Net income is 580,000 pala yung income tax expense, and then yung net income is 1,550,000. Okay. Okay, so dyan yung mga ano na yan, notes, no? Ito naman yung single statement of comprehensive income. Ito yung net sales, naka-net na yung presentation. The cost of goods sold, the gross income, other income, investment income, and then total income. No? So, ito yung dugtong niya, ang single statement of comprehensive income. Less expenses, distribution cost, admin, other expenses, finance cost equals the income before tax. And then the income tax expense is 580,000. So you have a net income of 1,550,000. You add the other comprehensive income, no? So profit or loss, profit currency translation gain, unrealized loss on derivative contract designated as cash flow heads. So 100,000. So deduct it from the foreign currency translation gain. So you have 50,000. Comprehensive income is 1,600,000. No? So you can use this single statement of comprehensive income as your guide, no? Pag gumawa na kayo ng income statement nyo. Okay, so we are through with the income statement. Now let's go to cash flow, no? Kasi yung ating statement of changes in equity. Marami ng comments. Ilan?
Yung question ng nasa 20.
Yung last natin, 25 no?
Mabot din yung 13 na.
Pati yung mga pahabol.
Opo. During may nagtatanong.
Hindi, nag-house rules kasi tayo dahil lalo tayong matatagal pag nag-entertain tayo ng questions. So, gagawin na lang, ginagawa ko para hindi naman maiwanan yung mga questions. After ng lecture, doon ko i-entertain lahat ng questions, no? Kahit mag-over pa tayo, mag-overspill pa tayo ng oras, okay lang sa akin kasi wag lang na during the lecture at magsasuffer yung content ng lecture mo because yung ibang portion hindi mo na siya discuss, no? So, for the statement of cash flows, we have the definition. Ano ba yung cash flow? Di ba yung sabi natin sa lahat ng magalaw na account is the cash, no? So, the statement of cash flow is a component of financial statements summarizing the operating, investing, and financing activities of an entity. So, this is a mandatory statement, no? Na it will form part of your financial statement that should be attached to your income statement, income tax return. Why? Kasi sabi ko nga sa inyo, very important yung cash dahil halos lahat ng account, yung pinag-usapan natin ng mga accounts kanina umaga, lahat yan affected ang cash. No? So kung affected yung cash, so pagka gumawa ng cash analysis yung examiner, if there is an unaccounted cash that would be subjected to deficiency income, magkakaroon ng idea, no? Kaya nga sabi ko, be careful about your cash, no? So in simple language, the statement of cash flows provides information about the cash receipts and cash payments of an entity. So ano makikita mo dito sa cash flows? Ito yung cash used in operations, in investing activity, no? Yung uses of cash during the year, no? So this is an integral part of the financial statements. Actually, dati sa tamad o kaya nagmamadali ka dahil yung ibang kliyente, pupunta sa iyo yung deadline na. So, kung minsan, hindi na namin ginagawa ng cash flow, no? Pagka corporation, susulat na yung is easy at ibabalik na sa iyo yung mga no, o kaya i-penalize yung company pag walang cash flow. Why? Kasi sabi dito, this is an integral part of the financial statements. So, hindi kompleto yung financial statements mo kung walang cash flow. Okay. So what is the purpose of the statement of cash flows? No? So entity to generate cash and cash equivalents. Yan ang purpose. No? Kung nag-generate pa siya ng cash. Enhances the comparability of operating performance by different entities. Also generates and uses cash and cash equivalent. No? Also, entities need cash for essentially the same reasons. Okay. Entities need cash to conduct their operation, to pay their obligations, to provide returns to their investors. Yan ang pangangailangan ng cash ng entity. Cash and cash equivalents, no? Change in an entity's cash and cash equivalent. Yan ang pinapakita ng cash flow. No? Ano yung mga cash on hand and demand deposits. No? So, balikan yun yung definition ng cash. No? Kaya nga, pagka doon sa bookkeeping process natin, pagka meron kang isang transactions, ano ba yung affected? Affected yung balance sheet, affected yung income statement, halos lahat doon affected yung cash flow. Classification of cash flows, no? Ito yung inflow, papasok, at saka ito yung outflow, yung palabas, yung mga expenses. Inflow, ito yung mga income. Okay. Bank overdrafts, component of cash and cash equivalents, no? Operating activities, cash flows derived primarily from principal revenue producing activities of the entity. Yung operating activities, depende yan sa functions mo o kaya sa ano ba yung business mo. No? Halimbawa, merchandising ka, then yung operating activities mo is sale of goods. No? So, yun yung operating activities mo na ang purpose mo doon is to generate income. Trading securities. Ano yung trading securities natin? Ito yung cash advances and loans made by financial institution, usually classified as operating activities. And then we have the investing activities. Ano yung investing activities? Ito yung saan ba natin ginagamit yung ating cash, no? Uh, Disposal of long-term assets, other investments. So, nandyan. Investing activities include cash flows from transactions involving non-operating assets. O, kasama pa yung non-operating assets. Financial activities, no? So, financing activities, ano yung mga example ng financing activities natin? Cash flows derived from the equity, capital, and borrowings of the entity. Kasi kaya financing, financial, no? Involving the use of money. No? So, in other words, financing activities are the cash flow that result from transactions between the entity and the owners. Yan yung equity financing. Ano yung equity financing? Bumibili yung investor or ng owner ng shares of stocks, no? Between the entity and the creditors, no? Ano yung entity and the creditors? Ito yung debt financing, no? And then as a simple guide, financing activities include that cash flows from transaction involving non-trade liabilities and equity of an entity, no? So alam niyo sa katuturo ko nitong free bookkeeping, pati ako na review, na refresh ako doon sa mga um, accounting terms, no? Lalo na yung may mga, during my time, 1980s pa ako na, na uh, accounting. No? 1981 pa ako nag-graduate ng accounting. So, kasi second course ko yung accounting, yung una ko is pre-nursing. No? So, ngayon, na-refresh ako because in accounting, nag-i-evolve din ang accounting eh. Yung may mga accounting na wala pa noon, may mga accounting terms, treatment na wala pa noon. So, at least na refresh, no? Saka yung mga standards, accounting standards, nagbabago din. So, kung magle-lecture ka at lahat yan, reviewin mo, aralin mo, no? Excuse me, Harry, sinabihan mo dun sa Lloyd?
Ako sa tinawagin na daw sa Monday na lang daw.
Okay.
Kasi Monday siya lang daw.
Very good. Okay. So, non-cash transactions shall be disclosed elsewhere in the financial statement. No? So, kasi non-cash, itong pinag-usapan natin, statement of cash flow. No? And then we have the acquisition of assets either by assuming directly related liability or by means of lease. No? Ito yung mga non-cash transactions. Acquisition of assets by means of issuing share capital or bonds payable. So, hindi involved ang cash, no? Okay. Interest. Interest paid, interest received. No? Operating cash flows, siya, kasama, no? Interest paid may be classified as financing cash flow pagka cost siya of obtaining financial resources, no? So, depende sa transactions kung saan mo i-classify yung interest. No? Interest received, classified as investing cash flow kasi return siya ng investment. No? Financial institution, interest paid, interest received, classified as operating cash flow. Bakit? Bakit operating cash flow? Kasi yun yung activities niya or business niya. Kasi ang financing, ano ba ang source of income niyan? Interest. Ordinary lang niya yan, ang interest. Samantala sa iba, extraordinary income na. Kasi iba yung kanilang operation. So, yung hindi nila operating activities ang financing. Okay. So, cash flow from interest paid and interest received shall be classified in a consistent manner from period to period. Kasi pwede siyang investing, pwede siyang operating, pwede siyang investing, no? Ang interest. So, depende kung anong klaseng transaction yan. Diyan mo siya i-classify. Dividend. Investing cash flow. Bakit? Return of investment siya. Bayad siya doon sa, kung ikaw yung nag-receive ng dividend, then, income mo yan kasi binayad sa iyo, no? sa investment mo. Pag ikaw naman yung nagbayad ng dividend, then operating cash flow mo yan kasi binabayaran mo yung mga nag-invest sa'yo. No? Income taxes. Okay. Ito yung daw yung difficult to match to the originating underlying transaction. No? So, cash flows, tax cash flows are classified as from operating activities. Okay. So, direct method itemize the major classes of gross receipts and gross cash payments. No? So, ano na lang natin yan. Basahin nyo na lang. Computation of collections. Ito yung trade accounts and notes receivable beginning, add sales, total, less trade accounts and notes receivable end equals collection of accounts and notes receivable. Ginagawa po ito ng examiner ha. Itong analysis na to o computation of collections, ginagawa yan. Kaya gawin nyo na rin para sure kayo na that the result is properly accounted. Computation of payments to merchandise creditors is trade accounts and notes payable beginning, add purchases, accrual basis, total less trade accounts and notes payable, and or payment to merchandise creditors. Computation of payments for expenses. No? Ito yung expenses, add prepaid expense and accrued expenses beginning, total less prepaid expense beginning, accrued expense and equals expenses paid. No? I-try nyo po to. Pagka halimbawa kayo ay may piniprepare na mga financial statements, you try computing this method para makita nyo kung tama ba, magmamatch ba yung statement ninyo with your cash flow. No? And then we have the computation of collections of other income. No? So income other than sales, add deferred income and accrued income beginning equals the total less deferred income beginning, accrued income end equals the collection of other income. So ano to ha, this can be your aid, no? That will help you kung gagawin ninyo ito. And then we have the computation under the direct method. So, what are these? These are the accounts receivable, no? Add sales total equals accounts receivable 2017 collection from customers. Ito yung mga collections ng cash. So, rent income, unearned rent income, total unearned rent income 2017, the rent received, no? So, kasi itong rent received, ito yung collection from customers, it should be accounted for. Dapat kasama yan, lalabas na yan doon sa income statement yun. That will be properly accounted for income tax payment. No? Yun din yung hinahanap ng examiner. So, computation under the direct method, accounts payable, 2016, or yun yung accounts payable beginning, add purchases, total, less accounts payable end, equals payment to merchandise creditors. No? So, salaries, accrued salaries payable, total, accrued salaries payable 2017 or end, equals the salaries paid. No? So, ang mangyayari dito, pag hindi magtali dito sa analysis, yung inyong mga expenses, mag-i-explain ka. No? I-reconcile. Okay, so computation under the direct method. Accounts payable 2016, purchases, total. No? So may example na tayo dyan, basahin nyo na lang yan. Okay. So yun, marami yan ha. Okay, operating activities. Yan. Mga guide sa atin yan lahat. So you have to do it in your own. No? Ito namang indirect method, kasi yun yung direct method. The indirect method means that the net income or loss is adjusted for the effect of transactions of non-cash nature. No? So may mga deferrals, may mga accruals, para yung adjusting entries natin, no? May mga ga-adjust tayo because of the deferrals and accruals in order to reflect the proper balances of account. So, deferrals or accruals of past or future operating cash receipts and payments, and items of income or expenses associated with investing and financing activities. No? So, paano yung ginagawa ang indirect method? No? All increases in trade non-cash assets are deducted from net income. Ano yun? Increases in trade non-cash current assets. Dinideduct siya sa net income. All decreases in trade non-cash current assets are added to net income. Bakit siya ina-add? Kasi kolekta mo na siya, ginawa mo na siyang cash. Ang increase, dinideduct mo kasi ginamit mo yung cash para doon sa non-trade. Dito naman sa decrease ng trade non-cash, dinagdag mo sa income kasi na-realize mo na yung cash kasi nag-decrease siya. All increases in trade current liabilities deducted from net income. No? All decreases in trade current liabilities are, mali ito, no? Itong increase in trade current liabilities are added. Added ito. Kasi pag nag-increase yung liabilities, ibig sabihin nadagdagan yung cash mo kasi nangutang ka. No? So, added yan. Yung number 3, added yan to net income. Yung number 4, yan yung decreases in trade current liabilities deducted from net income. Bakit? Kasi, ang utang mo nabawasan, ginamit mo yung cash doon. So, anong effect niya sa cash? Nabawasan yung cash, no? Kaya deducted siya from net income. Depreciation, amortization, ano yan? Added back to cash. Kasi bakit? Yung depreciation, amortization, walang cash outlay yan. No? Allowance lang yan na binigay sa atin. And then, incentive lang yan ng government na pwede nating i-claim as deductions. No? Any gain on disposal of property or gain on early retirement of non-trade liabilities is included in net income, but it is a non-operating item. No? Any loss on disposal of property or loss, early retirement of non-trade liabilities is deducted from net income, but this is a non-operating item. No? Loss on disposal ng property. No? Ibig sabihin, nag-dispose ka ng property. Okay. So, ito yung changes on current assets and current liabilities. No? Accounts receivable, 940,000, i-deduct mo yung 350,000 equals 590,000. No? Yun yung difference. Inventory. No? So, ito yung current year, ito yung last year. No? So, ito yung increase. No? Yung third column. So, inventory, current is 175,000. Last year, 100,000. So, nag-increase siya ng 75. Prepaid insurance, 15,000. Last year, 25,000 siya. O, bakit 5,000 lang tong decrease? Dapat 20,000 lang tong prepaid insurance. No? Okay. Accounts payable, 170,000. No? Last year, 150 siya. So, increase siya ng 20. Accrued salaries payable, 25,000. Last year, 10,000. So, increase siya ng 15,000. Accrued interest payable, 10,000. 15,000 siya last year. So, negative siya na ngayon ng 5,000. Income tax payable, 350,000. Last year, 250. 100,000. No? 100,000. Decrease yan. Okay. And then, we have an earned rent income na 10,000. Last year, 40,000. Ano siya? Decrease siya ng 30,000. Okay. Okay. So, ito naman yung indirect method ng operating activities. So, net income, increase in accounts receivable, increase in inventory. Saan galing to? Dito sa increase-decrease natin. So, kaya tingnan nyo, meron akong video dyan na yung how to prepare cash flow fast and easy. No? Ito yun. Dito ko yun kinuha yung mga increase-decrease. No? Okay. So, yung increase-decrease na sinabi natin kanina, nilagay na siya dito. At ano yung effect? No? Okay. So, comprehensive illustration. No. Okay. Okay, so ito yung financial data niya during the year. Cash and cash equivalents ng 2017, 600,000. Noong 2016, 200 lang. No, accounts receivable, 2017, 1,100,000. 2016, 1,040,000. So more or less, ito yung mga balances ng account for 2017 at saka yung balances ng account for 2016. Okay. So, anong nangyari? Accounts payable, notes payable, written earnings. So, nandyan niya yung comparative na mga balances, no? Okay. So, anong nangyari? Kunin mo ngayon, since gagawa ka na nung cash flow, written earnings na beginning, 790,000. So, net income for 2017, 1 million total, no? So, deduct mo yung cash dividend paid kasi cash mo binayaran yung dividend eh. So, yung diniduct mo na yung 800,000, so the written earnings December 31 is 990,000 lang. No? Okay. So, ito yung mga additional information. Okay. Dalawa pa yung ating ano eh. Isa na lang. Tapos na tayo sa income statement. Sige, kaya. Kaya, explain pa natin to. No? Kaya pa ng oras natin. Okay. So, additional information. The entity sold an interest in equity securities for 240,000 in cash. No? So, walang other transactions affecting the investment in equity securities. Yun lang. No? Yun yung binenta niya yung investment in equity for 240,000. Land was purchased in the current year for 1,200,000, paying 1 million cash and issuing 200,000 share capital at par value, no? So, ano yung binili niya? Land, no? So, magkano yung binayad niya na cash? 1 million. Tapos yung 200,000, liability ito eh, pero nasa investment, no? So, inisyuhan niya ng shares of stocks. Equipment of 400,000 was purchased for cash. Entity borrowed 400,000 from the bank payable on June 30. Share capital with par value of 400,000 was issued for cash of a premium of 100,000. Treasury shares were reissued for 130,000 cash. No? So, itong treasury shares, ito yung shares of stocks na binili ng company from its written earnings. Ngayon, ito, binenta niya ulit. No? 130,000 cash. No? Tapos, may isa pa siyang transaction, the patent was fully amortized. Ano yung patent na fully amortized? Ito yung cost of patent mo na intangibles na siguro research and development to. It was amortized during the life of the patent, so fully amortized na siya. Okay, basic guidelines. Operating activities include cost, effect of transactions that enter into the determination of net income. And then, the investing activities include cash, effects of transactions involving non-operating assets. Financing activities include cost, effects of transaction involving non-trade liabilities and equity. Okay, so, anong gagawin natin dyan? No? Yan yung mga transactions. No? So, kakaroon tayo ng entries, no? Parang journal entries to record the transactions, no? So the original entries, no? Profit and loss 1 million, credit written earnings 1 million. Ano yung explanation dito? Net income is the principal cash inflow from operations and therefore the first item under operating activities, no? So kumita yung company during the year ng 1 million. No? Okay. So, pero nagbayad naman siya ng dividend. No? Debit written earnings, 800,000. And credit cash, 800,000. No? So, ano yung transaction? Nag-affect siya ng written earnings kasi nagbayad siya ng cash dividend. No? Okay, so accounts receivable 60,000 na increase. Debit accounts receivable 60,000, sales na 60,000, no? So basic rule, all increases in trade current assets are deducted from net income. Bakit i-deduct mo sa net income? Kasi ginamit mo yung cash, no? So yun lang. Notes receivable 50,000 decrease, no? Anong ibig sabihin niyan? Ginamit mo rin yung cash na pinambayad mo sa notes receivable. So bawas yan sa cash. No? Inventory na 160,000 decrease, add yan sa cash. Bakit? Kasi nabawasan yung inventory mo, so ibig sabihin na benta mo, yung inventory nagiging cash. No? Kaya anong effect niyan sa cash? Dagdag. Prepaid expenses, 10,000 na decrease. No? So, prepaid expenses na decrease siya, nagamit yung 10,000 na cash. No? Na-decrease yung prepaid expenses. So, anong nangyari sa cash? Na dagdagan, no? Okay. Investment in equity securities 200,000 na decrease, no? So, you debit cash to 40,000, investment in equity securities 200,000, gain on sale of investment 40,000. So, kumita. Okay. Property, plant, and equipment, debit land, 1,200,000, credit cash, 1 million, credit share capital, 200,000. So, ito namang equipment, 400,000, credit cash, 400,000. 400,000 yan. Okay. Purchase of equipment is shown as deduction under investing activities because the equipment is non-operating assets. Bakit yung purchase ng equipment is deduction? Kasi ginamit mo yung cash to purchase the equipment. No? Sale of equipment recorded as follows. Ito naman sale, so binenta mo na siya. Iba yung purchase, binili mo, bawas sa cash. Ito naman, binenta mo, dagdag sa cash. No? Cash, 60,000, accumulated depreciation, 120, loss on sale of equipment, 20. No? So, with the credit equipment of 200,000. Yeah. Accumulated depreciation, 300,000, increase. No? So, depreciation, 27 for 20,000. Accumulated depreciation on the equipment sold, 120,000. So, there is a net increase of 300,000. Okay. So, originally recorded depreciation for 20,000. Accumulated depreciation, 420,000. Patent, 80,000 decrease. So, debit amortization of patent, credit patent. No? Accounts payable, 40,000 increase. Purchases, debit, credit, accounts payable, 40,000. No? Notes payable, 180,000 decrease. No? So, yung mga sample na yan, basahin nyo na lang yan. Ha? Kasi, ang sample natin, kumpleto. No? But for the understanding the principles, isang ano lang natin, isang examples lang. No? Kasi we manage our time. Treasury shares, 100,000 decrease. No? So, debit cash, 130. Credit treasury shares, 100. And then share premium, 30,000. Okay. Okay. So, ito na yung cash effect doon sa interest, no? So, for the operating, investing, and financing, ano yung effect nila? Yung net income is 1 million, payment of cash dividend, sa bawas sa financing, increase in accounts receivable, bawas sa operating, decrease in notes receivable, decrease 50,000, no? Positive. Decrease in inventory, 160,000. Prepaid in prepaid expenses, 10,000. Sale of investment, 240,000. Gain on sale of investment, no? Yan yung 40,000. Payment for land, 1 million. Purchase of equipment, 400,000. Sale, 60,000. No? And then we have depreciation, amortization, increase in accounts payable. Ito yung sa operating. Decrease in notes payable, 180. Decrease in accrued expenses, 230. No? Proceeds from bank notes payable, nasa financing siya, 400. Issuance of share capital, 500. Reissuance of treasury shares, 130. No? So, if the item is cash payment, deducted because it decreases cash. Okay. Preparation of statement of cash flow. Okay, so ito na yung ating statement of cash flow. Okay? So, we have done net income. No? Balikan natin yung net income. Increase in accounts receivable, so negative. Decrease in notes receivable, positive. Decrease in inventory, 160,000. Decrease in prepaid expenses, 10,000. Gain on sale of investment, 40,000. Loss on sale of equipment, no? Loss na siya, 20,000. Depreciation for 20,000. Amortization of patent, 80. Increase in accounts payable, 40. Decrease in notes payable, 180. Decrease in accrued expenses, 230. Okay, so net cash provided by operating activities, 1,270,000. Oh, so ito pa, marami pa yan na sample. Oh, so alternative approach, ito naman yung beginning balance mo, no? And then additional information during 2019. Net income, 1 million, cash dividend 700,000. Equipment is purchased for cash of 2 million. No? All notes payable represent bank loans. Shares of 5,000 with par value of 100 are issued at 200 per share. No? Treasury shares are purchased for 250,000. No? So, balikan natin yung sample ng cash flow. So, ito yung statement of cash flows ni ABC Company. Kung magpe-prepare kayo ng financial statement at ano lang, simple lang, hindi na ganito siya kahaba. No? Okay. So, let's have another 5 minutes break bago ko umpisahan yung isa. Yung last natin na topic, yung equity. O, pahingaan ko lang yung aking lalamunan. Kasi para na naman akong ubuhin. And, pakibasa nyo yung statement of changes in equity. After that, tapusin natin ito. Very short lang naman po itong equity. After that, we will go through question and answer, no? Mabilis lang po itong equity. So, pahinga lang po sa lalamunan. Yan. Dami nila eh. Okay.
Ayan.
Okay na? Sige. Let's resume no, with our discussion. And now, this is our last topic for this afternoon before we answer your questions. No? Mabilis lang po to because this is the statement of changes in equity. At sabi natin kanina, ilang account lang yung statement of changes in equity. No? Yun yung stocks, yung dividends, no? And then yung expanded equation natin kanina sa assets equals liabilities and equity, and then yung equity, di ba, yung anong mga account that affects equity. Ito yung retained earnings natin, no? Uh, Common stocks, tapos yung dividend, and then yung revenues and expenses. Kasi yung revenue minus expenses, yan yung retained earnings o yan yung retained income na ang bagsak noon nasa equity. Okay? So, equity defined as the residual interest in the assets of an entity after deducting all of the liabilities. Ang equity, actually, ito na yung pag-aari ng investor. No? So, equity is the equivalent of net assets, meaning total assets minus total liabilities. No? Okay. Ito yung subclassification ng equity. Ito, separately ito, Hari. Ayusin mo yun dyan.
Ako. Super.
Okay. So, share capital is the funds contributed by shareholders equal to the par of stated value. Share premium, funds contributed by shareholders in excess of par. No? So, ito yung share premium. Kumita siya kasi binenta niya yung shares of stocks niya more than the par value. Retained earnings naman, ito yung unappropriated. Unappropriated, ito yung revenue less expenses. No? Okay. Sino yung holder ng instrument ng equity? Owner. Sila yung may-ari. Ha? So, halimbawa, yung shares of stocks. Sino ba may-ari ng shares of stocks? Yun yung bumili. No? Yun yung investor. Statement of changes in equity, a formal statement that shows the movement in the elements or components of the shareholders' equity. Alam mo, Hari, nangati yung ilong ko pag amoy ako ng mga alikabok. No? Kaya, mamaya, magmamap talaga tayo dito. Kasi, yes. Okay. Continue po tayo, no? Entity shall present a statement of changes in equity showing comprehensive income for the period. No? So, ano yung makikita mo dyan? Magkano yung comprehensive income for the period? And then the component equity, the effect of changes, no? In accounting policies and correction of errors. Bakit? Kasi ang bagsak niyan sa retained earnings, no? Kaya tatamaan din yung equity. Okay, for each component of equity, reconciliation between carrying amount of the beginning and end of the period separately disclosing changes from profit or loss. Each item of other comprehensive income and transaction with owner in their capacity as owners. So ito yung example ng ABC, Statement of Changes in Equity, year ended December 31, 2017. So kung titingnan ninyo, ang dami, no? Pero sa actual, kakaunti lang yan because if you just have a simple operation ng business, hindi lahat yan ay applicable sa inyo. Ito, dinamihan na lang yung account, pero sa actual, pagka gumawa kayo, pwede nang simple lang, mas kakaunti lang. No? So, yan yung example natin for the statement of changes in equity. No? So, you have the share capital, you have the reserve, and then you have the retained earnings. No? So, the balances on January 1 sa capital is 5 million. For the reserve is 2 million. For the retained earnings is 1 million. Correction of errors resulting from prior year under depreciation. is 100,000. No? Saan siya nagpo-fall? Sa written earning. Kasi nga sabi natin, ang lahat ng correction of error, yung mga adjustment, ang bagsak niya nasa written earnings. Kasi ba yung written earnings, yun yung income. No? So, changes in accounting policy from FIFO, weighted average to FIFO sa ano yan, inventory, no? So, 300,000. Issuance of 10,000 ordinary share with 100 par value at 150. Yun yung may premium, no? So, share capital is 1 million and then sa reserve, bumagsak yung premium na 500,000. Bakit premium? Kasi 100 lang ang par value niya, inabenta ng 50. So, may tubo siya na 50. Issuance of 5 million preference shares with 50 par value at 100 per share. So, ganun din. 5,000 times 50 is 250,000. So, nabenta niya ng 100. So, may premium din siya ng 250,000. Andyan sa reserve. Comprehensive income is the net income, no? 1,550,000. Other comprehensive income nandito sa reserve na 50,000. So, dividends declared during the year. So, deduction siya from written earnings, 400,000. Current appropriation for contingencies, nandun siya sa reserve, no? So, 200,000 deduction sa written earnings. And then the balance is December 31, 6,250,000, no? So, tama ba? 2 million, 3 million, no? Okay. Statement of written earnings. Statement of written earnings shows changes affecting directly the written earnings, no? So, ang statement of written earnings ngayon is now part of the statement of changes in equity. Pero doon sa mga small medium entities, diretso na doon sa income statement sa baba, no? Important data affecting written earnings, net income or loss for the period, the prior period errors, dividend declared, effect of change in accounting policy, appropriation of written earnings. Okay, so ano naman tong items directly affecting written earnings? No, yan na yung mga explanations, no? Ano yung mga explanations dito? For the net income or loss for the period, the net income is added because it increased written earnings, net loss is deducted because it decreased written earnings, no? So, dinadagdag yung net income kasi na-increase yung written earnings. Ang net loss deducted kasi nababawasan yung written earnings. Sa prior period errors naman, depende kung ano yung effect niya, no? So, the prior period errors are shown as adjustment of the beginning balance ng written earnings to arrive at the corrected beginning balance. So, pwede siyang deduction, pwede din siyang addition, no? Dividends declared or paid during the year, deduction talaga yan. Bawas yan sa written earnings. Kasi dinistribute mo yan sa stockholders. Effective change in accounting policy, adjustment also, parang error, no? Adjustment also in the beginning balance of written earnings, no? Kung ang net income of prior period is understated because of change in accounting policy, the effect is deducted from the beginning written earnings, no? So, if the net income of prior period is overstated because of change in accounting policy, the effect is deducted from the beginning written earnings, no? Net income of prior period is understated, mali ito. The effect is added, no? Dagdag mo kasi understated siya eh. So, para magtama siya, idagdag mo. Dito sa isa, overstated. So, bawas mo. Huh? So, yan yung effect of change in accounting policy. And then, we have the written earnings appropriated. No? So, the amount of appropriation is deducted from the unappropriated balance of written earnings. No? So, Kasi at itong ano tong appropriations, ito yung nagkaroon kayo ng board resolutions appropriating the written earnings for a special project. So hindi mo na pwedeng galawin yung cash na yan, yung written earnings na yan. Saan mo yan kukunin? Doon sa unappropriated, no? So if the appropriation is subsequently cancelled, it is reverted or added back to the unappropriated balance. Ano tong unappropriated balance? It can be used for any purpose, no? Hindi siya tie up or hindi siya nakatali. Okay. So, written earnings may be appropriated for the following reasons. Legal requirement, no? Pwede in-appropriate mo because meron kang attachment halimbawa ng court or may court order. Contractual requirement, no? Bond redemption or entity policy. Policy talaga ng company sa Articles of Incorporation. Two approaches in determining income. We have the capital maintenance approach and we have the transaction approach, no? So for capital maintenance approach, ito yung net income occurs only after the capital used from the beginning of the period is maintained, no? Kaya nga capital maintenance, i-maintain mo yung capital ng company, hindi mo gagalawin yung written earnings mo. The distinction between return of capital and return on capital is important to the understanding of net income, no? So return of capital is erosion of the capital invested in the entity. Return of capital, no? So the conceptual framework considered two concepts of capital maintenance or well-offness, namely financial capital, no? So ano tong financial capital? Invested money or invested purchasing power. Capital is synonymous or same with net assets or equity of the entity. No? Ano ba ang working capital? Di ba yung assets minus current assets less current liabilities equals working capital. So dito, sabi niya, capital is synonymous with net assets or equity. Kasi ito yung result pagka dinidak mo yung assets less liability equals equity. Financial capital is the monetary amount of the net assets contributed by shareholders, no? So amount of increase in net assets resulting from earnings retained by the entity. The financial capital concept is adopted if the users of financial statements are primarily concerned with the maintenance of nominal invested capital or the purchasing power of invested capital. Yung tamang-tama lang, yun lang yung pangangailangan ng company. So financial capital, this net income occurs when nominal amount of the net assets at the end of the year exceeds the nominal amount of the net assets at the beginning of the period, after excluding distributions to and contributions by owner during the year. No? So yun yung financial capital. Okay. Following assets, liabilities, and other financial data. No? So January 1, December 31. Total assets is 1,500,000. January. December, 2,500,000. Total liabilities, January is 1 million. December 31, 1,200,000. So additional investment during the year is 400,000. Dividends paid during the year is 300,000. No? Okay. So yun yung data during the year. So net assets, December 31. Bakit nag-32 na yung December dito? Sino bang gumawa nito? Okay. So net assets, December 31, 1,300,000. Add dividend paid, 300,000. So the total is 1,600,000. Less net assets, January 1, 500,000. And the additional investment, 400,000, is equal to 900,000. So the net income is 700,000. No? So ito yung financial, how to compute the net income using this financial, no? So physical capital is the quantitative measure of physical productive capacity to produce goods and services. Ano yung physical capital, no? Physical productive capacity. no? So, physical productive capacity based on uh, units of output per day, parang production, no? Physical capacity of productive assets to produce goods and services. Yun yung tinatawag natin na physical capital. Parang yung sa tao na tinatawag na human capital, no? So, concept requires productive assets must be maintained in order that physical capital is also maintained. Why? Kasi yung productive assets mo, especially if you are asset intensive, no? Na ginagamit mo talaga yung assets in your operation. So, you have to maintain your physical capital, no? I-maintain mo yung assets mo in a working condition. Productive assets, inventories, property, plant, and equipment, no? So, yun. Inventories if you are a reseller, no? Merchandising. Current cost for these productive assets must be maintained in order that physical capital is also maintained, no? So, yun yung physical capital mo kasi ginagamit mo siya talaga sa business. Yun ang operation mo. Okay, physical concept of capital should be adapted if the main concern of user is the operating capability of the entity. No? Bakit operating capability? Halimbawa, manufacturing siya. Meaning the resources or fund needed to achieve that operating capability or capacity. No? So, kailangan mo mag-invest doon sa mga property and equipments. So under the concept, net income occurs when the physical productive capital of the entity at the end of the year exceeds the physical productive capital at the beginning of the period. Siyempre, yung capital mo tumaas, may income ka. Also, after excluding distributions to and contribution from owners during the period. Kaya, doon sa sample natin, doon mo nakita yung net income, no? Yun yung computation. Example, net assets, December 31, dividend paid, no? Add, total, less assets ng January at saka yung additional investment, no? So, makita mo yung net income is 400,000, no? Okay. Ito naman yung transaction approach, no? To determine net income. Bakit napaka-importante ang net income sa retained earnings? Kasi ang retained earnings, mag-decrease siya, mag-increase siya because of the net income. No? So, under this method, a company records detailed transactions and report its net income by summarizing and reporting these detailed transactions. No? Accounting follows transaction approach. No? Okay. Transaction approach, conventional or traditional preparation of income statement in conformity with PFRS. So ito yung acceptable ng PFRS, no? So determine how much income was earned during the year and how much expenses were incurred in earning the revenue. So ito yung matching, no? Applies the matching principle. How much income is earned and how much expenses were incurred in order to determine the income. No? So direct result of the principle of matching cost with revenue, that is why the procedure is also called the matching approach, which is the one acceptable. No? At saka meron siyang detailed presentation of income and expenses incurred in earning the revenue. Ba? So tapos na? Okay. So, ito yung mga example natin on the statement of equity. No? Meron tayong sample dito nung statement of, sabi ko sa inyo, nandiyan na lahat. No? Ito yung statement of changes in equity. So, how this account affected the retained earnings. Pero ang hindi ko ano dito is yung reserve nila na total na 3 million. So, itong mga ibang account dito, negative ito, no? Kasi 2 million na plus 1 million plus 500 300 at saka 200,000, no? So 1 million na rin ito, no? Ito yung reserve 3 million na no? So hindi siya magto-total ng 3 million. 2 million plus 1 million, ano to? 3,500,000. So, may negative dito ng 500,000. Okay. Di bale. Gawin natin yan para mag-balance. No? And then, itong sa share capital, tama siya, 6,250,000. Ito. Wala siya dapat kasi yung current appropriation for contingencies na 200,000 nandun siya sa written earnings. So, wala yan dito. Okay. So, 3,800,000. So, may mga negative yan dyan. Okay. Sige. So, what we got this afternoon, we discussed about yung statement of financial position or the balance sheet. We discussed about the income statement or the comprehensive income, no? With other comprehensive income. We discussed about the cash flow, no? And then we discussed about the statement of changes in equity. Ito yung pinaka last natin na topic. So we have discussed the four financial statements. But of course, it is also very important na meron din tayong disclosure or notes to the financial statements, no? Kasi that's part of the requirement. Kaya nga may mga notes sa makikita mo yung balance sheet, income statement, meron doon ang nakalagay na note 1, 2, 3, 4, why? Kasi explanation yon to add understanding on the financial statements. Okay? So, bukas, our discussions will focus on the computerized accounting system, how to apply for permit to use computerized accounting system, and of course, encourage natin yung ating mga participants to use the computerized accounting system considering na yun yung demand of the time, no? Kasi tayo din ang mahirapan at saka we're not at par with other countries kung nagmamano-mano pa tayo na sobrang tagal, no? So, with that, I would like to say thank you very much for attending the seminar for the first day. And we will go now into question and answers. No? Sige. Ilan na yung questions nila, Hari?
20 pa rin, madam.
Okay. No? So, ilipat mo sandali itong laptop para hindi ko siya madaganan. Lagay mo doon. Yan, o kaya doon sa may upuan doon. Ayan na lang din. Ayan na lang. Yes. Gitna mo. Tsaka yung mga ano na yan. Sige, go. Okay, so let's now go to question and answers. No? We will answer your questions. Ilan yung question natin? 20. Sige.
Ma'am, yung first question po, ma'am, galing kay Winnie Kuwa.
Puwa?
Opo, Kuwa.
Nabasa ko ba yan siya kanina? Hindi ah.
Ma'am,
Oh, sige. Pero na time in na siya? Hindi siya ano. Ay, hindi bali. Okay lang. Kasi kung hindi naman siguro niya kailangan yung certificate. Kasi ganun yung iba, no? Hindi na kasi kailangan yung certificate. Kaya hindi na sila din nag-attendance. Pero malaman na lang natin yun kasi marami tayong viewers as against those na nag-attendance. Sige po.
Sabi niya, ma'am, ask lang po ako kung every end of the year po ba i-report sa BIR ang mga books of accounts. Non-stock and non-profit organization po kami.
Hindi po, no? Actually, yung hindi yan nire-report yung mga books of accounts. You keep it in your business office para hintayin ninyo kung may mapping yung examiner, doon nila yan chine-check, no? How often, depende na yan sa district kung ano yung kanila. Pero lalo na ngayon ng pandemic, wala pong mapping, no? Kasi bawal yung face-to-face na ano with the taxpayer. And ang books of accounts will be presented only to the BIR examiners kung meron silang letters of authority. Without that, hindi po nila yan hindi yan titingnan ng BIR. Only authorized persons equipped with letters of authority and qualified persons do the investigation. So that's the only time na i-present po ninyo yung books of accounts. Other than that, hindi po siya hinahanap at hindi nyo rin ipipresent sa BIR yung books of accounts. Kung minsan, doon na lang sa renewal o kaya magpapatata kayo ng bagong libro, doon hinahanap naman yung last books of accounts ninyo na pinapakita kung may laman ba o wala. Pero yung form lang, yung laman lang ang tinitingnan, hindi yan ini-examine, hindi yan tinitingnan kung tama o hindi yung ginagawa mo. Ang importante lang dyan, papakita na you are recording your business transactions for purposes of renewing or stamping your new books of accounts. Ganun lang po. No? Pero yung sabi ninyo na i-present sa BIR, titingnan nila for audit na hindi po. Kung walang letters of authority. And how often it is, kung kailan mangyayari, depende po yan sa BIR kasi minsan at random. Kung mapipik ka na ikaw yung under audit, so yun. Pero kung hindi, there are times na hindi ka rin naman na examine.
Next po ang galing kay It's Jazzy, 746.
Yun yung
Yun yung ano nyo, ma'am.
nagano kanina sa atin.
Hindi ko na makita.
Hindi, pero yung nag-attendance sheet yan. Okay, sige. Very good.
Sabi nga sa VAT returns daw po ba, may sales invoice na month of November.
Okay.
Then December na collect.
Okay.
Pwede ba i-input sa VAT returns month of December na or pwede din November?
November po talaga. Kasi ang recognition natin ng sales is accrual, hindi po. Kasi pagka ginawa mo yan, na i-input mo siya ng December, parang cash basis ka. No? Ang ina-allow lang ng BIR, hindi cash basis, but accrual. So at that time na meron kang sales, November, dapat ni-recognize mo na siya, ni-report na sa VAT returns. Kasi hindi hinihintay yung payment, no? The moment na consummated na yung transactions, tapos na, i-recognize mo na siya as sales mo. No? Kasi kung nagbigay ka man ng term ng payment, upon collection, magiging cash basis ka na nun. No? So, which is not the method na acceptable to BIR. It should be the accrual. So, once you accrue, meron ka ng sales, report mo na sa VAT returns.
Galing pa rin po sa kanya, ma'am. Petty cash allocation as prepaid account din po ba?
Yes. Kasi ang wala namang issue doon yung petty cash eh. Basta lahat ng expenses nyo, whether petty cash yan or regular na cash, basta ipasok nyo yan sa expenses. Same lang po yung requirement.
Ito ma'am, galing po kay Ma'am Joanne Hong.
Naka-register sa atin?
Register
Okay.
Paano po ang pag-take up sa assets if convert to share of stocks by a group of people who owns it?
May ano yan, may proseso, no? Unang-una kumuha kayo ng permit. Board resolution kayo, kukuha kayo ng approval sa SEC to increase your capital stocks. Kung wala kayo, hindi kasya yung inyong authorized capital stocks. Pero kung kasya naman, meron pa kayong unissued, and then halimbawa yung amount ng assets mo is 1 million, tapos meron pa kayong authorized capital stocks na hindi nyo pa na-issue na 1 million, then hindi nyo na kailangan na humingi sa SEC ng permit or approval to increased capital tax, no? Ang gagawin nyo na lang, punta kayo sa BIR, gumawa kayo ng board resolution, and then yung mga owner ng assets, no? Yung mga owner ng assets na yan, ng company, gagawa sila ng deed of conveyance, deed of exchange for shares of stocks, mentioning the assets at how much is the value of the assets and how much is the value of the shares of stocks na mapupunta sa kanila. No? May ruling po dyan ang BAR because that is an exempt transactions. Why exempt transactions? Kasi wala ang change ng owner eh. Napunta na siya sa corporation, pero yung corporation na yan, ang owner doon, yan pa rin yung dating owner. Kaya exempt po siya sa capital gains at ang babayaran nyo lang is dog stamps. Pero, kukuha po kayo ng ruling sa BIR. I-attach nyo ninyo yung title ng property, tax declaration, tapos yung deed of exchange of property in exchange of shares of stocks. And then, syempre, dandun din yung articles of incorporation nyo, yung mga SEC paper nyo ng company.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Sir Minelio Malabit.
Sige.
Sabi niyo ma'am kung pwede daw po bang more details sa undistributed earnings.
More details, undistributed earnings. At yung undistributed na written earnings, yung income natin, undistributed, ibig sabihin, nandyan pa siya sa written earnings. Halimbawa, galing siya sa net income, no? So, ano sabi natin? Diba, from the net income, yun yung expanded natin na equation na equity, tapos, ano siya, affected siya ng shares of stocks, ng dividend, ng revenue and expenses, or income and expenses, no? So, yung written earnings natin, ano sabi niya, undistributed?
Opo, undistributed.
So, yung undistributed na written earnings natin, ibig sabihin, yun yung available pa. Hindi pa siya na-distribute, nandyan pa. At sometimes, ito nga yung nagpe-penalize ang BAR dyan pag hindi mo na-distribute yung written earnings. Ano ba ang requirement? Dapat, yung i-retain mo na written earnings o yung i-retain mo na income dyan sa iyong balance sheet, sa statement of financial position mo, dapat equal lang doon sa issued mo na capital stocks. Pagka, halimbawa, yung capital stocks mo na outstanding is 1 million, tapos yung written earnings mo 3 million, no? I-tax ka na ng BAR dyan ng improperly accumulated earnings tax kasi dapat yung 2 million dineclare mo na as dividend. Bakit? Kasi yung 2 million na yan, i-distribute mo yan doon sa investor mo, sa mga stockholders mo, magbabayad ka doon ng 10% na final tax on dividend. So, bayad na yun sa BAR, nag-tax ka na. Eh, hindi mo pinatulog mo lang dyan sa undistributed yung rated earnings mo. So, hindi mo binayaran yung tax due on the dividend ng 10%. So, anong gagawin ng BIR sa'yo? Itatax ka ngayon na improperly ina-accumulate mo yung written earnings mo, hindi mo dinidistribute. No? So, anong gagawin mo? Dapat i-equal mo lang yung written earnings mo with your capital or share capital. So, kung 1 million yan, 1 million lang dapat hangga yung iyong written earnings. Yun yung undistributed.
Galing pa rin ma'am sa kanya kay Sir Minelio Malabit. Ano po yung difference ng common at preferred stocks?
No, sa feature po yan. No? Makikita mo yan doon sa articles of incorporation ng company. Kung halimbawa meron siyang common stocks, ito yung general no, na feature ng shares of stocks. Parang investment mo siya, tapos kung magkano yung kita ng company, yun yung mag-earn ng dividend. Pag preferred naman, preferred shares of stocks, meron siyang mga additional na features na pag sinabi mo yung preferred, una siya nababayaran, no? Parang commitment, may covenant dyan ang nag-issue ng preferred shares of stocks na halimbawa nagkaroon ng net income ang company, una nababayaran yung preferred shares, no? Or ito naman preferred shares, anytime pwede siyang i-withdraw nung may-ari at saka mas preferred yung kikitain ng preferred shares na yan. Actually, sa iba, ang classification ng preferred shares is a liability, no? Kasi napaka mas marami features, mas maraming advantages ang preferred shares compared sa common shares.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Crystal Mangali.
Okay.
Kung yung accrued salaries daw po by under ng liability account.
Yes, accrued na siya eh. Na-expense mo na siya, pero hindi mo pa siya nabayaran, kaya liability mo siya. No? Accrued. Accrued salaries. So, liability. Ano yung entry mo doon? So, kasi expense mo siya. Salary expense, credit, payable. Salaries payable. Kasi increase mo yung liability mo. Payable pa siya. So since payable, liability.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Maria Cristi Sevilla.
Okay.
Ito ma'am, yung background daw po is online freelancer.
Okay.
Service type.
Sige.
Tapos, and a newly registered sole proprietor and non-VAT.
Okay.
Opo, yung books of accounts niya is simplified book of accounting records.
Yung apat.
Opo.
Okay.
Ang question number 1 niya po is, how should I record entries and expenses?
So, interest and expenses. Interest, dapat sales, no? Yung sales mo, since yung apat yung traditional talaga natin na books of accounts. We have the journal, we have the ledger, excuse me, journal, ledger, we have the cash receipts, cash disbursement. So, ano yung unang i-record mo? Di ba sabi natin, the book of original entry is the journal, no? So, anong gagawin mo muna? Since online seller siya, no? Services ba?
Opo, service type.
Service type. So, maghanap ka ngayon ng chart of accounts mo, maghanap ka ngayon ng account na that will pertain to the service business. So, ano yung mga accounts na yan? Ito yung cash, no? Kasi standard naman yung cash, yung mga balance sheet accounts. Doon ka sa income statement. Ano yun? Revenue or fees from services. No? Tapos yung cost of services mo, salaries. So, titingnan mo ngayon yan. So, mamili ka ng chart of accounts na gusto mong gamitin sa'yo. And then, every time na meron kang transactions, you analyze the transactions and then gawan mo yan ng journal entries. Ano yun? Halimbawa, meron kang expense, no? Nag-advertise ka halimbawa. So, ano yung gagawin mo? Binayaran mo siya. So, debit advertising expense, credit cash to record payment on advertising expense. Halimbawa naman, meron kang professional fee, naka-receive ka ng fee na halimbawa 10,000. So, anong i-debit mo? Debit cash. Kasi binayaran ka ng cash, i-credit mo naman yung professional fee na 10,000. From the posting mo sa journal, ipopost mo siya ngayon sa ledger, no? Yung T-accounts mo. So, nandun yung T-accounts mo for cash, nandun doon yung T-account mo for the professional fee. So, anong sabi natin? Lahat ng debit, lahat ng credit, i-post mo doon sa side na dapat nandoon yung debit and credit, no? So, anong sabi natin? For the asset account, ito yung mga cash. The debit side increase the account and the credit side decrease the account. Pagdating naman sa asset, sa liabilities natin at saka sa equity natin na nandoon yung income at saka expenses, equity naman, pagka-credit, increase, pag-debit, decrease. So, opposite naman siya doon sa asset. No? So, yun yung gagawin mo. From the journal, i-post mo sa ledger, and then at the end of the month or at the end of the reporting period, kung 3 months ka halimbawa gagawa ng FS, kunin mo lahat yung balances mo sa ledger and then gagawa ka na ng trial balance. No? From the trial balance, doon ka na gagawa ng financial statement mo na income statement, the balance sheet, the stockholders equity, statement of return earnings, and then the cash flow. No? Sundan po ninyo, meron tayo yung tutorial sa video natin dito sa tax training, meron tayong tutorial on how to record your books of accounts. And then meron din tayong mga bookkeeping dyan, sa mga sa accounts, no? Sa journal, ledger, meron din tayo dyan. And then, yung preparation din po ng financial statement. So, titingnan po ninyo dyan, pero yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, start nyo talaga sa posting ng records nyo. At, bawat post ninyo doon sa libro nyo, dapat meron kayong corresponding na resibo. Kasi yun yung nagiging problema karamihan ng online sellers na wala silang mga supporting documents. Bakit? Yung mga documents na binibigay sa kanila are not official documents. Walang permit, walang hindi siya official documents na pwede natin gamitin as supporting documents sa ating books of accounts. No? Kaya siguro ang gagawin ninyo, you have to ask your supplier to give you the supporting documents na tama or official para hindi kayo mahirapan. Why? Because when you try to record yung mga expenses nyo na coming from mga fake na mga resibo, no? Fake yan kasi it does not conform with the legal requirements. So, pagka na-examine kayo or na-audit kayo, madi-disallow lang yung mga expenses nyo. Or ma-penalize pa kayo because of walang mga supporting documents yung transactions nyo. And remember na ang pinaka-importante sa recording natin sa mga books of accounts are the supporting documents. Because even if you record in your books of accounts, wala namang kayong supporting documents, wala siyang evidentiary value. Your books of accounts are just a mere scrap of paper.
Second question niya po, ma'am, kung how to record in the 1701 or 1702 under the income if the amount has decimal. Should it be rounded up or down?
Rounded po. Rounded na yan.
Up or down daw po?
Ha?
Should it be rounded up or down?
Down. No? Hindi mo siya i-round na pataas. We follow the rule on rounding, no? Na ano ba yung tawag dito? Pag nag-round off tayo, 'di ba? Yung 5 consider na yan na as is. Pero pagka more than 5 na, add 1 ka na, no?
Tapos should the recorded amount be already subtracted by the expenses for the quarter?
Hindi. Dapat i-record mo yung expenses, i-record mo rin yung gross amount ng sales, no? Hindi siya net. So it should be na yung gross amount. You record the gross amount of the sales and then you record also the expenses. So that pagdating na lang sa 1701Q mo, doon mo na sila i-match, no? Kasi wala kang record na ipi-fill up doon kung mag-net ka na. So dapat ang recording mo, gross amount ng sales and then all the expenses i-record mo rin.
Next question niya po, ma'am, is how about for the next year? Should I use the same book or every year should be a different book?
Kung kunti lang yung inyong transactions, you may use that books ng 2 years or 3 years kung hindi pa siya ubos. Pero kung halimbawa may natira, mga 2-3 pages na lang, patatak na kayo ng bago para hindi na mag-overlap yung records ninyo for different taxable year. No?
Next question niya po, ma'am, for the expense, example daw po yung internet bill.
Okay.
Should the internet bill account be under the name of the taxpayer?
Dapat sa pangalan po ng taxpayer. Kasi magka-question ka, bakit mo kinlaim yan, hindi naman nakapangalan sa iyo. No? So, dapat in the name of the taxpayer para maklaim mo siya as your expense. Kasi kung hindi, ma-disallow yan dahil nagkiklaim ka ng expenses ng iba. No? Okay.
Next po, ma'am. Galing naman po to kay Sir Minelio Malapit.
Okay.
Marami pong nag-i-issue ng hindi official invoice or receipts.
Marami,
ano daw po
sobra.
yung remedy?
Sobra. Anong remedy? Since meron tayong video dyan on how to know that the receipts are fake. Pagka binigyan kayo ng fake na resibo, manghingi kayo ng hindi fake. Kasi sabihin nyo, this will be recorded in our books of accounts. So, madi-disallow to pagka hindi. Kasi yun po talaga yung purpose ng VAT natin. Why? Because the VAT has an audit trail. So, anong sinasabi ng BAR? Pagka ikaw ay VAT registered, mag-maintain ka ng resibo because VAT receipts carries with it advance payment of taxes. Why? Dahil nandun naka-built-in na yung input na i-claim mo. Ano yun?
Fireworks lang yun.
Oh, December na, New Year na. Okay. So, kung ano ulit yung question na ano ako, naligaw.
Ano ma'am, yung marami nag-issue ng hindi official invoice or receipts, ano daw po yung remedy?
No? So, wag niyong tanggapin. No? Wag niyong tanggapin na resibo nila is hindi official. Manghingi talaga kayo ng official. No? Mag-demand kayo. Kasi, baka akala nila okay na yung hindi kayo nagdi-demand. No? So, mag-demand kayo because ang sabihin nyo na we will be using this as our proof of claim expenses. No? Huwag ninyong pong tanggapin. Kasi the more na tinatanggap nyo, dadami po yan.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Jen Cos.
Hmm?
Username lang eh. Jen
Okay.
Cos.
Okay.
Paano po ang tax pag online seller? How to record the entries and expenses?
Ano yun? Ano yun?
Paano daw po ma'am pag-tax? Paano daw po ang tax pag online seller? How to record the entries and expenses?
Same lang din po. Kung ano yung mga tinuturo natin na dyan sa tutorial natin, hindi naman siya nag-iiba. Pareho lang. No? So kung paano natin tinuro kanina yung bookkeeping, yung mag-umpisa ka sa analyzing the transactions, and then i-record mo sa journal, book of original entry, tapos i-post mo sa ledger, same lang din. Walang pagkakaiba. Isa lang po yung way of recording business transactions. Whether ano man yung business mo, online sellers ka, or service business ka, merchandising, same lang po.
Next po ma'am question galing kay ma'am Mary Grace Reyes.
Okay.
Apo, when it comes to petty cash voucher po, pag
Okay.
dalawa po kaya ang hawak, paano po kaya magandang numberan? Dalawa po kasi magkaibang company.
Oh, so i-separate mo siya. Huwag niyong paghaluin yung account ng dalawang company. No? Same lang yung chart of accounts mo for the company A and then another for company B. Same lang po sila yung chart of accounts. Pero pagdating na sa recording mo, huwag mo silang paghaluin. No? I-separate mo silang dalawa.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Sir Minelio Malapit po ulit.
Okay.
Apo. How much penalty ma'am pag expired ang official or invoice receipt?
Okay. Baka nakabayad na ako kasi expired na rin ako eh. No, 25,000 po na pag-VAT ka. No? Ito nga ang isa ko ahari, yung general merchandise. Yung IMCAN general merchandise.
Apo.
Oh, expired na naman.
Expired na
25,000 na naman tayo niyan. No? Sige.
Next question ma'am, galing pa rin po.
Bakit ayoko dito? Daming putok.
Happy New Year na daw.
Sige.
Kung yung intangible assets daw po ma'am, intangible assets ba ay subject to amortization?
Yes, subject po. Pero hindi yung intangibles mismo. Yung halimbawa, research and development. How you acquire the intangibles. Halimbawa, you acquire intangibles by sale, by purchase. Then, yung cost ng purchase, yun ang i-amortize mo. Kung halimbawa naman, you acquire it through research and development, then, ano yun mo rin, i-amortize mo yung cost. Sige.
Opo. Next po, galing kay Ma'am Mary Jane.
Saan ba nagaling yan? Sa GMA?
Kuha po ba ano? Parang nagbabounce lang ng mga sons.
Tama. Nagbabounce kasi mataas. Okay. Sige po. New Year na dito sa amin. Maingay na.
Kay Mary Jane Onal po galing yung next question.
Sige.
Ma'am, paano po pag yung transportation equipment after 5 years, nandyan pa siya, operating pa din? Do I have to recompute for new depreciation?
Sandali. Ulit.
Paano po pag yung transportation equipment after 5 years, nandyan pa siya, operating pa din? Do I have to recompute for new depreciation?
Hindi na, kasi na-depreciate mo na siya eh. Pwede kang halimbawa, nag-major repair ka, no? Halimbawa, nag-major repair ka, i-add on mo siya sa, wala na eh, wala nang cost eh. So, yung major repair na lang, yun na ulit yung i-depreciate mo. Pero yung sabi mo na mag-recompute ka, ibalik mo yung dati, hindi na, kasi fully developed na, fully depreciated na siya eh. So, anong gagawin mo? Since luma na yan, so magkaroon ka ng repairs and maintenance dyan na i-capitalize mo and then yun na naman ang i-depreciate mo.
Next question po ma'am, galing po ulit kay It's Jazzy.
Okay.
Pag service po ba, may withholding tax?
Service, yung pag ikaw halimbawa yung may income na service fee at yung customer mo, nagwi-withhold sila ng 2%, no? Na service fee. Pero depende yan. Depende yan sa nature ng services mo. Kasi kung professional, yun yung 5% at saka 10% na withholding ang i-apply nila. Pero kung halimbawa mga utilities yan or security, yun lang yung 2%. Kaya dyan yung nagtatalo na yung iba, professional services sila, pero nagpapa-withhold ng 2%. Hindi po yan po pwede. No? Kasi iba-iba yung category ng services na 2%, no? Sa construction, 2% lang because sa construction, marami pa silang deductions. Pero sa professionals, iba po yung rate mas mataas, no? 5% at saka 10% ang rate. Dati yan, 10% at saka 15%, no? So, sa services, nagwi-withhold po. No?
Next po ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Sheena Bronton.
Okay.
Service type business, in declaring the income, nag-a-apply po ba yung cash or accrual, whichever is earlier?
Ulit.
Service type business daw po.
Okay.
In declaring the income, nag-a-apply po ba yung cash or accrual, whichever is earlier?
So kung service ka, pag according to VAT, gross receipt ka. So, yung nag-apply pa rin yung cash or accrual, pero merong sarili for the recognition of income which is ang sabi niya gross receipts. Anong ibig sabihin ng gross receipts? Yung receipt at the time of receipt, doon mo siya i-recognize. Parang in a way cash siya, pero ang tawag sa kanya gross receipts, no? Gross receipts, pag natanggap mo yung income, saka mo siya i-report. Pero pagdating sa expenses, accrual, no? Accrual siya.
So may example siya ma'am,
Sige.
For example na po ma'am, yung rent, nagbayad in advance, pero next year pa covered ng bayad. I-declare na po ba yung income?
For withholding tax purposes, yes, no? Pero for financial reporting service reporting purposes, kaya nga dito ka papasok doon sa reconciliation between the taxable income and between the financial income. For financial income, hindi mo pa siya i-recognize, mag-differ ka. Pero for tax purposes, ang sabi kasi ng tax, pagka binayad na nasa iyo na yung pera, bayaran mo na yung tax, no? So, for tax purposes, recognize mo na yung income, pero sa financial income, i-report mo siya as unearned income. No? Pag sinabi mo unearned income, ano siya? Nasa liability account. Why? Kasi natanggap mo na yung pera, pero yung income, i-earn mo pa siya on the future period. So, unearned income is classified as liability.
Wala na pong tanong na.
Ubus na?
Ubus na po.
Okay. No? So, maraming salamat po sa ating mga participants. No? And I hope na nakapagbigay tayo ng konting enlightenment po sa inyo. And tomorrow, we will again, our second day. No? So, we will discuss about computerized accounting system at yung mga rules, no, on the application at saka yung paano tayo mag-submit ng mga electronic records, no? So with that, let's call it a day. And thank you very much po sa mga participants natin. Sige. Yung humabol, sagutin pa natin.
Si Central po na yung tanong.
Okay po.
O kapag service type business, tapos may issue sa customer na billing invoice, ano po gagamitin sa pag-report sa BIR ng sales?
Ah, ah,
OR po or invoice?
ulit, dahan-dahanin mo. Huwag kang magmadali kasi last na yan.
Ah,
Sige.
kapag service type business, tapos may issue sa customer na billing invoice.
Ano? Billing?
Opo, billing invoice.
Okay.
Ano po gagamitin sa pag-report sa BIR ng sales? OR po or invoice?
OR. Kasi services no? Do not use the sales invoice, no? Kasi yung iba meron silang pinagawa na invoice. Invoice is just a secondary receipt, no? Ang primary dyan is official receipt and sales invoice. Sales invoice for the sale of goods and official receipt for the sale of services. So, yung billing invoice, secondary mo lang yan na document to prove sales. Ang or para maningil ka. Yung talagang dapat is the official receipt, no? Official receipt talaga pagka services.
Okay na po, madam.
Okay, so thank you very much and see you tomorrow.